Everything is too easy after maxing my talents. Chapter 0, Summary. Everyone was transmigrated to a simulation world where every young person would get a chance to simulate a new life when they reached adulthood. Those who managed to overcome their limits would permanently become a regressor who had control over everything. However, those who failed could only become normal people who needed others to protect them. A lot of people were extremely careful in the simulation so that they wouldn't mess anything up. Yet, when Li Yueming entered the simulated regressed world, he learned that the random talent he had received was the 100x Amplification. Your blue rank talent, Sudden Knowledge, has evolved through the 100x Amplification to become the gold rank talent, Unlimited Deduction. Unlimited Deduction, Gold deduce known information at a 100% success rate. As he continued to get the highest ranked talents, he suddenly realized that the simulated world that was hailed as hell wasn't as hard as it seemed. I guess the next one will be super easy too. Chapter 1, Origin Force, Talent a 100-fold Increase. Everyone, today is the day of reincarnation. Training hard for 18 years, whether I can become a coveted reincarnator depends on this. Here, I'll repeat the things to take note of in the reincarnation world one last time. First, enter the reincarnation world. You will all have a chance to draw a companion talent. This talent is very important to you. You must choose carefully. Second, time flows differently in the reincarnation world from the real world. No matter how long you stay in the reincarnation world, only an hour will pass in the real world. Third, the more influence you have in the reincarnation world, the higher the score you will obtain when you leave. If you want to become a reincarnator, you have to obtain a score above C in your first simulation. Fourth, under normal circumstances, the reincarnator's activities in the reincarnation world will not affect them in the real world. However, remember not to expose your identity during the process. Now, please step forward. Wu Lei, Zhang Tao, Wang Xiaoming. In Dragon Country, Linjiang Second High School. The middle-aged bald principal stood on the podium and shouted. This was a world where everyone simulated reincarnation. Every young man had a chance to take the reincarnation test when they were 18 years old. Only by obtaining a C grade in the assessment. Only then could one be awarded the reincarnation mark and become an official reincarnator. In this world filled with dark energy, ordinary people did not have the ability to survive alone in the wild. If he wanted to survive, he could only survive in a city protected by the reincarnators. They would do anything for the reincarnators who protect them. In other words, only the official reincarnators who had the official mark were truly the best in this world. Among them, the strongest batch of reincarnators could even deflect nuclear bomb attacks. Not far away, Li Yueming had a complicated expression on his face. As a transmigrator, he had been in this world for 18 years. In these 18 years, in order to fight for a better future, he did not dare to slack off for a day. But even so, other than his good grades, he was still mediocre and did not achieve anything to his name. On the stage, the principal finished the final round of mobilization. The next second, a silver mark appeared on the wrists of all the candidates in the field. The mark shimmered. In an instant, all the examinees disappeared from the examination hall. Welcome to the reincarnation space. You are currently simulating the birth mother's womb. Temporary reincarnator detected, Li Yueming. Reincarnation mark level, none. Talent, none. Fixable talent title, 1. Do you want to start simulating reincarnation? Yes/no. Li Yueming took a deep breath. There was no hesitation. He clicked confirm. World loading. World loading successful. Planet serial number 3-024. The reincarnator is currently in the mother's womb. After the initial introduction, you can enter the reincarnation world. Introducing the background of the reincarnation world. This is a wasteland world after the cataclysm. After an unexplainable violent explosion, the order that humans are proud of shattered in the explosion that was enough to destroy the world. All kinds of strange substances spread with the explosion and wandered around the world. Infected by a strange substance, humans, animals, and plants have become violent and aggressive. All kinds of monsters keep emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain. They are very aggressive and carnivorous. They pose a huge threat to the survival of ordinary creatures. The remaining humans had no choice but to form a team to build a survivor base under the threat of monsters and the unknown. After decades of difficult survival, the humans in the survivor base finally adapted to life after the cataclysm. The current era is called the post-cataclysm era by the survivors. The world background introduction is complete. The first reincarnation will give you a detailed information of the world for free. It has been transmitted to the brain of the reincarnator through memory transmission. As a temporary reincarnator, you have the right to draw a talent lottery. Are you sure you want to draw? World loading. World loading successful. This time, Li Yueming's luck could be said to be very bad. The first simulation he drew was the apocalyptic wasteland known as one of the graveyards where newbies go to die. In this world, it was already very difficult for ordinary humans to survive. It was even more difficult to obtain a C score. However, it was useless to complain at this point. He only hoped that his initial talent was enough to help him. Otherwise, they would really not leave him any way out. Extracting talent. Talent acquired. Singing vocals, purple. You have good singing talent. With a little practice, you can master singing skills that ordinary people can't. Boy group idol, white. You have ordinary idol talent. Singing, dancing, and playing basketball are not a problem. Spiritual light, blue. Your mind is more sensitive than ordinary humans, and you're more clear-headed when you think. There's a certain chance that you can predict the future. Ragged king, white. The rag picker king who wandered in the steel city. You will have a higher chance of discovering hidden treasures. Heaven rewards diligence, gray. You will become a hard-working person, but in this world where monsters run rampant, diligence doesn't seem to make you rich. Generally speaking, the highest level talent that could be refreshed in the first simulation was purple. This time, one of the 5 initial talents was purple. It seemed like heaven had a conscience this time. Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the detailed introduction of the talent. Then, Li Yueming was rendered speechless. The simulation mark had a conscience, but it didn't seem to have much to give. If it was in an ordinary urban world, with his music knowledge from his previous life, coupled with the purple talent of singing, obtaining a C grade should be easy. But now, he had reincarnated into an apocalyptic wasteland where he could not even eat his fill. He couldn't possibly be an idol singer in such an apocalyptic world, right? Therefore, the purple talent, singing vocals, was rather useless. He continued scanning. The other initial talents were either grey or white. Only the blue talent was not bad. Although it was not the most ideal combat ability enhancement talent in the apocalyptic wasteland, it could more or less be considered a survival skill. Mark, I choose spiritual light. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the spiritual light talent. Origin force, 100-fold talent enhancement triggered. The talent effect you have will increase by 100 times. Your talent, spiritual light emergence, has been transformed into a gold talent, infinite deduction, after being enhanced by the origin force by 100 times. Infinite deduction, gold. You can deduce infinitely through known information and occasionally predict the future. The speed and efficiency of deduction are related to the brain power of the possessor of the talent and the abundance of known information. The accuracy can reach 100%. Seeing the notification that suddenly popped up, Li Yueming was stunned in the reincarnation space. WTF? Origin force, 100-fold talent enhancement. What was this? He had never heard of it before. He had been waiting for the benefits of being a transmigrator for 18 years. Now, he was preparing to rely on himself. He did not expect the cheat to come so suddenly. Chapter 2, Heaven-Shattering Start. He looked at the introduction of the gold talent, infinite deduction. Li Yueming felt that he had peaked. This was really a heifer taking a plane. This is so awesome. The talents in the simulation mark were divided into 7 levels. From low to high, gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. But now, it was only his first simulation, but his talent level was already maxed out. If he could not get a C score, he might as well find a pillar and kill himself. He took a deep breath. He calmed himself down. After a while, Li Yueming finally calmed down. His consciousness had already left the main body of the real world and was in a hazy mess. With just a thought, he could immediately enter the reincarnation world. However, there was no hurry. He had to test the effect of the gold talent first. In his first reincarnation, the mark gave him additional information. This was undoubtedly very precious information to Li Yueming. Through this information, he could activate his talent and deduce. Activate infinite deduction. Deducing the information of the simulated reincarnation world. Information deduction complete. Deducing the identity of the simulated reincarnation world. Identity deduction complete. 0 years old, you were born in a sewer with no resources. The conditions are extremely harsh. You are only 70% full every time you feed. 3 years old, because there are no contraceptives, your parents gave birth to a sister for you on a dark and windy night. This made things worse for your already poor family. 5 years old, because of the pressure, your father encountered danger when he was looking for food. Although he was lucky to survive, he lost an arm because of it. From then on, you started to starve every other day. 8 years old, because of frequent hunger, your body is very weak, and your development is slower than other children. 10 years old, looking at you, who is getting weaker by the day, after a night of arguing, my parents decided to sell your sister. That night, there was a little meat in the dinner that they had not seen for a long time. 12 years old, after selling your sister, the family's situation improved slightly, but your disabled father and thin mother still can't provide enough for you. 14 years old, you were seriously ill and your parents didn't have money to treat you. You're dead. He looked at the blood-red words "you're dead" in his mind. Li Yueming was speechless. According to the deduction, under normal circumstances, he would have died of illness when he was 14. If he did not change his fate, his score at the end of this simulation would definitely not be too high. But now, he had the talent of infinite deduction. In a sense, he had an extra cheat like a story compared to ordinary reincarnators. One had to know that. What was the greatest danger in the reincarnation world? Of course, it was the uncertainty of the future. You would never know what kind of natural or man-made disaster you would face in the next second. However, with the gold talent of infinite deduction, he could make the best choice based on the deduction results. Moreover, deducing the story and script was only one of the ways to use the talent. More ways of using it were still waiting for him to discover. Now, he had yet to officially enter the reincarnation world. He could already predict what would happen in the reincarnation world a few years or even more than 10 years later. It could only be said that it was indeed a gold-grade talent. The effect was simply too powerful. He changed the key information slightly. Li Yueming activated his talent again to deduce. He was looking for a way to change his fate. The result was the same. Basically, no one had successfully lived to adulthood. They either starved to death or got killed by an unknown plague or flu. Even the closest deduction to adulthood died a few days before because of a man-made disaster. It seemed that it would be very difficult to change the deduction results of the simulation world without changing the known information. Everything could only wait until it was officially born. Thinking of this, Li Yueming did not waste any more time. With a thought, he skipped the development stage of the fetus and started the official reincarnation simulation. Planet 3-024. August 9, 4227, the year of the cataclysm. In a sewer under Fallout Shelter 0911. There were 5 or 6 women in ragged clothes standing in the dilapidated wooden house. At this moment, women were surrounding a pregnant woman lying on a wooden bed. A long time had passed, but there was no movement in the delivery room. Outside the simple delivery room, a middle-aged man in his 30s was sweating profusely from anxiety. In this cataclysmic era where there was a lack of medicine, pregnant women giving birth were no different from walking through the gates of hell. Moreover, because the living environment was very harsh, the survival rate of mother and childbirth was very low. It could be said that the longer the labor lasted, the more dangerous it was. Still, clearly, this time, God was on their side. He waited for an unknown period of time. Finally, a baby's cry suddenly came from the room. "W-A, W-A, W-A." The child's voice was very loud and clear. It sounded like a boy. The man, who was already anxious, smiled. Surrounded by a group of delivery women, a wrinkly baby boy was carried out. Looking at the child in front of him, the man was at a loss for a long time. It was as if he could not believe that this was his son. What the f***ck? Wasn't he too ugly? At the same time, the reincarnated Li Yueming also sized up his father curiously. Well, his clothes were torn and patched, and his face was unshaven. He looked a little sloppy. However, he remembered that this world was an apocalyptic wasteland. Li Yueming was relieved. The scene of father and son staring at each other was a little comical. Fortunately, Li Yueming quickly looked away and began to wail. He had no choice. He was hungry. Only a crying child would be fed. Surrounded by a group of women, Li Yueming was carried back to the delivery room again. Taking this opportunity, Li Yueming met his mother in this life. It was a woman with delicate features and a very thin body. He laid on his mother's body and sucked hard on the milk. After eating until he was 70% full, there was not a drop left in her mother's body. Li Yueming felt very depressed. Damn it! What kind of heaven-shattering start was this? Starving right from the start. How was he going to live in the future? Chapter 3, Changing Fate. As expected. After he was born, Li Yueming was either hungry or on the road to starvation. Therefore, Li Yueming could only maintain his Buddhist Zen-like nature. He didn't cry or make a fuss. Every day, he would stay on the broken bed and not move if he could. No choice. He was starving. Children were not resistant to hunger to begin with. Often, after turning over a few times, he would feel hungry. In addition, to prevent infection by viruses and bacteria, Li Yueming basically did not touch anything dirty in the house. After all, in the deduction of talent, the probability of humans from this world dying from a virus was not low at all. His behavior was a mixed blessing for his parents. They were happy that Li Yueming was very sensible. Every day, other than opening his mouth and whimpering a few times when he drank milk, he laid on the bed and did not cry or make a fuss. However, this was also a worry. The child didn't cry or make a fuss. Could there be a problem? For this, they looked through Li Yueming's body. However, other than receiving a few eye rolls, they did not find anything wrong. Time flew by quickly. Under Li Yueming's cautiousness, the most difficult 3 years finally passed without any mishaps. He briefly summarized his experiences over the past 3 years. There was only one word to describe it. Hungry. Even his hair was a dry yellow from malnutrition. But even so, he also learned to walk and talk earlier than other children. This made his parents very happy. The two even began to fantasize about sending Li Yueming to school in the underground shelter. However, after a night of consideration, the two of them had no choice but to give up on this unrealistic fantasy. To them, who were refugees without status, just surviving required them to do their best. It was even more impossible to go to school in the shelter. Fortunately, Li Yueming did not have much hope for this. Because he still had a matter that concerned his life and death to resolve. That was to stop his parents from giving birth behind his back. According to his talent, when he was 3 years old, because there was no contraceptive facility, his parents gave birth to a sister for him on a dark and windy night. It made their already poor family even more desperate. This led to a series of chain reactions. In the end, to raise him, they even sold his sister, whom he had yet to meet. Such an outcome was naturally difficult for Li Yueming to accept. Therefore, he had to find a way to prevent this from happening. Ever since his 3rd birthday, every day before his parents went to bed, Li Yueming would climb into bed and sleep between them. In response, his parents were not used to it at first. This was because Li Yueming had slept separately from them before he was 3 years old. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to sleep with them after he was 3 years old. But after a long time, they got used to it. After all, it was normal for children to stick to their parents. However, ever since Li Yueming slept in the middle, his father was having a hard time. He wanted to be intimate with his wife every night. As long as there is a slight commotion, Li Yueming, who had woken up from his sleep, would widen his eyes like copper bells. Hence, under Li Yueming's daily vigilance, there has been a sharp decrease in the number of times his parents got intimate. His sister, who was supposed to be born this year, also successfully avoided the fate of being sold in the future. This year, Li Yueming was 4 years old. He had successfully changed his fate. At the same time, information appeared in his mind. Successful change of fate. The 3-year-old you successfully stopped the younger sister who should have been born and successfully changed your fate. The score of this simulated reincarnation has increased slightly. Additional reward, 300 reincarnation points. Part of the permanent reincarnation mark has been activated. He saw the information in the simulation mark. Li Yueming became excited. Reincarnation points were the common currency of reincarnators and could be used to trade and exchange for resources. Additional reward, 300 reincarnation points. It was enough for an ordinary person to spend 2 to 3 years in the real world. Most importantly, the evaluation of the simulated reincarnation had also increased slightly. He was one step closer to activating the permanent mark. He had worked hard for so long. He even kept one eye open when he slept. Wasn't it to change his fate and obtain the reward? Now his perseverance has paid off. Enduring this fate, the situation in Li Yueming's family had changed drastically compared to their original fate. But even so, the food collected by his parents was still not enough for Li Yueming to develop healthily. In order not to be hungry in the future, he had to find a food source as soon as possible to make himself stronger. However, the resources in the sewers were very lacking. Moreover, food was always in short supply. Even if Li Yueming was a transmigrator, it was not easy to add more to his meal. Fortunately, he happened to find relatively fertile soil behind his house. There were actually many thumb-sized earthworms living in the ground. These worms not only contain high levels of protein and carbohydrates. It also contains a variety of trace elements and minerals required by the human body. It could provide sufficient energy for Li Yueming's growth. Of course, it was impossible for Li Yueming to leak any information about such an important discovery. After all, a man's wealth was his own ruin. Even his parents could only gather some insects and moss every day. Occasionally, if one was especially lucky, they might be able to catch a few animals that had not mutated before the cataclysm. If other refugees discovered that their backyard could produce earthworms, the consequences would definitely be terrifying. In order not to attract attention, he began to play purposefully around the house every day. He used a wooden stick to dig holes in the courtyard around the house. In the beginning, there were adults who were curious about what he was doing. As time passed, no one noticed. He ate a few fat earthworms every day. After half a year, Li Yueming's withered and yellowing hair became dark and dense, and his weak body became much stronger. He looked clean and healthy, not at all malnourished. Successful change of fate. At 5 years old, you're fair and chubby. You don't look malnourished at all. Father's pressure also decreased because of your healthy growth, and he successfully saved his arm. The score for this simulated reincarnation has increased. Additional reward, 1000 reincarnation points. Part of the permanent reincarnation mark has been activated. The simulation message came again. This time, not only did Li Yueming successfully change his fate, even his cheapskate father's fate had changed with him. Chapter 4, Second Deduction. So far, Li Yueming's development has been quite smooth sailing. Not only was he handsome, he also had a healthy and strong body. This was already very difficult for a child born in the sewers. Still, watching Li Yueming grow stronger day by day, no matter how stupid his parents were, they could tell that something was wrong. On a certain day, after his parents left, they did not go far out as they usually did. Instead, they hid beside the trash pile not far away and observed his every move. Li Yueming, who was well aware of this, hesitated. He was hesitating if he should tell his parents about the earthworms in the backyard. However, the consequences of this matter were very serious. Once the news was exposed, their entire family would probably be torn to pieces. In the end, Li Yueming, who couldn't make up his mind, chose to use his talent to carry out a new deduction. Infinite deduction required a massive amount of mental energy and energy. Moreover, the longer the deduction, the richer the details, and the more energy and mental energy needed. For him, who was only 5 years old, every time he used it, he needed to rest for a few days to recover. Therefore, when there was no need, Li Yueming usually did not use the ability if he could. Of course, the situation was very urgent. He had no choice but to keep a low profile. Enter some key information. Infinite deduction began processing. 5 years old, because you dig earthworms every day to replenish your nutrients, you are stronger than other ordinary children in the sewer world. Your parents discovered that you were developing abnormally. One day, they pretended to go out, but in fact, they hid beside the trash pile not far from their house and observed your actions. With you exposing intentionally, my parents quickly discovered the place where you often dig earthworms to eat. The earthworms are very fat. Compared to the other food in the sewers, they are also very delicious. This discovery made your parents very excited. However, the couple, who had experienced half a lifetime, quickly smelled the danger and did not tell anyone else about it. 8 years old, you've grown a lot taller, and your body is gradually becoming stronger. You started to train your body with a plan and a purpose, trying to make yourself stronger. 10 years old, your training plan is starting to bear fruit. At 10 years old, you are already stronger than many 15 or 16-year-old children. At the same time, your range of activity has expanded from the small courtyard outside your home to the periphery of the sewers further away. During your patrol, you met other children and fought with them. You relied on your strong body to transform into a war god and fight 100 people alone, beating a group of children until they wailed. At this point, you have received the supreme honor of being labeled as a child god of war. You have become the king of children in the nearby sewers. 12 years old, you've already made a name for yourself among the children in the sewers. You asked the children to collect many books and gadgets from the fallout shelter for you. Through them, you obtained a lot of detailed information about the simulation world. After solving the food shortage problem, your parents were full of lust and gave birth to another sister for you on a dark night. 14 years old, your sister staggered and learned how to walk. She's very clingy to you. As soon as she learned how to walk, she followed behind you like a shadow. Because of sufficient nutrition, you and your sister's development is very fast. You're much stronger than your peers. This abnormal situation has attracted the attention of a group of local ruffians in the sewers. In the middle of the night, this group of scoundrels sneaked into your house and discovered your family's secret. You and your parents woke up from your sleep and fought desperately, but you were killed because you were outnumbered. Your father was beaten to death on the spot. His brain juice flowed all over the ground. Mother was wantonly abused to death by a few local hooligans. My sister survived because she was young, but she was also sold to an underground brothel by a few local ruffians. In anger and indignation, you die. With the earthworm field behind the house. In this deduction, Li Yueming finally got rid of the awkward situation of having to pretend to starve. Still, although he was no longer hungry, danger was still lurking everywhere. This simulation, he still could not escape the fate of dying at the age of 14. Moreover, the final outcome was even more miserable than the previous simulation. His father was beaten to death on the spot, and his sister was sold to a brothel by those scumbags. Her mother was also abused by the local hooligans. Looking at the last few messages of the deduction, Li Yueming raised his eyebrows. After a long time, he complained weakly, "This couple has nothing to do every day. Why are they always thinking about having another child? Aren't they purely causing trouble for me? If they only needed to raise him, just him. Others would at most be suspicious why they'd stop at just one. But it was still acceptable for ordinary people to raise a child. In the end, this couple was better. They had given birth to another sister. Moreover, she was also fair and chubby. She did not look malnourished at all. Wasn't this going to be troublesome? Other people only needed to use their brains to know that there was definitely a secret in their house. He pitied his sister whom he had yet to meet. She wasn't even born yet. She had already been sold twice during the deduction. Every deduction was either sold or on the way to being sold. Of course. Although he was complaining, Li Yueming memorized the details of the hooligans in the deduction. He wanted to see what kind of courage these lawless guys had. He actually dared to attack the family of a transmigrator like him. When he was a little older, he would let them know who's boss. The deduction ended. Li Yueming was a little tired and dizzy. Although he had played GG at the age of 14. However, for Li Yueming, whose body had yet to fully develop, the mental burden was still very serious. Fortunately, it was not without gains. At the very least, after knowing that he had exposed the secret of the earthworm to his parents, he still had about 5 to 10 years of peaceful development. It had taken such a long time to prepare for him. He could already think of 10,000 ways to kill those scumbags. After a while, Li Yueming finally regained some of his energy. Apparently, as long as he was still eating, the fact that there were earthworms at home could not be hidden from his parents. Now that his parents were suspicious, he might as well pretend to reveal this information to them. Thinking of this, Li Yueming stopped hesitating. Not far away, under the gaze of his cheap parents, he slowly walked towards the backyard with a small wooden stick. Chapter 5, Kikbahai Kindergarten. Looking at Li Yueming from not far away, the couple, who were hiding beside the trash, held their breaths. Actually, they had already noticed Li Yueming's abnormality a few months ago. After all, the food they brought back every day did not change much. In this case, how did Li Yueming suddenly gain weight? This question had troubled them both for a long time. Of course, it was not that they did not try to find out. But Li Yueming was too smart. There were no flaws at all to pick on. Left with no choice, the couple could only resort to this. Not far away, Li Yueming walked around the house with a small wooden stick. After confirming that there was no one around, only then did he head into the backyard. He began to lift his butt and shovel the soil with a small wooden stick. Normally, the couple probably wouldn't think too much about it. This was because Li Yueming usually used a small wooden stick to dig the ground. This was normal for him. But today, the couple felt an obvious difference. Apparently, their son really had a secret that even they did not know. After a while, the small wooden stick in Li Yueming's hand seemed to have dug up something. He turned around and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he picked up the things he had dug out from the ground. In a daze, a fat worm flashed past. Li Yueming squeezed out the dirty internal organs from the insect's body and wiped them with a clean stone. He chewed and swallowed it. The couple hiding not far away was stunned when they saw this scene. A moment later, after eating and drinking his fill, Li Yueming returned to the dilapidated house to take a good afternoon nap. The couple hurriedly walked out from the shadows. They crept to the spot where Li Yueming had dug the ground. The two of them had explored this land before. However, there were only broken rocks on the ground. They found nothing. But now, in the pit dug by Li Yueming, only then did the two of them realize that the soil beneath the surface was unexpectedly soft. After digging for a few minutes, several huge earthworm holes attracted their attention. They looked at each other. The two of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. There were earthworms living in the sewers. But those were usually found in the most precious prime locations in the sewers. They were basically occupied by rulers of the district, big and small. Ordinary refugees like them could not even be near enough to smell meat. But now, there were actually earthworms living in this backyard? And from the looks of it, there were many of them. They were nervous and afraid. The couple became inexplicably excited again. These earthworms are a huge bomb. If they were not careful, they might be crushed. Logic told them that the best choice now was to stay away from this bomb. The family should relocate to alternative accommodation. But to them, who had never eaten enough, or have enough to keep warm all year round, this earthworm field was a lifesaver for them. It could feed the family. That was all. For a husband and wife who had starved their entire lives, it was a lifeline. Therefore, the struggle only lasted for an instant. Soon, the couple decided to hide this secret with Li Yueming. After discovering the earthworm field, the couple did not show any abnormalities. They still left early in the morning and returned late at night to look for food. However, that night, after eating the main meal on the simple dining table, the couple took out a few earthworms from their pockets and handed them to Li Yueming. "Child, eat more and grow taller." Initially, the couple thought that Li Yueming would be surprised to see an earthworm. After all, this was supposed to be Li Yueming's secret. Unexpectedly, Li Yueming glanced indifferently at the earthworms that were still jumping around and said with disdain, "You should keep this for yourselves. I'm already tired of eating it." Looking at the nonchalant expression on Li Yueming's face, the couple immediately felt extremely defeated. Somehow, in front of this child, they felt like they were the ones being taken care of. As time went on, spring passed and autumn came. It was still dark in the sewers. This year, Li Yueming was 8 years old. Because he had sufficient nutrition, the first signs of his body's weakness and slow development did not appear. On the contrary, his physical fitness was much better than his peers. At 8 years old, he was already close to 1.5 meters tall. The child next door was also 8 years old. However, Li Yueming, who was the same age as him, could pick him up with one hand like he was carrying a sack. In addition, it was worth mentioning, being able to grow to this height at the age of 8 was due to his insistence on regular exercise and fitness. Furthermore, through exercise and fitness, Li Yueming accidentally developed another use of the infinite deduction talent. It was used to deduce various techniques. For example, running. Li Yueming could adjust his breathing frequency and running rhythm, and then use deductions to come up with a running method that was most suitable for him, to achieve the effect of scientifically and efficiently exercising the body. Another example was boxing practice. He could adjust the angle and speed of his punches and use deduction to find a boxing technique that was most suitable for him. This would increase his combat strength to the greatest extent. All in all, infinite deduction's potential was simply endless. It could be said that now, he could even fight an adult. After all, children were not the only ones who were malnourished these days. Most of the adults were also sallow and thin. Just like that. One day after his 8th birthday, when Li Yueming passed by the sewers, he saw a group of children picking up trash in the sewers. One of the loud children, Wang, blocked Li Yueming's path. "Stop!" The leader's snot-covered mouth twitched as he asked, "How old are you?" Li Yueming covered his nose and took 2 steps back. Only then did he say calmly, 8 years old. The leader. He looked at Li Yueming, who was half a head taller than him. The leader felt like his intelligence had been mocked by Li Yueming. "You call this 8 years old?" And so, under the gazes of a group of children, the leader and Li Yueming, who thought that their status had been challenged, started a battle at the top of the imperial city that attracted attention. As for the result, there was no point in mentioning it. Eventually, Li Yueming obtained the title of Child God of War 2 years earlier than the deduction. The children in the nearby sewers had to respectfully call him Big Brother. This achievement did not make Li Yueming arrogant. As a simulator, patterns were very important. He wanted to obtain an extremely high score in the reincarnation world. The most effective way was to increase his influence and reputation or make some indelible contributions to his race. Staying in the sewers as a leader or something. If word got out, they would only be laughed at by the simulators. Li Yueming still had a long way to go if he wanted to obtain a higher level mark score. Chapter 6, The Threat is Coming. After becoming the leader amongst the children, Li Yueming thought for a long time. In the end, an organization called Star Moon Alliance was established. The goal was to get the children to collect detailed information about this world for him. Only then would it be convenient for him to use his talent to carry out more detailed and complicated deductions. As the Alliance Master, he gave the order. The children in the sewers around 0911 began to move. While picking up scraps and collecting food, they helped Li Yueming find the books and documents abandoned by the shelter, as well as all the documents and traces from before the cataclysm. Soon, batch after batch of information and documents were sent to the dilapidated house where Li Yueming was. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, looking at the group of brats in the Star Moon Alliance who hadn't even wiped their snot bubbles, it was also difficult for adults to take it seriously. Some people even jokingly called the Star Moon Alliance the Slug Alliance. Of course, this was also Li Yueming's intention. It was to mislead the sewer manager's judgment and gain more time for development. After all, he was only 8 years old. It was impossible to control an organization of adults. But children were different. Children wouldn't make adults feel threatened. It could also achieve his goal of collecting more information. The best of both worlds. 9 years old. Li Yueming was 1.6 meters tall. His body also became stronger. After a year of work, nearly 1,000 children had joined the Star Moon Alliance in the surrounding sewers. In addition, Li Yueming's research on this world was also very gratifying. Although he had yet to walk out of the dark and damp sewer. However, he already had a certain understanding of the outside world of the sewers. After the explosion, the era of the global cataclysm descended. The world order of the country collapsed instantly. The surviving humans hurriedly established a shelter to accommodate the survivors and maintain order in the post-cataclysm world. Of course, initially, the various shelters could still communicate with each other. Some of the world's remaining satellites and base stations are still operational. However, strange things started to descend. There were more and more terrifying monsters on the surface world. Communication between shelters is also becoming increasingly difficult. Eventually, 20 years ago, the communication signal between the various shelters had been completely cut off. Currently, Li Yueming lived under fallout shelter 0911. There were about 100,000 refugees living in this complicated underground world. The refugees do not have resident identity cards. Naturally, they could not receive the shelter's protection. They could only find a way to survive in the cataclysm world with extremely harsh environments. Therefore, in the eyes of the citizens of the fallout shelter, the so-called refugees were people who did not even have basic human rights. All of them were dirty and stupid. It was no different from a wild beast. He tried his best to gather this useless information. In the eyes of the ordinary people in the sewers, they naturally had nothing better to do. But to Li Yueming, these were all precious information. He only knew the basics of human society in this world. Only then could he deduce a feasible plan to change his fate. After sorting out all the information he could gather, through continuous deduction, Li Yueming had finally explored a magnificent path to defying the heavens and changing fate. Of course, without accumulating experience, it was impossible to travel 1,000 miles. First of all, he had to unite the entire Star-Moon Alliance. In the eyes of the refugees in the sewers, the Star-Moon Alliance was just an organization of children. However, in Li Yueming's opinion, as long as it worked well, this was a power that could change the entire world. As long as he could twist it into a rope, the Star-Moon Alliance would truly become a sharp sword in his hands, cutting off all the rubbish from the old world. As for the method, it was nothing more than teaching by example. As Li Yueming's plan progressed in an orderly manner, the adults in the sewers remain unaware. The Star-Moon Alliance gradually became an organization that could not be ignored in the sewers. Most of the members were just a group of underage children. It did not show any danger for the time being. However, they had extremely high organizational ability. Moreover, the children who joined them all had intelligence and spoke clearly. They were very different from the other children who did not join. This puzzled many adults. Where there were people, there would be politics. There were naturally rulers in the sewers. The area where Li Yueming was located was controlled by a manager named Caoxin and a group of brothers under him who fought fiercely. The manager is not responsible for daily labor. If ordinary refugees wanted to live in the territory they had conquered, they had to pay Caoxin and the others protection fees every week. By the way, the ruffians who had killed Li Yueming's entire family in the previous deduction were Caoxin's underlings. These guys usually idled around all day. Their greatest hobby was to force out the ordinary refugees in the territory and terrorize countless families. According to the plot development of the second deduction, these local ruffians would not notice his abnormality until Li Yueming was 12 years old. However, things in the deduction naturally could not remain the same. As Li Yueming made his debut in the real world, the time of being discovered by the ruler was naturally much earlier. And now, Li Yueming, who was only 9 years old, had already attracted the attention of these hooligans. Because they were afraid of Li Yueming's strength. This time, they did not dare to find trouble with Li Yueming in private. They could only report the information to their boss, Caoxin. As for this, the head of the sewers, Caoxin, already had an idea. Li Yueming's growth was too fast. It had only been a year or two. The Little Brat Alliance, which had been treated as a joke back then, had unknowingly grown up. Now, it could already bring them problems. And so, Caoxin was prepared to take this opportunity to teach Li Yueming a lesson. But when he came to the door with a few lackeys, however, he found a group of ragged children sitting in a row on a table made of wooden planks. They listened to the other child's lecture seriously. In this filthy sewer, the children seemed to be emitting light. It was a kind of It was something called hope. It was flickering under the cover of the mud. Such a scene. Caoxin was extremely shocked. One had to know that. After the cataclysm arrived, reading, writing, and learning had become a luxury that only the upper echelons could enjoy. Even the children of ordinary citizens in the fallout shelter were not qualified to be educated. But now, what did they see? The children of a group of lowly refugees were actually enjoying education here? Have they eaten their fill? Shouldn't parents at home be asking them to help find food? Why should they enjoy something that only nobles could enjoy? At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. On the podium, Li Yueming glanced indifferently in their direction. Those eyes were so deep. It was as if he was looking at a small and insignificant insect. It was hard to imagine. How could a child have such a terrifying gaze? This made Caoxin feel a sense of fear and humiliation. He also felt extremely confused. The young man in front of him was actually teaching a group of children to read and write in the underground world. After returning, Caoxin gathered all his underlings. A group of people gathered together and had a short meeting with a solemn expression. The purpose was to figure out how to get rid of Li Yueming. Otherwise, if they give Li Yueming a little more time, at that time, forget about maintaining his power. Even ensuring his survival was a problem. These sewers were the territory that Caoxin and the others had fought for with all their might. Of course, he would not give it up so easily. As long as Li Yueming died, the other children would naturally disperse after losing their backbone. At that time, the so-called Star Moon Alliance would no longer be a threat. Chapter 7, Uncrowned King of the Underground World. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. That night, Caoxin led more than 20 fierce men to the house where Li Yueming was. According to their investigation, Li Yueming usually lived in the place where he taught children and played with some strange things. Only 1 or 2 days a week were spent with his parents. However, there were children wandering around the lecture area 24 hours a day. It was very difficult for them to rush in without anyone noticing. Therefore, only when Li Yueming returned home would they have a chance to strike. And today, it was the day Li Yueming returned home. A group of men lay in ambush on the path that Li Yueming had to pass to return home. As long as he saw Li Yueming coming over, they would swarm forward and hack him into pieces. It had been many years. That was how they always did. It was a foolproof method. Originally, in Caoxin's opinion, it was already important enough to give Li Yueming, a 9-year-old child, such a big show of force. After all, he had personally witnessed Li Yueming's strangeness towards such a monster. Naturally, he could not treat him like a child. But even so, Caoxin was still a little nervous. Because he felt that he had missed something. But what did he miss? He racked his brains for a long time. But he never got a reasonable answer. That night, led by Caoxin himself, 24 fierce-looking men were squatting beside the trash heap in front of Li Yueming's house. They were waiting for Li Yueming to arrive. But no one noticed. Among the 24 fierce men, more than 18 burly men had strange expressions on their faces. The 18 men looked at each other. They all saw the inexplicable meaning in each other's eyes. The group waited patiently. Finally, Li Yueming's figure appeared in the sewer not far away. Caoxin's spirits were lifted. Although he still couldn't figure out what went wrong. However, as long as they ganged up on Li Yueming now, even if there were any problems, it did not matter. He held his breath for a long time. He watched as Li Yueming's figure approached. Caoxin became more and more confident. He turned around and shouted, "Attack together! Don't leave this kid's corpse intact!" As soon as he finished speaking, Caoxin was about to charge forward. But something shocking happened. After his order was given, 18 of the 24 subordinates behind him looked at him with strange expressions. This scene made Cao Xin feel a little suffocated. He could not help but scold loudly, "Are you deaf? Hurry up and attack!" Beside him, the remaining 5 hooligans also shouted, "What are you doing? Are you afraid of a few young brats?" Even so, the dozen men still did not move, looking at Cao Xin and the other 5 with a complicated gaze. It was a look of pity and concern. It seemed they are looking at the 5 idiots. This scene. No matter how long Cao Xin's brain worked, he still felt that something was wrong. He looked at his subordinates with strange expressions. A chill instantly rushed from Cao Xin's heart to his brain. Cao Xin couldn't help but shiver. He finally knew what the problem was. Li Yueming formed such a huge organization. He even taught the children how to read and write in the sewers. Something that had such a huge impact. How could the parents of the children not know about this? However, under such circumstances, as the boss of this sewer, he knew nothing about what was happening. It was only when he saw it with his own eyes that he realized that Li Yueming had already grown to this extent. However, if the parents knew everything that is happening in the Star-Moon Alliance, what did this mean? Stopping at that, Cao Xin did not dare to continue that train of thought. He could only roar hysterically, "Traitor, you bunch of traitors!" At this moment, a flash of fire appeared in the darkness. It was like the first spark that lit up the haystack. It quickly swept out. In just a few seconds, the entire sewer was illuminated as if it was daytime. Countless figures surrounded Cao Xin and the others with torches. The refugees stared at Cao Xin. Their wolf-like gaze seemed to want to bite off a piece of their flesh. The burly man in the lead looked down from above and said, "Cao Xin, do you still not understand? You're the traitor." Instantly, Cao Xin shut his mouth. No wonder Li Yueming looked at him like he was a clown. It turns out that he was the only one singing a one-man show from the beginning to the end. It was a comical performance like a clown. Even his most trusted subordinates had betrayed him. The interests of all the refugees in the sewers were unknowingly tied together by Li Yueming. As the ruler of this area, Cao Xin himself had become a traitor and a minority in the organization. Such methods. It was hard to imagine that an 8-year-old child could do it. Cao Xin lowered his head. He knew he was finished. Or rather, all the rulers in the sewers of Fallout Shelter 0911 were finished. Only death awaited them. Li Yueming killed the 4 hooligans who had killed his entire family during the simulation. However, he was not in a hurry to kill Cao Xin. Instead, he imprisoned him and put him back in his place. He also made a deal with Cao Xin that as long as he was willing to be a puppet, a figurehead, he could still enjoy a carefree life. In response, Cao Xin naturally had no reason to refuse. As long as he could survive. Not to mention just making him a puppet. Even if he had to eat sh*t, he had to take a big bite. After that day, on the surface, Cao Xin was still the boss of the 5 sewers nearby. But in reality, Li Yueming held the true power of the 5 sewers. After all, he would be in big trouble if he killed Cao Xin. It was very likely to arouse the wariness and vigilance of the other bosses. The Star-Moon Alliance would also be exposed to everyone. As someone who lived an ignoble life. Of course, Li Yueming would not make such a rookie mistake. Therefore, letting Cao Xin continue to hold the fort was the best choice. But even so, his fate had changed drastically. Successful change of fate. You, who are only 9 years old, killed those hooligans in advance and made a name for yourself. You successfully changed your fate. The score of this simulated reincarnation has increased greatly. Additional reward, 5,000 reincarnation points. Part of the permanent reincarnation mark has been activated. The message from the mark came. Li Yueming's simulation score had increased greatly from the original. He also obtained an additional 5,000 simulated reincarnation points. This was already equivalent to the sum of reincarnation points an ordinary reincarnator could obtain from a simulation. From this, it could be seen that the simulation mark had a very high evaluation of him changing his fate this time. Of course, he took down the entire sewer without any bloodshed. It also changed the fate of many children in the sewers through education. It would be strange if the evaluation was not high. Chapter 8, Three Kings Street. So far, Li Yueming's plan went smoothly. After dealing with CAOXIN, according to the rules in the sewers, the resources and people in these sewers had already become Li Yueming's private property. Of course, this did not mean that he could rest easy. No matter how complicated the forces in the sewers were, they were very limited. The so-called rulers were just a group of stronger and fiercer refugees. If he stopped here, no matter how hard he tried, his score would not exceed A rank at most. He wanted to obtain a score above S rank. Li Yueming had to enter the surface world. Whether it was the corrupt and incompetent upper echelons of the human race or the terrifying and powerful mutated creatures, they were 1,000 times more terrifying than the refugees in the sewers. The seclusion of the underground world was just a springboard for Li Yueming to enter the surface world. However, he had to work on it step by step. If he took too big a step, it would be easy to fail. Before the Star-Moon Alliance was discovered, Li Yueming continued to develop. Time flew by quickly. This year, Li Yueming was 10 years old. The Star-Moon Alliance's influence in the sewers was further expanded. Li Yueming's body also became stronger. Other than his young face, his physique was no different from an ordinary adult. As for combat strength, having trained through endless deductions all year round, he could easily hammer more than 10 sallow and thin adults. In addition, it was worth mentioning, his two parents, who couldn't stay idle, finally gave birth to the sister who was supposed to be either sold to a brothel by hooligans or sold for money for survival. Outside the delivery room, he looked at the wrinkled baby in his arms. Li Yueming was speechless. He did not expect even after preventing this from happening so many times. He could not stop the sister from being born. It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. However, Li Yueming had already gotten rid of the initial awkward situation. So be it. I'll protect you. Beside Li Yueming, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He reached out to touch the baby's face. However, he was afraid of scaring her. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, he retracted his slightly rough and dry fingers. He glanced at Li Yueming and said, "Kid, you're cultured. Give your sister a name." Ever since the Star-Moon Alliance was established, Li Yueming had already moved into the place where he taught. In the beginning, the man and his wife were a little worried. After all, no matter how sensible Li Yueming was, to them, he was just a child. It was not safe to move out at such a young age. However, Li Yueming's performance later far exceeded their understanding. The two of them no longer interfered with Li Yueming's matters. Hearing the request to pick a name, Li Yueming was interested. He looked around. In this muddy and messy sewer, the baby's fair skin looked exceptionally tender. It was different from ordinary human children. The cold cement roof was the sky here. Li Yueming stretched out his hand to play with his sleeping sister in his arms. He said softly, "Let's call her Li Ziu. Sooner or later, I'll let you see the stars and moon in the surface world." Most of the refugees living in the sewers had never seen the sun in their lives. Not to mention the starry sky at night. As a result, most of them suffer from osteoporosis. Li Yueming did not want his sister to be like the other children in the sewers in the future, tortured by illness. Therefore, he decided to act as soon as possible. When he was 12 years old, Li Zio was born. She had been very clingy to Li Yueming since she was young. She hung on Li Yueming's body every day like a cute koala. Sensing the urgency, Li Yueming began to speed up his arrangements. He collected the earthworms in his backyard. He resisted the immense temptation and did not eat them all. He also got a group of girls to start nurturing earthworms on a large scale, attempting to alleviate the lack of food situation in the sewers. In addition, apart from teaching the children, Li Yueming began selecting strong children among them to train them to use all kinds of weapons. One day, Caoxin and his two subordinates found Li Yueming. Now, even if Caoxin had the guts of 100 men, he would not dare to treat Li Yueming as a child. Not only did this person in front of him manage to subdue him, he also managed to subdue the others around him. Although there was no news on the surface. However, Caoxin knew Li Yueming had already possessed a considerable amount of energy. The bosses of the surrounding sewers had long been reduced to a puppet like him. After kneeling on the ground respectfully and kowtowing twice, Caoxin said, "Boss, the head of the pipeline at 3 Kings Street has sent someone to inform us of a banquet." Beside him, the two men who came with Caoxin saw this scene. They could not believe their eyes. One had to know that the scope of the previous incident was not widespread. Therefore, in the eyes of the two burly men, on the surface, Caoxin was still the boss of the surrounding sewers. But what did they see now? The dignified leader of the sewers was actually kneeling in front of that youth. He was as submissive as a dog. They even suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Not far away, Li Yueming put down the document in his hand and glanced at Caoxin, asking curiously, "Banquet? What banquet? You didn't pay tribute on time." 3 Kings Street was the 3 largest and most resource-rich sewers in the underground world. They were lined up in pipes that extended in all directions, held by 3 strong sworn brothers. It was undoubtedly the strongest faction in the underworld. If the bosses of the other sewers wanted to manage a particular sewer legitimately, they had to pay tribute to the 3 brothers regularly. The sewer that Li Yueming is at belongs to one of the 3 kings, Ghost King Zhu Yun. Therefore, when he heard about the banquet, Li Yueming's first reaction was that Caoxin did not pay enough protection fees, so Zhu Yun noticed. Caoxin immediately became anxious. He hurriedly explained, "I've already paid for this month's food and money on time." "Boss, when the 3 kings said to have a meal, they meant a meeting. When did a meeting equate to a meal?" Li Yueming was speechless. He seemed to have noticed Li Yueming's hesitation. Caoxin continued to explain, "Boss, Zhu Yun said that compared to a meeting, he prefers to host a banquet directly. That's why the meeting is equivalent to a banquet." Li Yueming was completely speechless. However, on second thought, for the illiterate people in the sewers, this meeting was really too difficult to understand. It was better to host the banquet directly. Li Yueming rubbed his chin, stood up and asked, "Why did they suddenly decide to host one?" Caoxin said without thinking, "It's nothing more than increasing taxes, collecting gifts, and drawing up territories. Otherwise, we can't really eat, right?" Li Yueming nodded and did not continue to speak. Caoxin carefully looked up at Li Yueming. Then, he lowered his head and said, "Boss, how should we arrange this meeting? Usually, when encountered such a thing, it is never good news." Caoxin was already panicking. After all, those old men on 3 Kings Street were famous for their bad temper. The eldest was easily angered, the second was greedy, and the third was petty. Every time the banquet started, it would torment them. Many bosses of the sewers were already complaining about this. But this time, he looked at Li Yueming in front of him. Caoxin showed a rare emotion. After all, others might not know. However, he was well aware of the abilities of this demon in front of him. He could not wait to see the conflict between the three kings and Li Yueming. Hearing this, Li Yueming snapped out of his thoughts. A cold smile appeared on his face. "I'll go with you to meet those bastards." Chapter 9, The Storm is About to Rise. Underground World. Countless sewer leaders received the news from Three Kings Street. In response, the reactions were all different. According to past practice, the Three Kings Street brothers gathered the other leaders to test their dominance. After all, the underground world had always been a place where might is power. As the supreme ruler of this area, the Three Kings Street brothers had to show their strength every once in a while. Otherwise, the annual tribute will only shrink year by year. Secondly, they could also teach some disobedient ones a lesson. They wanted to benefit themselves. All in all, to the various leaders, it was difficult to get any benefits every time the banquet started. Unfortunately, the fists of the Three Kings Street brothers were hard enough. Therefore, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only pinch their noses and head over. The underground world was complicated. Countless sewers formed a huge web that extended in all directions. Ordinary people would get lost if they were not careful. Three Kings Street was undoubtedly located in the middle of the sewers. It was the main sewer system in the world before the cataclysm. It was precisely because of this. From time to time, food and supplies from Fallout Shelter 0911 could be found on Three Kings Street. These things might not be worth mentioning in the world above ground. However, it was a top-notch treasure in the underground world. It was considered the most resource-rich area in the sewers. Li Yueming followed behind Caoxin. He entered the famous Three Kings Street in the underground world as part of entourage. The three brothers had already set up the venue. Many of the leaders had already taken their seats. While they were on guard, they were chatting with their friends. In fact, in Li Yueming's opinion, this thing was more like a gathering of old men and women from the countryside in his previous life. It was not cool at all. Li Yueming followed behind Caoxin and looked coldly at the bosses of the underground world. Compared to the sallow and skinny ordinary refugees, the boss's physical fitness was much better. Many of them were even wearing handmade clothes. Although it still looked a little out of place, it was possible to wear intact clothes in such a place where it was difficult to even eat. It was enough to show that their status was not comparable. Caoxin brought Li Yueming into the arena. The other leaders sitting not far away also looked over. These gazes were filled with all kinds of inexplicable emotions. Cold, alert, ill-intentioned. They were all different. Apparently, many of these gazes came from Caoxin's enemies. Caoxin was expressionless. He walked in and sat down. His butt was not even warm yet. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face suddenly stood up. He walked in front of Caoxin and twisted his neck. His expression was ferocious as he said, "Caoxin, I didn't expect you to really dare to come." Caoxin glanced at him. This person's name was Wu Lei. They were both bosses of different sewers, and conflicts often broke out between them over territory. They were considered old enemies. Therefore, he replied coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare to come?" The scar-faced man sized up Caoxin several times. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, I hope you can still be as stubborn when you go back." Caoxin snorted coldly. If it was any other day, he might be a little afraid. However, ever since he joined Li Yueming, Caoxin felt more and more secure. One had to know that there were some people who were born different. People with heaven-defying luck. In Caoxin's opinion, Li Yueming was such a person. Now, Caoxin only wanted to cozy up to Li Yueming. If Li Yueming told him to go east, he would definitely not go west. If he wanted him to go south, he would definitely not go north. As for any other unnecessary thoughts, he had long extinguished them himself. After dealing with Wu Lei's sarcasm. Before Caoxin could take a sip of water. Not far away, a fat woman in her 30s walked over. It was unbelievable to see a fatty in the underground world. The fat woman was the fat and strong type. A pair of viper-like eyes appeared on her round face. She looked like a moving mountain of flesh. The fat woman had just arrived. The voices of the other leaders around him involuntarily became much softer. While looking at the fat woman with some fear. Even Wu Lei, who had been arrogant before, sat back down. The woman walked over casually. Her small mountain-like body seemed very oppressive. And yet, just as she passed by Li Yueming, the fat woman suddenly stopped. Her eyes were fixed on Li Yueming, who was behind Caoxin. She licked her lips and said, "Little handsome guy, you look quite strong. Have you eaten meat?" Li Yueming looked around. After confirming that there was no one else around, only then did he answer, "Auntie, I'm only 12 years old this year." The fat woman's pupils constricted. The kind smile on her face turned cold. "What did you call me just now? Do you know the meaning of death?" Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. He did not want to complicate matters in front of the three kings. However, since this fat pig insisted on coming up to find trouble, he naturally had no reason to be polite. He smiled and said, "I greeted you as auntie. Why should I have greeted you as fat pig instead?" Hearing this, instantly, everyone in the living room gasped. The group of bosses who were originally looking down could not help but look sideways. Many men looked at Li Yueming with pity. This damn fat woman was famous for being a pervert. She had ruined many of the more beautiful men in the pipes she occupied. Even the children. Her fetish was special and her taste was extreme. It could be said that even in the underground world, this fat woman was notorious. Many men who had been violated by her hated her so much that they gritted their teeth. However, due to her powerful strength, they could not say a thing. And now, Li Yueming actually dared to publicly mock the old fat woman's age. The fat woman was probably on the verge of going berserk. The group of leaders were amazed by Li Yueming's courage. They were all very curious about how Caoxin would face it. Especially Scarface Wu Lei. He was just short of gloating. After all, be it his personal strength or the number of subordinates he had, Caoxin was far inferior to the fat woman. He definitely couldn't do it head-on, he didn't even dare to fart. He would probably be looked down upon by others. It's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place. As for Li Yueming, no one cared what a servant and slave thought. From the moment he offended the fat woman, he was given a death sentence in their hearts. It landed in the fat woman's hands. It was just a different way to die. The moment he saw the fat woman, Caoxin had a bad premonition. After all, Li Yueming was only 12 years old. However, judging from his physique, he was no different from a normal adult. Moreover, he was extremely handsome with red lips and white teeth. He did not look like a child born in this filthy sewer at all. It would be strange if he wasn't targeted by the fat woman. However, it was already too late for him to react. He looked at the fat woman with a cold expression not far away. Caoxin, on the other hand, was a little flustered. After all, there was a difference in fat woman's strength from the three kings. However, she could be considered as one of the top factions in the sewers. If it was any other day, he could only tuck his tail between his legs and apologize. However, things are different now. Caoxin took 2 deep breaths. He braced himself and stood up to scold, "Did you hear that? Damn fat pig, get lost!" Chapter 10, The Three Kings Gather, Danger Arrives. He looked at the fat woman who was not far away with a gloomy expression. All that were present looked like they were watching a good show. Apparently, they were all looking forward to how this matter would end. However, just as they thought that Caoxin would break his teeth and swallow it. Unexpectedly, Caoxin's expression did not change much. He stood up and said coldly, "I don't need to repeat myself, right? Damn fat pig, get lost." As soon as these words were spoken, instantly, the entire living room fell silent. Li Yueming's mockery of the fat woman had only surprised them. After all, as a servant, Li Yueming probably insulted the fat woman because he had no idea who she was. But now, hearing Caoxin openly mock the fat woman, all of them were stunned. Damn it! Where did Caoxin get the guts? How dare he go against the infamous fat woman? Was he not afraid of death? At this moment, the entire reception room instantly fell silent. All eyes were on Li Yueming, Caoxin, and the others. To be given a sewer to rule over, Caoxin was naturally not completely useless. Even in the sewers, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall. At this moment, when he stood up and scolded angrily, he was tall and strong. Although he was slightly inferior. But at least he was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura. The fat woman's face had turned from livid to purple-red. It was fine if a small follower mocked her. Caoxin, who was also a sewer leader, actually mocked her in such a public manner. This was undoubtedly a slap to the fat woman's face. She had been in power for so many years. This was the first time she had been humiliated like this. Her cold eyes looked at Li Yueming and his companion. The fat woman was furious and said coldly, "All right, since the two of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, in a fit of anger, the fat woman picked up a wooden bench beside her. It suddenly smashed towards Li Yueming and the other two. In a meeting organized by the three kings, all leaders invited were only allowed to bring one attendant. Any offensive weapons would be confiscated. Therefore, even if the fat woman wanted to cut the two people in front of her into pieces, she had no weapons on hand to use. She could only use such a method. Li Yueming stood still. Caoxin's expression changed. He hurriedly rushed over and kicked the stool in the air. He shielded Li Yueming. Such a scene. He, once again, amazed all the sewer leaders around him. Even the fat woman, who was still furious, stopped in her tracks when she saw this scene. A bewildered expression appeared on her face. One had to know that Caoxin was a sewer leader himself. Logically speaking, Li Yueming, who was standing behind him, should be doing his best to protect Caoxin from harm. However, the situation was reversed. Li Yueming stood still, his expression didn't change much. Caoxin was extremely nervous. It was as if he was afraid that something would happen to Li Yueming. After a short silence, the heads whispered to each other. What the hell? Caoxin is actually protecting that follower. Shouldn't he be protecting Caoxin? F***ck, what's going on? Is that kid Caoxin's illegitimate son? F***ck, now that you mention it, it really seems possible. I see. No wonder that kid is so arrogant. Ha ha ha, Caoxin has been tricked badly this time. That's right. If they provoke the fat woman, they won't have a good time. I hope they fight quickly. Maybe we can get some benefits out of this. The group whispered among themselves. After a short discussion, they thought that they had finally guessed the truth. After all, if he was not an illegitimate child, why would Caoxin provoke the fat woman for a follower? And yet, what no one noticed was, there were also a few in the seats with subtle expressions on their faces. He had originally thought that it was just a small farce. No one expected it to develop into such shocking event. It could be said that in just a few minutes, the moods were like roller coasters. There were several ups and downs. Not far away, the fat woman's face darkened. She looked at Caoxin standing in front of her. The killing intent in her eyes was so strong that it was about to overflow. At this moment, a bald man in his 30s walked out. He looked at the mess on the ground. The bald man said, "If you damage the benches in the venue, you'll have to compensate with 5 kilos of earthworms. If you fight in the venue, you'll have to compensate with 30 kilograms of earthworms. A total of 40 caddies of dried earthworms per person. Less 1 caddy, don't even think about returning from here today." When facing the bald man, a rare look of fear appeared on the fat woman's face. She resisted the urge to continue attacking. She looked at Li Yueming and Caoxin. The fat woman's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. She gritted her teeth and said, "You two have guts this time. I hope you can still be like today when we meet again." Then, she snorted, turned around and found a place to sit down. Caoxin glanced at Li Yueming. After he nodded, he returned to his seat. The bald man's name was Zhou Fenghai, nicknamed Nero Zhou. He was the third of the 3 kings. He was usually in charge of the taxes in the entire sewer. Those who had interacted with Zhou Fenghai knew his greedy personality. This guy was said to be able to demand payment even when the king of hell passed through. Therefore, even if it was the fat woman, she would not be dumb enough to not even consider the consequences in front of her. Because of Zhou Fenghai's intervention, this storm temporarily came to an end. But everyone knew that this matter was far from over. The fat woman had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of Li Yueming and Caoxin. She would definitely not let the matter rest when she returned. However, this was all in the future. As Zhou Haifeng walked on the road, the meeting officially began. The various leaders also focused their attention. The leader of the 3 kings was called Zhou Wuhei. He was a super burly man. There was a half-meter-long scar on his chest. The scar tore from shoulder to abdomen. From afar, it looked like a centipede. It looked extremely ferocious. It was said that Zhou Wuhei had killed a sewer rat with his bare hands. The Rat King's claws contained poison. It was precisely because of this. The boss would often fly into a rage after being corroded by the poison. He looked at the extremely oppressive body not far away. Even Li Yueming was very curious. How did Zhou Wuhei grow such thick muscles in the sewers? Ordinary refugees could probably play merry-go-round on his arm. The second brother's name was Zhou Haishan. He was completely different from Zhou Wuhei's brutal body. Zhou Haishan was a skinny middle-aged man. He looked like a bamboo pole. However, his eyes occasionally revealed a venomous snake-like gaze, but it did not cause him to be looked down upon by anyone. The 3 kings stood on a high platform neatly paved with stones and templates. He looked down at the nearly 100 leaders under his feet. Behind them, hundreds of strong underlings were like wolves and tigers. It was abnormally oppressive. In an extremely chaotic place like the underground world, the only way to make others afraid was to show their strength. Therefore, every meeting, it was a show of the 3 kings' strength to all the sewer leaders. Based on their absolute dominance of the underground world, this behavior was obviously very effective. Many were already used to this kind of behavior. However, the atmosphere on stage today was completely different from before. Most importantly, the lackey standing behind the 3 kings was actually carrying a weapon. Such a murderous scene undoubtedly made the breathing of all present quicken. Something big was going to happen today. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's minds. At this moment, on the platform, one of the 3 kings, Zhou Haishan, stood up. His gaze swept across the room. In the end, it landed on Caoxin. At the same time, Zhou Haishan's sinister voice sounded. "Caoxin, don't you have to give us an explanation?" Chapter 11, Caoxin is scared. On the stage, the hundreds of subordinates behind the 3 kings glared at him. It was very oppressive. Zhou Shenhai had a mocking look on his face as he said, "Caoxin, do you have something to explain to us?" Hearing Zhou Shenhai's question, The group of bosses were in an uproar. Today was definitely an unusual meeting. It gave off a strange feeling from beginning to end. However, no one expected the three kings had gone through so much trouble. The final target was actually Caoxin, who had always been very inconspicuous. All the bosses turned to look at Caoxin, who was drinking water not far away. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He felt everyone's gazes on him. Caoxin froze on the spot. He also did not expect such an accident to happen at a meeting he thought was just going through the process as usual. Ever since he was subdued by Li Yueming with little effort. As the mascot, he basically lost the right to manage the territory. In the past 2 years, he had not fought with the other sewer bosses around him. Nor did he owe the three kings tax money. Now that Zhou Zhenhai was so aggressive, it could only be because he had sensed the abnormality in the territory under his command. There was a faint smile on Zhou Zhenhai's face. This guy must have some evidence. Thinking of this, Caoxin finally felt a strong sense of panic. After all, offending the fat woman was also courting death. But in the end, the fat woman could not pose a substantial threat to him in the territory of the three kings. However, as 0911's controller of the underground world, the pressure that the three kings gave him was far from what the fat woman could compare to. Of course, the most important thing was that he and Li Yueming were now in the territory of the three kings. His subordinates were neither protected nor armed. Once a head-on conflict broke out, they did not even have the ability to defend themselves and could only be slaughtered. Thinking of this, Caoxin, who was uncertain, subconsciously looked at Li Yueming behind him. After all, no one else knew. He knew very well. Now, the true owner of his pathetic life was not him. Li Yueming's expression remained unchanged. It was as if nothing around him had any effect on him. Seeing how calm Li Yueming was, Caoxin barely managed to maintain his composure. Who cares? Now that it has come to this. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Who cares? I'll risk it. He looked at Zhou Zhenhai, who was not far away. Caoxin made up his mind to deny it no matter what. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Zhenhai, I had just finished paying this season's tax and food half a month ago. I wonder what I did to make you so angry." Hearing Caoxin's answer, the half-smile on Zhou Zhenhai's face deepened. He said coldly, "Hehe, do you really not know, or are you pretending to be stupid?" Caoxin's face was a little pale. However, no matter how stupid he was, he would not admit it on the spot. Therefore, he shook his head and said innocently, "I really don't know anything. Please tell me." Zhou Zhenhai looked around. Apart from a few people, most of the bosses had yet to figure out what had happened. He looked at this group of people who were no different from pigs other than fighting fiercely every day. Zhou Zhenhai could not help but reveal a mocking expression. If not for the use of keeping them, they would have long cleaned up this group of pigs. He looked at the stubborn Caoxin standing below. Zhou Zhenhai said nothing. He waved his hand. The next second, a 16 or 17-year-old child walked out. Only then did everyone realize. The child was holding a book. Although the bosses were not very cultured, however, they were still the ruling class of the underground world. Therefore, they could still recognize a few words. On the cover of the book were the words Earthworm Cultivation Guide. The moment he saw this book, Caoxin felt as if he was struck by lightning. Oh no! Everything was over. No wonder the three kings made an exception and held a meeting even though they had just collected this quarter's taxes not long ago. It turned out that this meeting was entirely for him alone. Zhou Zhenhai looked down at Caoxin and sneered, "My youngest son gave this to me. What else do you have to say?" Caoxin's face turned pale. His lips had lost their color from excessive nervousness. In the underground world, Although books were not explicitly forbidden to study like human society on the surface world. However, it was also a tacit ban by the various bosses. After all, no one wanted the slaves under their rule to become educated and have a mind of their own. Only the core members around the rulers were qualified to learn words. But now, however, Zhou Shenhai had obtained the books that were circulating in his territory. This meant that he had already angered everyone. Who knew how much evidence Zhou Shenhai had collected? One had to know that within the actual jurisdiction of the alliance, there were simply many such books. As long as someone investigated, it would not take half a day to find a large pile. Thinking of this, Caoxin opened his mouth several times. But he couldn't say a word. However, Zhou Shenhai was not prepared to let him off. He continued, "You actually trained an army behind our backs and even organized a group of brats to learn such nonsense." As he spoke, Zhou Shenhai seemed to be enraged as he shouted, "Caoxin, what are your intentions?" With such a roar, Caoxin shuddered. Apparently, his psychological defense was on the verge of collapse. The surrounding bosses, who had just woken up from a dream, also came back to their senses. All of them widened their eyes and looked at Caoxin angrily. "Caoxin, you actually taught those slaves to read? He, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill us all? No wonder I keep feeling that the number of books circulating in the territory has increased recently. I haven't had the time to investigate. It's because of you. You fucking traitor. Sirs, I suggest that all of us join forces to destroy all the factions under Caoxin. That's right. We have to completely eliminate this evil. This group of bosses may be stupid about other things, but each of them is more aware of the threat to their rights than the other. The reason why they could lord over ordinary refugees. They relied on the resources that ordinary refugees could not come into contact with. Brute force, intelligence, and luck. Neither could be missing. The book was undoubtedly one of their trump cards. After all, only by understanding the words could one accept the inheritance. Only by accepting the legacy of the wise sages could they enslave other refugees better. But now, Caoxin taught the books and words to a group of slaves. It was definitely an unforgivable act for them. It would not be an exaggeration to want to cut Caoxin into pieces. At this moment, all the sewer bosses in the underground world were furious. If not for the fact that the three kings were still present, they would probably already have eaten Caoxin alive. Zhou Shenhai pressed his hands together. Only then did the agitated bosses quiet down. Looking at Caoxin, who was already slumped on the stool, Zhou Shenhai said indifferently, "Caoxin, your actions have seriously disrupted the order of the underground world and caused heavy losses to all. So, if you have anything to say, go to hell and speak to the god of hell." Zhou Shenhai gave him a look. More than 10 strong men instantly rushed out from below the stage. They attacked from both sides. And yet, at this critical moment, Li Yueming, who had been daydreaming behind Caoxin, suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Chapter 12, Human Tyrannosaurus Li Yueming, everyone is shocked. Below the reception hall, the bosses were furious. In their opinion, Caoxin's act of spreading knowledge and culture to a group of refugees was undoubtedly a complete betrayal. If not for Zhou Shenhai's reputation, this group of bosses had probably torn Caoxin into pieces by now. But even so, the atmosphere was tense. Following Zhou Shenhai's order, a group of strong men rushed over. These were the most elite personal guards under the three kings, known as the Royal Guards. Every attack contained the wrath of the three kings. It stirred up the storm in the underground world. Caoxin was scared out of his wits and sat down on the chair. After all, even if it was him, he had only heard of the legend of the guards. In the past, Zhou Shenhai had only mobilized less than 20 guards. It nailed the head of a powerful boss to the door. And this time, it was just to capture him. The guards had mobilized nearly 20 people. Caoxin would never have dreamed of it. He had actually enjoyed such treatment one day. No doubt. As long as he fell into their hands, it would definitely be a miserable outcome. Caoxin gritted his teeth. He was prepared to commit suicide as soon as possible to preserve his last shred of dignity. And yet, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Wait a minute." The young man's voice was very indifferent. But it was extremely clear. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent because of these 3 short words. The group of bosses looked at each other. They saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. They finally calmed down. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Behind Caoxin, a handsome young man slowly stood up. And so, the group of bosses widened their eyes even more. Li Yueming's identity had previously aroused speculations. A more unified view, this confirmed to them that Li Yueming should be Caoxin's illegitimate son. After all, the fat woman was not an ordinary person. Li Yueming could still act as if nothing had happened after offending her and even obtain Caoxin's protection. Other than the fact that he was Caoxin's illegitimate son, there was no other better explanation. And now, Caoxin himself was already in trouble. Li Yueming, a little brat who hadn't even gone through puberty, actually dared to get involved? He really didn't know the meaning of death. A boss snorted coldly. "How dare you? Your father is about to be killed. Who do you think you are?" He heard someone reprimanding him. The other bosses also came back to their senses. They all stood up and said, "Little brat," Lord Shenhai even mobilized the royal court's guards. "You really don't know the severity of the issue. Do you think this is your family's territory?" In the crowd, the fat woman's eyes were cold as she sized Li Yueming up. A cruel smile appeared on his face. She turned her head to look at Zhou Zhenhai, who was not far away. She licked her lips and said, "Sir, don't kill this young man later. I have a use for him." Zhou Zhenhai had naturally heard of the fat woman's reputation. Li Yueming had offended the fat woman before. If he fell into her hands, he would probably suffer the same fate. At the same time, it was also useful for him to have her owe him a favor. Therefore, Zhou Zhenhai naturally had no objections. Therefore, he nodded. After getting permission, the fat woman licked her lips. She looked at Li Yueming greedily. As for Li Yueming's opinion, apparently, Li Yueming had no right to speak at all. At this moment, the royal court guards who had surrounded them finally came to their senses. They suddenly quickened their pace. They wanted to capture Li Yueming and Caoxin together. Li Yueming was not annoyed by this. After all, he had been mentally prepared for this before coming. A strong man from the royal court's guards rushed over. He reached out to press Li Yueming down. Li Yueming's gaze was like lightning. The moment he stretched out his hand, he attacked first. He grabbed the man's wrist. The next second, Li Yueming's fingers exerted a little force. There was an audible click. The wrist of the burly man from the royal court's guards was actually crushed by him. "Ah!" Screams resounded throughout the entire hall. The group of sewer bosses who thought that it would be easy were all shocked by this sudden scene. Damn it! What the hell is this? When they finally made sense of what was going on, the group of bosses looked over. The man from the royal court's escort team had his wrist crushed by a brat like Li Yueming. In an extremely humiliating position, Li Yueming placed him upside down on the table. The shrill screams were like the wails of evil spirits from hell. Many wiped their eyes repeatedly in disbelief. Only then did they believe everything they saw. The shock struck like a lightning bolt. One had to know that these men were not hooligans. Instead, it was said that dozens royal court's guards is sufficient to sweep through the entire underground world. They enjoyed the support of the entire underground world. It was the strongest organization in the underground world. But now, the members of the royal court guards were actually easily pinned down by a brat. Around him, the other guards could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. However, they had undergone strict training after all. Therefore, after a short moment of shock, they continued to rush forward. A total of 6 royal court guards surrounded Li Yueming in the middle. One learns from one's mistakes. After the one was unable to hold him down just now, the royal court guards also understood that Li Yueming was not so simple. They formed a circle and prepared to attack with all their might. 2 of the strongest men stood at the front, wanting to use their height and weight to restrain Li Yueming. The other members swarmed forward and pressed Li Yueming down. And yet, the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Although Li Yueming was not as tall as the 2 burly men, the strength of his body was even more terrifying than that of them. He directly collided head-on with the 2 men until they fell flat on their faces. The other guard's eyes almost popped out. Damn it! What kind of monster was this? Could such a monster be nurtured in the underground world? At this moment, the guards fell into deep self-doubt. However, Li Yueming had no intention of being polite to them. After repelling the 2 burly men, he kicked hard. They flew more than 3 meters into the air, before landing on the roof. Then, he jumped up again, leaping more than 10 meters high like a spring, landing right beside Zhou Zhenhai. The group of so-called elite guards were like 3-year-old children in front of him. They could only watch as Li Yueming approached their boss from the sky. He clapped his hands. Li Yueming's expression was relaxed and his eyes were clear. He looked at Zhou Zhenhai, who was stiff and in disbelief. He revealed a harmless smile. He said calmly, "How is it? Can you hear me out now?" Chapter 13, Trash ends in the trash can. Damn it, is there something wrong with my eyes? So am I crazy or is the world crazy? Who exactly is this kid? His combat strength is too terrifying. He can actually easily subdue the members of the royal court's guards. F***ck, this physique completely belongs to the humanoid T-Rex. He actually rushed in front of the 3 kings. This is so unbelievable. The sewer boss's jaws dropped. Many of them even muttered unconsciously. The scene before them was too shocking. He was just a child in their eyes. He had actually easily defeated 3 royal court guards, and easily passed through the layers of defense and rushed to the stage where the 3 kings were. And looking at him, everything he did just now seemed as normal as eating and drinking. Such an exaggerated scene. It could be said to have shocked the bosses for an entire year. At this moment, they couldn't even care less about maintaining their pride. On the stage, he looked at Li Yueming, who rushed to him in no time. Zhou Zhenhai's pupils constricted violently several times. It was obvious that the emotions in his heart were hundreds of times stronger than what he showed on the surface. However, as one of the current supreme rulers of the underground world, Zhou Zhenhai's mental fortitude was far beyond that of other bosses. Even though he had already cursed 10,000 times in his heart. However, he still maintained his composure on the outside. He took 2 deep breaths. Zhou Zhenhai stopped his lackeys who were surrounding him. He said calmly, "Your strength is not bad. I'll give you a chance to speak." Since Li Yueming revealed his astonishing combat strength, as one of the 3 kings, Zhou Zhenhai finally took the young man in front of him seriously. Li Yueming did not keep them in suspense. He looked at Zhou Zhenhai and Zhou Wuhei and Zhou Fenghai, who were not far behind him. He said directly, "I want to cooperate with the 3 kings." Hearing this, Zhou Zhenhai's eyes revealed some confusion. He had thought that Li Yueming would threaten him. He had also thought that Li Yueming bragged arrogantly to him. But he never expected it. Li Yueming actually wanted to discuss a collaboration with them. Zhou Zhenhai looked around. They were surrounded by underlings who were eyeing Li Yueming covetously and could not wait to tear him into pieces. Under such a tense atmosphere, this young man actually wanted to discuss a collaboration with him? Zhou Shenhai's interest was piqued. He asked, "No matter how good your skills are, you're just a servant. What right do you have to talk about cooperation with me?" Li Yueming seemed to be prepared for this. He glanced around. Below the stage, Caoxin, who thought that his head was about to fall to the ground, finally came back to his senses. He quickly stood up and said, "Lord Shenhai, Li Yueming is the boss of the sewers in my area." Zhou Shenhai glanced at him. There was a chill in his eyes. No matter how stupid he was, now, he understood everything. Previously, he was still puzzled. Caoxin didn't look like someone with such skill and boldness. He could actually do it in just 2 to 3 years. They had quietly developed an organization that even they felt was a serious threat. Now it seems, Caoxin had probably already been taken over by this young man in front of him. The reason why he was still known as the head of the sewer. It was just a cover-up. Unfortunately, they were the rulers of the underground world. He actually did not notice it after such a long time. And so, Zhou Shenhai's gaze returned to Li Yueming, and he finally revealed a look of deep fear. Li Yueming did not care about Zhou Shenhai's thoughts. After revealing his identity, he continued, "I plan to promote the model of the Star Moon Alliance to the entire 0911 underground world so that everyone can have clothes and food." Hearing these words, Zhou Shenhai's first thought was that there was something wrong with his brain. His second thought was that there was something wrong with Li Yueming's brain. He could not help but laugh in anger. "Are you joking with me?" Li Yueming took out a handful of earthworms from his pocket and said, "I used some books left behind before the cataclysm to restore the large-scale cultivation method of earthworms. The cultivated dried earthworms can solve 80% of the food shortage of the refugees in the underground world." As he spoke, he took out a handful of dried earthworms and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he continued, "Not only is the dried earthworm rich in protein, but it can also replenish all kinds of minerals needed in the human body. With it, we can liberate more labor, and the probability of ordinary refugees contracting all kinds of strange diseases will be greatly reduced. Once the time is right, we can even return to the surface world to build a new home." He said a lot in one breath. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had given his all. However, be it Zhou Shenhai or the group of bosses below the stage, they looked at him strangely, as if he was watching a comical clown putting on a show that no one cared about. Before he could finish, Zhou Shenhai interrupted, "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Li Yueming looked serious and nodded. "Of course." Zhou Shenhai was so angry that he laughed again. For a moment, he didn't even know what to make of it. He could not help but say, "Brat, I'll give you another chance. You can ask me for a position as the head of a sewer line. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I'll consider it." Li Yueming smiled. "I don't want the position. I just want to cooperate with you and build the underground world together." Splat! Before Zhou Shenhai could speak, behind him, one of the 3 kings, Zhou Wohei, whose body build rivals a humanoid T-Rex, suddenly stood up. There was a hint of mockery on his incomparably fierce face. "Kid, you seem to be very arrogant." Beside him, the scrawny Zhou Fenghai could not help but laugh. "I thought I met a ruthless person today. I didn't expect to be fooled by a childish clown for so long." Below the stage, the group of bosses also had scoffing expressions on their faces. "Together to make this underground world better? He he he. If the slaves rose up, what should they do? This kind of thing shouldn't have existed from the beginning." The third brother, Zhou Fenghai, raised his ears. His tiny eyes revealed a greedy light as he said, "Kid, give up on your unrealistic fantasies. Hand over the method to cultivate earthworms on a large scale. If we're in a good mood, we might even leave your corpse intact." As soon as he finished speaking, a phenomenon occurred. Boom! A loud bang sounded. Zhou Shenhai, who was originally held hostage by Li Yueming, suddenly stomped his feet. Dust suddenly rose from the platform made of stones and templates. Zhou Shenhai took this opportunity to retreat back. The surrounding guards, who were already prepared for this, swarmed forward and guarded him in a few breaths. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone felt their vision blur. Then, a cloud of dust rose from the high platform. When the dust slowly fell to the ground, there was no longer any suspense on the stage. But at some point, sharp handmade spears had appeared in the gaps between the wooden boards under Li Yueming's feet. The spears formed a circle and trapped Li Yueming in the center. Around him, the royal court guards who came out in full force also held weapons. They only needed to receive an order. Li Yueming, who was surrounded, would turn into a pile of minced meat. Apparently, the three kings had dominated the underground world for so many years without falling. Of course, they lived up to their reputation. The entire platform was already prepared for assassination at the beginning of the design. Every time the three kings hosted here, at least 30 members of the royal court's guards would be hiding under the high platform. As long as an assassin rushed onto the platform, they could raise sand and dust under the platform at any time to create chaos, stabbing out with his spear and piercing the assassin's intestines. It was precisely because of this. Only then could Zhou Shenhai maintain his confidence in front of Li Yueming. At this moment, he got rid of Li Yueming's threat. Zhou Shenhai also removed his mask of politeness. He said fiercely, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of negotiating with me?" He looked at the incomparably cold metal spears in front of him and the covetous gazes of the guards. Li Yueming could not help but sigh. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "I've always advocated killing people with kindness. I don't want my hands to be stained with blood. However, if you insist on forcing me, don't blame me for being impolite. Rotten and smelly trash. Only by sweeping it into the trash can will it not emit a stench." Chapter 14, A New Era Begins Today. When Li Yueming explained his goal on the high platform, the surrounding including the three kings, all the bosses scoffed at this. As a vested interest, the vision described by Li Yueming was poison in the world for them. Therefore, the so-called cooperation was naturally impossible. On the stage, nearly 100 royal guards surrounded Li Yueming. As long as an order is issued, they would swarm forward and tear Li Yueming into pieces. Li Yueming was finally subdued. All the bosses heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were excited. "My lord, kill this brat. It's not enough to kill him. We should chop off his limbs and hang him in the sewers to let those unruly people see the consequences of going against us." "That's right. Cut off his limbs and feed him to the dogs. Make him wish he was dead." All kinds of cruel punishments were used by this group of people. All around, the royal court's guards were complacent, the three kings looked at them disdainfully, and the bosses sneered. He looked at Li Yueming as if he was looking at a cold corpse. It was determined that there could be no peaceful solution to the problem. On the stage, Li Yueming sighed. Although beside him were the most elite guards in the entire underground world, the spear was less than a centimeter away from his neck. Yet, he remained unmoved. At this moment, everyone thought he was a clown. Little did he know, the real clowns were themselves. He lowered his eyes. Li Yueming muttered to himself, "Now I can finally understand why the powerful are the most heartless." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The arrow with the torch cut through the darkness of the conference room like a meteor. Hundreds and thousands of arrows rained down. Under the shocked gazes of all the sewer bosses, the arrows fell into the crowd. Pucci! The sound of something hard piercing his chest rang out. The screams rose and fell. The entire meeting room was in chaos. When he got closer, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. On the stage, The moment the arrow tore through the air, the third brother, Zhou Fenghai, cursed, "What the hell? Where did this rebel army come from?" As the most powerful of the underground world, Zhou Fenghai could not imagine that someone could sneak into their territory without anyone knowing. Because of treaties and agreements, when the three kings held a meeting, they could not mobilize too many subordinates. Therefore, currently, other than the hundreds of elite guards of the royal court, the entire meeting room was surrounded by hundreds of elites. There were no other ordinary lackeys. After all, this was a banquet that all bosses had to attend. No one expected that someone would choose to attack under such circumstances. But now, it didn't matter if they were willing to believe it or not. The smell of blood in the air was unmistakable. They had really been attacked by the rebels. The royal court guards were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. Therefore, they needed time to react. In this short span of time, Li Yueming, who was originally surrounded, suddenly attacked. He quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly snatched the spear from the hands of a guard beside him. He held a spear. Li Yueming used all his strength to sweep. Clang! A crisp sound. Sparks flew as the steel clashed. Li Yueming's unreasonably strong physique displayed its might again. More than a dozen guards were actually sent flying by him. Crap! Zhou Fenghai was cursing while he happened to witness this scene. He subconsciously cursed. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly shouted in a hoarse voice, "Did I raise you trash for nothing? Don't let this kid escape! Kill him already!" Only then did the group of lackeys wake up from their daze. They hurriedly pounced forward. Looking at the blood on the spear in his hand, Li Yueming shook his spear lightly and said, "Escape? Indeed, none of you can escape today." Then, he stood still, spear in hand. It seemed to be preparing to face hundreds of royal guards alone. This scene gave Zhou Zhenhai chills from head to toe. How was the young man in front of him a brat? He was clearly a living god of death. Be it courage or aura, they were enough to make ordinary people worship them. Still, he was shocked. Zhou Zhenhai could not help but rejoice. If Li Yueming had chosen to escape immediately, he could really have taken advantage of the chaos and escape. However, he did not know what was wrong with this kid. He actually stayed where he was and did not move. Although Zhou Zhenhai did not know who the rebel army that attacked them was. But it was obvious. These people definitely had something to do with Li Yueming. As long as he could capture Li Yueming, perhaps he could predict the rebel army's next move. They could even use this as a threat to stall for time and wait for backup to receive the news and come to support. At that time, no matter how arrogant the rebels were, he could not escape death. Just as Zhou Zhenhai and the other two were still thinking. Below the stage, the number of arrows kept decreasing. The miserable screams of the bosses gradually got less. Apparently, without their lackeys and weapons, the sewer bosses were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the fully armed troops. In just a few minutes, at least half of the hundreds of sewer bosses were killed. The other bosses were either hiding or lying on the ground pretending to be dead. On the entire battlefield, he couldn't even find anyone who dared to breathe loudly. Zhou Zhenhai and the others felt that something was wrong. They felt that they had overestimated the combat strength of this rebel army. Unexpectedly, it only took a few minutes. The venue became quiet. At this moment, a neat line appeared in the darkness. There were about 100 people in this team. 90% of the members were in their late teens. All of them had determined expressions. Although the weapons in their hands were simple, yet, they were all standing in a straight line like a well-trained army. The leader of the team, a young man in his 20s, saluted Li Yueming and said, "Reporting to teacher, the 0911 escort team has completed the mission. We await further instructions." He looked at the energetic young people in front of him. Li Yueming nodded. His meticulous nurturing was not in vain. At this moment, fresh blood had already sprouted in this dark underground world. If nothing went wrong, in the future, they would become a torrent of steel to completely change the world. And now, it was time for the seeds to shine. Li Yueming pointed at the three kings not far away and said coldly, "I'll let you personally sweep up this group of trash into the trash heap of history. A new era begins today." Hearing these words, all the youths looked at Li Yueming with fanatical admiration. The young man in the lead saluted meticulously. He turned around and said to his subordinates, "Pass down teacher's orders. All the scum who want to obstruct teacher's establishment of a new era, clean them up and leave no one alive. A new era begins today." Chapter 15, Son of God, Opening a New Era. All the scumbags who hinder teacher from forming a new era must be cleaned up. None of them will be left alive. Following the order, all the Star Moon Alliance members gathered together. Around him, countless refugees carrying hose and dustpans poked their heads out of the darkness, looking at the sewer bosses lying in a pool of blood around him. Every refugee's eyes flickered with fanaticism and excitement. This group of refugees who were used to being oppressed finally realized that this group of men who were usually high and mighty would pee their pants too, when in the face of death. And so, many of these refugees who were originally half willing and half coaxed joined the battle boldly. In the beginning, there were only a few refugees following behind 0911's guards and Star Moon Alliance members. However, as the guards continued to advance, more and more refugees joined. Dozens of people. Hundreds of people. Nearly 1,000 people. The surging crowd was like an ocean. It was unstoppable. Under such circumstances, the three kings, who were still trying to resist, quickly lost their dignity and fled. Looking at the panicking bosses, a violent cheer erupted from the refugees. Li Yueming was surrounded by the crowd. Some refugees called him the Son of God. Some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed. In their impression, it seemed that only the Son of God could be so wise and mighty. In response, Li Yueming could only smile bitterly. Actually, when the three kings gathered all the bosses to the central pipeline for a meeting, Li Yueming already knew what the other party was up to. After all, Li Yueming had seen this kind of excuse used many times in the history books of his previous life. Moreover, he had infinite deductions on his side. Naturally, he could not fall for their trap. However, after lying low for so long, the Star Moon Alliance's expansion was gradually approaching saturation. He wanted to expand further. Ordinary infiltration was no longer effective. They had to use their fangs and claws to cut various parties off so that the alliance could continue to grow. Therefore, after repeated deductions, only then did Li Yueming decide to beat them at their own game. He took the initiative to say that he wanted to go to the central pipeline with Caoxin. He took this opportunity to wipe out the three kings and the others who came to participate in the meeting. Now, the plan had progressed to this part. The toughest bone had been bitten off. Li Yueming did not continue to worry about the remaining defeated soldiers. He handed them all to his subordinates for practice. After all, what he needed was not a puppet organization. Instead, he needed a right-hand man who could really help him. Therefore, appropriately letting go can fully hone the cohesion of the organization's members. Successful change of fate. At the age of 12, you had already shocked the world. At the meeting where the three kings invited the bosses, you successfully killed everyone and successfully changed your fate. The score of this simulated reincarnation has increased greatly. Additional reward, 8,000 reincarnation points. Part of the permanent reincarnation mark has been activated. Time flowed, and the sun and moon shuttled. Another year passed. This year, Li Yueming was 13 years old. Now, he has become the true king of the underground world. in the entire underground of Fallout Shelter 0911. No other force could be compared to the Star-Moon Alliance. Still, the remnants of the sewer bosses in the regions are still active. The battle in the reception room. The Alliance had killed nearly 200 bosses. But that included the 3 kings. Half of the sewer bosses took advantage of the chaos to escape. The 0911 guards chased after them. Even if he tried his best, he could only kill Zhou Fenghai, one of the 3 kings. After Zhou Wuhei and Zhou Zhenhai escaped, he gathered the remaining forces and established the Sewer Leaders Alliance, training his underlings to fight to the death with the Star-Moon Alliance. And yet, as the scaled-up production line for nurturing earthworms gradually took shape, the combat power of the Alliance's troops became stronger and stronger. The resistance of the sewer bosses was rapidly weakening. They probably wouldn't be able to resist for long. This was the tide of the times. The once insufferably arrogant bosses had turned into the withered flowers of yesterday in just a year. It was about to wither. Of course, Li Yueming was not very interested in this information. After all, with the current situation, all the fish that swam upstream end up stranded on the beach. The era of the bosses had long passed on the night of the previous year. Now, other than eating and teaching normally, he locked himself in his house most of the day and used his talent to run simulations. The reason why he was so focused? It was because he realized that he had encountered a problem. With his current achievements, even if he immediately returned to the simulator space, it would be enough to activate the permanent reincarnator's mark. However, Li Yueming, who had a gold talent, was naturally not satisfied with this achievement. Therefore, he tried to continue running. But no matter how he changed the deduction conditions, he realized that as long as he left the sewer and headed to the surface world, he would soon die a miserable death. 18 years old, you tried to expand the Star-Moon Alliance to the surface world. Through the sewers that lead in all directions, you reach the surface smoothly. The commotion you made attracted the attention of a group of rats on the surface world. The rats attacked you. In the chaos, your throat was bitten off by the Rat King. You're dead. He looked at the scarlet words in the deduction. Li Yueming rubbed his temples helplessly. Even though he was already 13 years old, he was considered quite well developed for a child. Even when he used infinite deductions, he still felt that his entire body was empty. Now he knew. It turned out that it was not that the refugees did not want to leave the sewers. Instead, going to the surface world and the world in the sewers were 2 completely different concepts. If he rashly walked out of the sewer, he would only die. He could not find a breakthrough point to the surface world. Li Yueming could only focus on improving his strength. Currently, the various attributes of his body were already approaching the limits of the human body. Ordinary training could no longer increase his combat strength. Therefore, Li Yueming tried to deduce a way to control his body and muscles to unleash superhuman abilities through his talent. It was similar to the breathing technique in the comics in his previous life. However, he had tried many times. Li Yueming also found nothing. Fortunately, he had a positive mindset. Every time he failed, he would summarize his lessons. He would try to build on the original foundation next time. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would probably curse. After countless failures and deductions, the deduction of the breathing technique finally raised some eyebrows. I don't know enough about this world, so I can't deduce the detailed meridian technique. I have to collect more information. After confirming this, Li Yueming could not help but exhale heavily. At this moment, outside the door, a little girl who had just learned how to walk bounced over. Her small hand gently grabbed one of Li Yueming's pants. She said in a childish voice, "Brother, I want to hear Sister Werewolf's story." This fair and cute little girl was naturally Li Yueming's sister, Li Ziyu. After a year of growth, Li Ziyu had already changed. From her wrinkled appearance as a newborn, she had become a smart and cute little princess. She was very smart. She had learned how to walk and talk long ago. Every day, after eating her fill, she would come over and pester Li Yueming to tell her all kinds of stories. She was also the only special one in the Star-Moon Alliance who could see Li Yueming every day. One could imagine how much Li Yueming doted on her. Holding his sister in his arms, Li Yueming pinched Li Zihu's face and said, "Zixi, be good. I have something to do now. I'll tell you a story tonight, okay?" Li Zihu puffed up her cheeks. Still, she nodded and said, "Brother, you have to keep your promise. You can't change your promise for 100 years." Li Yueming made a pinky promise with the little girl. Then, he hurriedly left his residence and went straight to the Alliance's headquarters. When the guard at the door saw Li Yueming, he quickly puffed out his chest. The excitement and fear on his face could not be concealed. In the past year, Li Yueming, the nominal leader of the Star-Moon Alliance, had rarely appeared. However, the legend of the Son of God never stopped spreading. He met Li Yueming in person by chance. The doorman could brag to his friends for an entire year. It could be said that the current Li Yueming was undoubtedly the legend of the Star-Moon Alliance. Chapter 16, New Breathing Technique, Power Beyond the Limit of Humanity. Li Yueming waved his hand. He gestured for the guards to keep quiet. Then, he carried Li Zihu straight to the wooden house in the center. This was the core of the Star-Moon Alliance. It was also where the Star-Moon Alliance was founded. It hid all the documents and information collected from the various sewer bosses' nests. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the civilization heritage ground of the entire underground world. Other than Li Yueming, only a few core cadres of the Star-Moon Alliance could enter this place. He pushed open the door. There was also a young boy in the room who was reading attentively. He saw Li Yueming carrying Li Zihu in. The young man's eyes lit up. He stood up and saluted. "Teacher, I haven't seen you in a long time." The young man's name was Wang Fei. He had just turned 18 this year. Although he was so young. However, he is one of the original members of the Star-Moon Alliance. He had participated in several battles with the remaining forces of the Three Kings. Furthermore, he had made a name for himself. He was also the person who handled the complicated matters of the Star-Moon Alliance. But even so, when facing Li Yueming, Wang Fei was still the young child who studied a few years ago. Li Yueming smiled. "I have been doing research recently. How is the alliance?" When Wang Fei heard this, he raised his chin proudly and said, "Reporting to teacher, the alliance's development is stable and rapid. We are also fulfilling the few goals you proposed." At this moment, he was like a student who had completed his homework, waiting for the teacher's praise and commendation. In response, Li Yueming was naturally not stingy with his praise. He nodded and said, "Yes, you did well. Keep working hard." Wang Fei said happily, "As long as I can share teacher's burden, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life." Li Yueming smiled and did not deny it. He turned around. Li Yueming began to search for the books he wanted on the bookshelf beside him. Seeing this, Wang Fei hesitated and said, "Teacher, I have a question to ask." Li Yueming turned around and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Wang Fei opened his mouth. But in the end, he did not say anything. However, he suddenly changed the topic. "It's nothing, teacher. Please wait patiently for a while. I have a gift for you." Li Yueming sized up Wang Fei several times. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. "You like to keep people in suspense." Li Yueming started flipping through the book again. Wang Fei tactfully did not ask further. He placed the book in his hand on the table and reached out to stroke Li Zihu's hair. After rubbing the little girl's shiny black hair everywhere, he sighed and whispered, "I really envy you, Princess XIXI." Li Zihu looked at the youth in front of her. After making a face, she jogged over to hug her brother's thigh. This was just a small interlude. Li Yueming did not take it to heart. After all, the assessment criteria for the simulation mark were very fair. If you want to get a higher score, you have to take higher risks. As for other trivial matters, if not necessary, Li Yueming did not seem to be too involved and interfering. Most of the books and documents collected from the sewer bosses' nests were damaged. There were less than 5 in decent condition. This brought a lot of trouble to Li Yueming's studies. Many times, in order to decipher a sentence in the certificate, Li Yueming had to put together several incomplete books. Moreover, he had repeatedly deduced and analyzed it. Only then could he come up with an accurate answer. Time passed day by day in this boring manner. This year, Li Yueming was already 14 years old. During this period of time, Li Yueming read all the books in the underground world. In fact, during this process, Li Yueming had also reconstructed several books through continuous deductions. There was finally some progress on the breathing technique. At the beginning of the deduction, the various data that Li Yueming referenced came from the main material plane. However, it was obvious that there would be some differences between every world. This was also the most important reason why Li Yueming had never succeeded. The biggest difference between the main world and this simulation world was nothing else. It was the strangeness that countless humans regarded as floods and ferocious beasts. It was recorded in the literature. The strange energy would stimulate the mutation of life. Over-invasion could even cause a living being to lose its mind and become a beast that only knew how to destroy and devour. Therefore, as long as the word strange is used, countless people avoided it. However, under Li Yueming's repeated deductions and experiments, this kind of thing that was rejected by others became the most critical factor for the success of the breathing technique. There were very few strange substances in the sewers. Therefore, Li Yueming's progress was also very slow. On this day, Li Yueming closed the last book, even the cover was torn. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath. The next second, his entire body and skin seemed to be burning. Countless black materials entered through his nose. It looked extremely terrifying. After a long while, Li Yueming exhaled slowly. Only then did his red skin slowly return to its original color. It had only been a few seconds. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and most of his stamina had been drained. After everything calmed down, Li Yueming suddenly stood up from his chair. His eyes sparkled. His fatigue was swept away, replaced by a strong sense of excitement. After such a long period of hard work, the breathing technique that he had high hopes for finally had a breakthrough. Currently, Li Yueming could temporarily exert strength that exceeded the limits of human physical fitness. Although the breathing technique he had developed still had many shortcomings. For example, the physical consumption was too great. Or for example, it could overdraft a certain amount of lifespan. Wait. There were many side effects. But none of this was a problem. As long as there were no mistakes in the direction. For Li Yueming, who had the talent of infinite deduction, other details were not difficult. There were side effects, right? Couldn't he just change it? However, just as Li Yueming was about to modify the breathing technique to perfection in one go, there was a knock on the door. Li Yueming quickly calmed down. He looked at his sorry state. After changing his clothes, he opened the door. Wang Fei was standing outside the door. Behind him were hundreds of members of the 0911 underground guards. In the sea of people, Li Yueming saw the 3 kings who were once extremely arrogant. At this moment, Zhou Shenhai and Zhou Wuhei were pressed into a prison cart made of thick wooden planks. They were disheveled and dejected, and no longer had the courage to oppress the world. Instead, they looked more like 2 smelly beggars. He looked at the 2 kings locked in the prison cart. Li Yueming sized them up and said, "Erm. Is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Seeing the seriousness on Li Yueming's face, Wang Fei became more and more nervous. After looking around, he lowered his head and whispered, "Teacher, I usually don't dare to disturb your research, but today is your 15th birthday. In addition, our brothers have returned triumphantly, so this is." At his feet, Xixi, who was already 2.5 years old, was also a little timid. She had not seen her brother for half a year. He glanced at his sister, who was already taller than his knees. Then, he looked at Wang Fei, as well as the nervous faces of the youths behind Wang Fei. Li Yueming knew many of them. They once sat around a crude blackboard and listened attentively to his lessons. But now, many of the faces were unfamiliar to Li Yueming. He thought about it. Li Yueming knew what they were thinking. He touched his sore nose. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Very good. Although this gift is a little smelly, teacher likes it very much." Chapter 17, Key Information to the Surface World. That night, Li Yueming, Wang Fei and the others held a simple banquet together. Although there was neither wine nor food at the banquet. But to Li Yueming, happiness was something that no amount of food or wine could buy. A group of people surrounded the fire, singing and dancing. He was excited. Li Yueming even personally taught the youngsters some simple dances. He had been in this world for so long. It had been so long. This was the first time Li Yueming had shed his disguise. He was no longer wearing a heavy mask. Just like that, Li Yueming celebrated his 15th birthday. That morning, when all the teenagers slept, Li Yueming got up from the ground. His eyes were very clear. Playing and relaxing in the simulation world was a rare enjoyment. However, Li Yueming did not intend to let himself indulge for too long. Ultimately, his existence was just a passerby in this world. He came in a hurry. He'll leave without a trace. He could not take away a single leaf. Bonds and feelings. It was not a good thing to be too immersed. Not far away, in the prison wagon, one of the three kings, Zhou Zhenhai, was sleeping. Li Yueming glanced at him. But just as he was about to leave, the eldest of the three kings, Zhou Wuhei, suddenly stood up from the prison. A pair of fierce and cold eyes appeared under his messy hair. In the prison, Zhou Wuhei said, "Long time no see." Li Yueming also looked at him and nodded. "If I remember correctly, it has indeed been a long time." Zhou Wuhei said with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect to meet you in such a way." Li Yueming did not reply. Last time, the three Zhou brothers stood on the high platform. All eyes were on him. At that time, Li Yueming was just a bug that they could easily kill. But it had only been 2 years. Everything had been reversed. Li Yueming had become a high and mighty existence that could not be taken lightly. As for the three kings back then, they became an unkempt prisoner. It could only be said that fate was so magical. Li Yueming did not reply. He silently looked at Zhou Wuhei, waiting for him to reveal his purpose. After all, he did not think that Zhou Wuhei would go through so much trouble. His ultimate goal was to come here and express his thoughts to him. Seeing that Li Yueming did not respond, Zhou Wuhei smiled again, but this time with a hint of self-mockery. "If I didn't believe you could overthrow our rule in the past, now you've slapped us three brothers back to reality until our faces are swollen. To be honest, I'm very curious about how you did it." Li Yueming still did not reply. However, there was already a hint of impatience in his expression. Zhou Wuhei also knew that he was a little wishy-washy now. However, before they officially entered the topic, he really had a lot of doubts and questions to ask. Yet Li Yueming avoided all of them. He could only sigh helplessly. "Forget it. Since you don't want to tell me, let me ask you personally." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wuhei exerted force with his two strong palms. Instantly, there was a tooth-rattling noise from the prison van holding him. The next second, the two wooden sticks fixed to the prisoner carriage were snapped by his stretching. Then, his mountainous body squeezed out of the prison cart. The prison cart and handcuffs that the Star Moon Alliance members had prepared for him were as fragile as paper in the face of absolute physical strength. Zhou Wuhei stepped into the ground. He looked at Li Yueming proudly and clapped his hands. "How is it? Are you interested in talking to me now?" Apparently, Zhou Wuhei was caught by the alliance on purpose. It was to get an appearance directly with Li Yueming. In response, Li Yueming asked in surprise, "Talk? What's there to talk about between us?" When he saw Zhou Wuhei, it would be a lie to say that Li Yueming was not surprised at all. However, he was only a little surprised. Actually, Zhou Wuhei had overestimated himself. From beginning to end, Li Yueming had never treated him as an opponent. Zhou Wuhei looked around. After confirming that there was no one else around, then, he said calmly, "Everyone has food to eat and clothes to wear. I've always thought that it was just a slogan, but you've really established an orderly underground kingdom. Are you really prepared to march into the surface world?" In response, Li Yueming still could not muster much energy. He said calmly, "No matter what, I advise you not to resist uselessly. Building a peaceful world is coming to fruition. You can't stop it." Zhou Wuhei stared at him for a long time. He suddenly said, "I've been to the surface world." The moment he said this, Li Yueming suddenly became alert. How to go to the surface world has always been Li Yueming's problem. After all, if he couldn't find a way out, he would be trapped in the underground world for the rest of his life. No matter how outstanding Li Yueming's performance was, it was impossible for him to exceed the S-rank score. However, as he deduced again and again, no matter what method he tried to use to enter the surface world, but every time, he would die after living for a few days. Originally, he planned to continue deducing after successfully cultivating the breathing technique. But now, this tall man in front of him actually said that he had been to the surface world? And most importantly, he actually came back alive? Such important information! Li Yueming could not help but pay attention. He sensed Li Yueming's sudden change in aura. Zhou Wuhei's rough face revealed a cruel smile. "You look puzzled?" "That's right. There are no records of the surface world in the documents and materials of the underground world. After all, I erased those things myself." Hearing this, Li Yueming's pupils constrict. Previously, he had tried to collect more information related to the surface world. However, other than some rough descriptions of the surface world, other recent details about the surface world are blank. At that time, he already felt that something was strange. He did not expect that the one behind all this was actually this guy in front of him. Zhou Wuhei finally stopped beating around the bush. He stretched his arms and muscles. With his hands behind his back, he said proudly, "I'm the only one in the entire underground world who knows about the surface world. If you want to know too, defeat me head-on. I can tell you everything I know." Then, Zhou Wuhei straightened his legs. He assumed a posture. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight Li Yueming. Of course, Zhou Wuhei had absolute confidence in his physical fitness and combat experience. According to his rough estimation, even if Li Yueming tried his best, at most, he could arm wrestle with him. Defeating him was definitely an impossible challenge. And yet, Zhou Wuhei soon realized his mistake. And it was ridiculously wrong. His provocative words had just ended. Li Yueming, who was harmless before, suddenly took a deep breath. His entire body expanded like a balloon. Before Zhou Wuhei could react, in the blink of an eye, Li Yueming had already jumped into the air. He kicked out in the air. Because it was too fast, Zhou Wuhei even heard a sonic boom. It was hard to imagine what kind of monster's physical strength could unleash such an unreasonable attack. Zhou Wuhei was scared out of his wits. At the critical moment, his strong desire to live made him raise his arm. He barely managed to block this fatal kick with his arm. And yet, even so, the bones in his arm cracked. It was clearly broken by a kick. Moreover, the strength coming from Li Yueming's feet did not decrease at all. The remaining force sent him flying. Zhou Wuhei felt as if he had been sent flying by a mud cart. He flew for more than 10 meters before landing. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. The prison cart not far away was shattered by such a huge force. Dust filled the air. Li Yueming slowly walked up to him and stood still. With a cold expression, he said, "Pay attention to your current status. A prisoner should act like a prisoner. Also, my patience is limited. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't tell me, you'll die." Chapter 18, Dangerous Surface World. Not far away, Zhou Wuhei lay on the ground. Looking at the expressionless Li Yueming not far away, he widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "You actually took this step? Perhaps it's really possible for you to do something that I can't do." Then, Zhou Wuhei coughed twice. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, he sat up and said, "Actually, I'm a member of the protection team of Fallout Shelter 0911. Hearing this, Li Yueming fell silent. Apparently, he had his doubts before. After all, Zhou Wuhei's strong body was not something that could be nurtured in the underground world. He did not expect this guy to be a visitor from the surface world. Zhou Wuhei continued, 12 years ago, the surface world's Fallout Shelter 0911 was destroyed by the evolved monsters. That was the day I escaped from Fallout Shelter 0911 with my team members. On the way, my team members were either dead or injured. I was lucky. During my escape, I found the entrance to the underground world and barely escaped. Has Fallout Shelter 0911 on the surface world been destroyed by monsters? Even Li Yueming had not heard of this information. Seeing the doubt in Li Yueming's eyes, Zhou Wuhei took off his shirt, revealing the scar on his chest. Even though it had already healed. However, the scar still looked ferocious and terrifying. He pointed at the scar and said, "This scar was left behind by a rat attack. It's enough to prove that I'm not lying." In response, Li Yueming did not reply. He only nodded and said, "Continue." At this moment, after discovering that Li Yueming had the strength to easily defeat him, Zhou Wuhei suddenly looked like a completely different person. He answered everything he was asked. He was very honest. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Wuhei continued, "The entire sewer is filled with mutated monsters. If you don't want to die, don't leave the underground world rashly. I know a very hidden path. You can send a few people to investigate the situation first." Li Yueming rubbed his chin. He believed most of these words. This was because this was the case in the infinite deduction. No matter what method Li Yueming used to enter the surface world, in a few days, they would be discovered by a large number of demons. He ended up dead without a complete corpse. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. He asked, "If what you said is true, why don't the beasts outside know about the existence of the underground world?" The existence of the underground world was hidden. But so many people lived here, with the abilities of the demonic creatures. It should have been discovered long ago. But the truth was the opposite. Other than occasionally finding a few lone demons in the underground world, it was rare to find a powerful threat. In response, Zhou Wuhei was also puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he said uncertainty, "Maybe the humans in the underground world are not a threat to the monsters." Li Yueming's eyes flickered. Actually, he already had a bold guess in his heart. However, it was too preposterous. Therefore, he restrained himself from saying it out loud. At this moment, the surrounding alliance members were also awakened from their sleep. Looking at the messy scene, everyone was stunned. However, someone quickly reacted. A group of soldiers holding weapons held Zhou Wuhei down. In response, Zhou Wuhei did not resist. He raised his head and said to Li Yueming, "You can make me the captain of the exploration team. I can scout the way for you." Li Yueming did not agree immediately. He waved his hand. A group of guards suppressed Zhou Wuhei. Soon, Wang Fei, whose face was flushed red, immediately knelt in front of Li Yueming and said, "Teacher." Li Yueming did not blame him. Not long after, Wang Fei was transferred out of the core circle of the alliance. After returning to his room, Li Yueming prepared to use his talent to deduce. He closed his eyes. Li Yueming sighed and said, "Sigh, it's really not easy to get an S rank and above score." According to the information revealed by Zhou Wuhei, the humans on the surface world might have undergone a drastic change long ago. However, the underground world was like a closed loop. He could not come into contact with any information from the surface world. Therefore, just collecting information was enough for ordinary people to scratch their heads. Fortunately, Li Yueming had help. As long as sufficient information was obtained, he could perform various deductions in his mind. 16 years old, you appointed Zhou Wuhei as the leader of the surface world exploration team and led the team to the remote sewer exit. The cave dwellers living in the underground world have finally returned to the real surface world after decades. The terrain of the surface world is very complicated. Although the team members were very careful, they still got lost on the third day after setting off. After so many twists and turns, the exploration team has been walking for an unknown period of time. In a daze, Captain Zhou Wuhei suddenly saw the outline of Fallout Shelter 0911. But before the team members could approach, the mutated rats suddenly appeared. Under the attack of the rats, the exploration team was completely wiped out. Sure enough, after gathering more information, the talent's deduction finally changed. Although the exploration team sent to the surface world was still wiped out. But at least he wasn't killed this time. He thought about it. Li Yueming perfected the detailed battle strategy. Then, he would deduce it again. 16 years old, you have appointed Zhou Wuhei as the leader of the surface world exploration team. The cave dwellers living in the underground world have finally returned to the real surface world after decades. The terrain of the surface world is very complicated. The team members strictly follow your orders. After arriving at the surface world, they will explore south. Don't know how long they've been walking for, but the team members were targeted by a group of mutated insects. Under the attack of the mutated insects, the exploration team was completely wiped out. There were mutated insects in the south. Without sufficient strength, the exploration team could not be provoked at all. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain enough information, it was impossible to rely on the exploration team and Zhou Wuhei. After all, they were just ordinary people. If they encountered mutated creatures from the surface world, they would not be able to resist at all. This time, Li Yueming decided to take action personally. 16 years old, you did not choose to appoint Zhou Wuhei as the team leader. Instead, you decided to lead a team to the surface world. The topography of the surface world is very complicated. The buildings of various old civilizations are covered in dense green plants. This made you think that you had returned to the prehistoric world. The team members strictly follow your orders. After arriving at the surface world, they will explore north. Don't know how long you've been walking for, but you feel like you're being watched by something. You repeatedly searched for possible threats, but found nothing. The next night, the exploration team was completely wiped out. Although you woke up in the night, the surrounding dark night covered the attacker's exact appearance. In your resentment and unwillingness, you are dead. Damn, this way of dying was too tragic. They didn't even know what had attacked them. It seemed that the north was not a good place either. Next, Li Yueming tried to explore the east and west. The final outcome was basically the same. Li Yueming, who became braver the more he was defeated, repeatedly tried. In the end, when the exploration team ventured southeast, the deduction finally made a breakthrough. After heading to the surface world, the team members will strictly follow your orders. You will explore the southeast. Although we encountered a few mutated creatures along the way, we're generally safe. 3 days later, the dried earthworms you brought from the underground world are gradually exhausted. Being tense for a long time makes the members of the team in a very bad state. I don't know how long I've been walking, but you've encountered a group of humans wearing strange clothes. The exploration team, who had not seen their own kind for a long time, was extremely excited. They rushed forward with tears in their eyes. Although you sensed danger, you didn't have time to stop it in a hurry. Humans in strange clothes are facing a great enemy. The next second, countless arrows attacked. You're dead. Chapter 19, New Journey, Explorer Team 001. He looked at the information in his mind. Li Yueming looked interested. After so many deductions, this was the first time he had seen other humans outside the underground world. To him, this was undoubtedly a very attractive discovery. According to the information revealed by Zhou Wuhei, Fallout Shelter 0911 had been occupied by monsters many years ago. And now, what were the identities of the strange people who appeared in the deduction? They were survivors of Fallout Shelter 0911. Or was it some other unknown force? He thought about it for a long time. Li Yueming could not come up with any accurate conclusions. Next, Li Yueming performed more than 10 deductions. Overall, he had gained a lot from these deductions. He had yet to step out of the underground world. However, he had checked most of the surroundings of the surface world. Moreover, he had collected a lot of extremely precious information. Now, he finally had the confidence to officially step foot on the surface world. Of course. Before that, the underground world still needed to make some necessary preparations. He wasted no time. That night, Li Yueming gathered all the members of the Star Moon Alliance for an emergency meeting. The meeting had 3 core elements. The first, increase efforts to scale up the earthworm farms. No matter when or where, food was always the basic necessity for the development of civilization. The second, to form a new unit. The official name of the new army was kept a secret for the time being. The members would be chosen from the secret guards of the Star Moon Alliance. Every one of them had to be an elite among elites. The third, to strengthen the talents of the underground world. From the day the order was given, all 6 to 18-year-olds had to attend classes every week. After announcing the decision, the Star Moon Alliance's members began to get busy. After destroying the remaining forces of the 3 kings, the Star Moon Alliance was now fully deserving of the title of ruler of the underground. No faction or individual dared to challenge the current alliance. Therefore, the order that Li Yueming read out was executed very quickly. The first was scaling up the earthworm farming. They lived in a world where resources were extremely poor. The importance of stable, nutritious food goes without saying. The execution of this order was also the fastest. Li Yueming finished his meeting that day. The next day, the various sewers had already begun to recruit more workers to increase production and cultivate. At the same time, the formation of the new troops was also in full swing. The alliance was very curious about the mission of this army. However, Li Yueming had never revealed it to anyone. Therefore, many members could only make wild guesses. However, this did not affect the members' enthusiasm. The reason was simple. This was because Li Yueming had said during the meeting that he would be the leader of the newly established team. That's right. This alone was enough to drive many members crazy. As for the last order, This was the most difficult one to implement. The underground was neither big nor small. There would always be some stubborn fellows among the 100,000 refugees. Just studying only is useless. In order to let these guys go to the public schools established by the various sewers. The patrols under the Star-Moon Alliance had spent a lot of effort on this. However, the effect was still very ordinary. Many people would resist even if they were forcefully taken to school. It was considered a good attitude to have even if they were not interested in learning. Some of them would even openly disrupt the order of the classroom. Finally, Li Yueming got someone to spread the news. He said that in the future, when the Star-Moon Alliance recruited members and workers, they would only accept those with outstanding academic results. Only then was this time-consuming and labor-intensive system promoted. After doing all this, another year passed. Li Yueming was 16 years old. He sensed that time was of the essence. In the past year, the entire Star-Moon Alliance turned into a huge work machine under his hands. First of all, they promoted large-scale farming of earthworms. This technique was improved and perfected by Li Yueming. It was already quite mature. Currently, the world is still short of resources. However, many ordinary civilians had enough to fill their stomachs. During festive seasons, they could even have meat. This revived the originally lifeless underground world and ushered in a rare wave of prosperity. And because of the compulsory education plan, more and more talents began to appear in the entire underground world. Most of these people chose to join the Star-Moon Alliance, providing an endless supply of new blood for the development. In addition, Li Yueming's team of explorers had also been established. When the team was first established, there were a total of 100 people. Zhou Wuhei was the team's martial arts instructor. Wang Fei was the vice-captain. Every one of them was an outstanding warrior who had stood out from thousands of competitors. But even so, under the torture of Li Yueming's intensive training plan, after training for half a year, there were less than 30 members left in the entire exploration team. Eventually, Li Yueming taught the remaining 30 members the new breathing technique that had been modified several times. This version of the breathing technique was more perfect than the original breathing technique. Moreover, as long as it was not extremely exhausting, the new breathing technique will not affect the user's lifespan. Of course, Li Yueming's breathing technique was much more violent than theirs. After obtaining the training method, the physical fitness of the exploration team improved by leaps and bounds. They became the first batch of super soldiers under Li Yueming. It had unparalleled combat strength. On this day, Li Yueming's 16th birthday, he looked at the determined members of the exploration team below the stage. Li Yueming's expression was solemn. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm sure you are very curious why I established a new army and why I'm so strict with you during training." Below the stage, a group of strong youths said in unison, "Teacher, you don't have to explain to us. Your orders are everything." Hearing the youngsters' answers, Li Yueming smiled. He did not doubt the team's loyalty to him. However, the more this was the case, the more Li Yueming felt uneasy. He looked around. Li Yueming's gaze swept across the faces of every youth below the stage. Most of them had yet to start a family and were at the peak of their lives. If not for the cataclysm, at this moment, they should be playing games and eating desserts. Or be wooing beautiful girls one after another. But now, however, because of him, they are about to embark on a path where they might not be able to return. Even though Li Yueming had a heart of stone, at this moment, he was a little moved. After some thought, he said, "You've already passed the training plan I've drawn up for you. Now, I'll announce the mission and responsibility you're about to take on." Hearing this, the expressions of the youths below the stage all tensed up. In reality, even though Li Yueming did not mention it once, however, they could already vaguely guess Li Yueming's goal from the training content. There was no hesitation. The team member straightened his neck and said excitedly, "We are willing to sacrifice our lives for teacher." He looked at the team members below the stage. Li Yueming didn't have much of an expression on his face. "I don't need you to sacrifice your lives, nor do I need you to pledge your loyalty to me to the death. Next, the mission I gave you will have a slim chance of survival. You can choose to refuse to participate. I won't force any of you." A young man below the stage laughed when he heard that. Among them, Wang Fei was the first to stand up and retort, "Teacher, from the moment we joined this team, we never thought of leaving alive." Seeing this situation, Li Yueming was silent for a long time. He suddenly smiled. He said frankly, "You are named Explorer 001. You are the first advance party of the underground humans to the surface world. Next, you will face a surface world civilization that is completely different from the underground world. If the exploration is successful, you will be recorded in history thousands of years later. Your parents, your wives, and all the human compatriots in the entire 0911 underground fallout shelter civilization will be proud of you. Of course. More likely, you will be buried in the mouths of wild beasts and become a pile of feces in the stomachs of wild beasts that no one cares about. That's all I have to say. I'll give you 3 days to consider. 3 days later, if you still choose to persevere, then gather here." Chapter 20, Team Departure, Li Yueming's Arrangement. After the members of the exploration team left, Li Yueming sighed. He returned to his room and used his talent to continue the simulation. Over the past year, most of his energy was focused on perfecting and practicing the breathing technique. He named the breathing technique he created. It was called the Star Moon breathing technique. The current him is much stronger than last year. And yet, the problems of the surface world still troubled him. There were powerful mutated beasts around the exit of the underground world. They had sharp teeth and various mutation abilities. Even if Li Yueming himself had mastered extraordinary power, he would find it difficult to deal with the powerful beasts. Of course, it really wasn't what troubled Li Yueming the most. What troubled Li Yueming the most was the group of humans dressed strangely in the southeast direction. No matter what method they tried to communicate with, those strange humans would attack them. As a result, Li Yueming's information was still very limited. Now, the exploration team was officially prepared to venture to the surface world. Li Yueming decided to focus all his energy in the next few days. He had to figure out the true identity of those strange humans. At 17 years old, you sent a team of explorers to the surface world to investigate. After heading to the surface, the team members will strictly follow your orders. You will explore the southeast. You encountered a few mutated creatures on the way. The team members with the breathing technique easily dealt with them and obtained enough food. 3 days later, you encountered a group of humans wearing strange clothes. You were already prepared. You stopped the excited team members and successfully captured the leader of the other party before the strange human discovered you. After being caught by you, the leader was shocked. He knelt in front of you and begged for mercy. You asked him and learned that he is a survivor of Fallout Shelter 0911. Just as you were about to continue asking, the other strange humans pulled out their daggers and stabbed the leader to death before escaping. You were caught off guard and chased after them with all your might, but the monsters who were familiar with the environment still managed to escape. A week later, you encountered a huge mutated tiger that had been severely corroded. You fought with the mutated tiger for a long time. In the end, you squeezed out all the strength in your body and tore the mutated tiger in half. You also died from excessive blood loss. He looked at the bloody words "you died in the deduction." Li Yueming couldn't help but rub his head. It had to be said that those damned fellows were really ruthless. They discovered that their leader had been captured. In order not to expose any information, they actually killed him with a backhand slash. This successfully caught Li Yueming off guard. It caused this deduction to fail again. Still, Li Yueming was not completely without gains. At the very least, he was certain that these strange-looking people were the survivors who escaped when Fallout Shelter 0911 was breached. What exactly happened to make them so afraid of humans? Moreover, why didn't the underground world receive any news after the fall of Fallout Shelter 0911? Under normal circumstances, the humans on the surface world had been wiped out. How could the humans in the underground world not be attacked by any mutated creatures? These two questions had always bothered Li Yueming. He had two guesses. However, there was no evidence. It seemed like he could only pry open the mouths of the survivors of Fallout Shelter 0911. Perhaps he could get an answer. 3 days later, all 28 members of Exploration Team 001 returned to the training ground. He looked at the team members who still had determined expressions. Li Yueming didn't say anything else. He said directly, "I'll lead the team this time. We'll head to the surface world through a secret sewer exit. If there are no objections, we'll set off now." The team members were originally in high spirits. However, when he heard Li Yueming say that he would personally lead the team, instantly, the group's expressions instantly changed. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to explore the surface world. Even the members of the exploration team stood here with the determination to die. But now, as the supreme ruler of the Star Alliance, Li Yueming actually wanted to go with them? Instantly, all the team members exploded. Wang Fei stood up and said, "Teacher, it's enough that we're here. You can't go with us." The other team members also turned pale with fright. In their opinion, even if there were 100 or even 1,000 exploration teams, nobody was definitely not as important as Li Yueming. Without him, the exploration team was gone. Li Yueming could continue to train 10 or 100 exploration teams. However, if anything happened to Li Yueming, it was no surprise. The entire alliance would suffer a heavy blow because of this. This was something that they could never accept. Therefore, they would never allow Li Yueming to follow them to the surface world. At least not the first time. In fact, Li Yueming also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. But time waited for no one. For simulators, the longer they survive in the simulation world, the more time they have to survive, the harder it was to increase the score. After all, 20-year-olds and 40-year-olds were different. As he grew older, this disparity will grow. Therefore, he wanted to obtain an unprecedented mark score. Li Yueming had to hurry up and do something unforgettable for his career. Seeing that he could not stop his teacher, Wang Fei quickly winked at Li Yueming's father and mother. There was also Li Ziyu, this super-killing weapon. Eventually, under Li Ziyu's tears, Li Yueming sighed. In the deduction, he could completely ignore everyone's obstruction and do whatever he wanted. But not in the real world. This was because there were always some things in the real world that could not be touched casually. Li Yueming, who was prepared for this, did not insist. Instead, he handed a brocade pouch to Wang Fei. He said, "This is a simple map. Follow the route I drew for you. Don't get close to the dangerous areas recorded on the map. Other than some extreme accidents, all other operations must follow my instructions strictly." He looked at the blueprint in his hand. Wang Fei nodded seriously. Although he did not know where Li Yueming got this map from. However, he knew that his teacher would never make a mistake. Only Zhou Wohei, who was not far away, caught a glimpse of the map in Li Yueming's hand. His eyes almost popped out. Everything was settled. He looked at the student who had followed him ever since he was young. Li Yueming patted his shoulder and said, "You're my best student. Remember to protect yourself. I'll hold a banquet in the underground world and wait for your triumphant return." Tears welled up in Wang Fei's eyes. Once upon a time, he saw Li Yueming reading at night while half asleep countless times. The skinny figure merged with the dim yellow oil lamp. He felt like he was on fire. Since then, he had never understood. Why was the teacher always frowning? They had already conquered the entire underground world, but they were still unwilling to stop for a second. And now, Wang Fei realized that he finally began to slowly understand Li Yueming's thoughts. No wonder the teacher was always unwilling to stop for a second. It turned out that his gaze had already passed through the narrow and dirty sewer and looked at the fate of all humans in this world. As a stupid disciple, could he help his teacher? If only he could help. Wang Fei felt that he had never been so excited in his life. He stood up straight and saluted. I will not let you down. Chapter 21, Exploration Team Returns. Under the watchful eyes of Li Yueming, all the members of the exploration team felt a heavy pressure. Exactly. Just as teacher had said. This time, there were only 2 paths left for them. If they could find a path to the surface world for the residents of the underground world, then they might leave their names in history. But if they failed, that was to die without a burial place. One of these 2 paths led to the supreme humans. The other led to the most sinister and terrifying hell. And now, he could only gamble. He watched the exploration team leave. Li Yueming was a little nervous. He had already simulated the exploration plan in his mind many times. The plan left for the members of the exploration team was also the best solution among the many deduction plans. But even so, however, he could not guarantee absolute safety. It could only be said that if nothing unexpected happened, in about half a month, the exploration team would bring back what he wanted most. Just like that. Days passed. During this period of time, Li Yueming stayed in to prepare a grand welcoming ceremony for the exploration team. It was different from what Li Yueming had expected. After hearing that the exploration team had gone to the surface world to explore, the residents didn't seem very excited. He thought about it for a long time. Li Yueming finally understood the reason. In the past, there were also many refugees underground who were unwilling to live in this dark underground world forever. They had also tried to find a way to the surface world. But in the end, these guys did not have good endings. Over time, the number of explorers naturally decreased. To the citizens of the underground world, the surface world symbolized the horror of the unknown. It was like a wild beast hiding in the darkness, waiting to devour someone. It would tear all explorers who left the ground into pieces. And now, after hearing that the Alliance had sent a team of explorers to the surface world, many of the inhabitants of the underground world felt that this was an extremely stupid action. After all, they could live a full life even if they were underground. There was no need to abandon the good life of the moment for a little useless curiosity. Some extremists even believed that the surface world had nothing to do with them. The underground world was their home. They were certain that the exploration team would never return. And Li Yueming would pay the price for his wrong decision. Li Yueming ignored all these rumors. He still did whatever he wanted. He ordered the Alliance to forcefully mobilize manpower and resources. The details of the welcoming ceremony were also finalized. 15 days later, this unprecedented victory ceremony in the underground world was completed. Everything was ready, just pending the return of the team. However, everyone was looking forward to it. However, there was still no news from the team of explorers heading to the surface world. In response, Li Yueming said nothing. He just told everyone to continue waiting. Waiting for the hero's triumphant return. Behind him, the 4-year-old Li Ziho patted her brother's head. Like a little adult, she said seriously, "Brother Wang Fei and the others will definitely come back safely." Li Yueming smiled and said nothing. 18 days later, the exploration team still did not return. This was already 3 days after Li Yueming's prediction. Although the homecoming team did not say anything. However, rumors of the exploration team having been completely wiped out had already spread throughout the entire underground world. In response, Li Yueming still said nothing. However, these few nights, he would subconsciously look in the direction where the exploration team had left. On the 20th day, almost all the refugees who came to participate in the welcoming ceremony had lost their patience. Most of the participants had already left. Only a few patient fellows were still yawning listlessly. Of course, the reason why they hadn't left yet wasn't because of anything else. They just wanted to see Li Yueming make a fool of himself. After all, even in the underground world, it was impossible for Li Yueming to be liked by everyone. There were always people with different opinions. They just wanted to see Li Yueming embarrass himself. Not far away, the members of the Star Moon Alliance were still loyal. No matter what the others thought. As a companion, everyone in the alliance was still looking forward to seeing the exploration team return triumphantly. However, when the exploration team went to the surface, they only brought enough rations to last 20 days. 20 days had passed. Logically speaking, the rations carried by the team should have been exhausted. If they still haven't returned, then it was very likely that they would never return. Everyone was looking forward to it. Time passed. Finally, it was almost evening. Blood-stained figures appeared in the distance. Everyone looked over. Only then did they realize that the exploration team had really returned. Splash! Everyone became excited. Many of them even wiped their eyes repeatedly. After confirming that they were not mistaken, instantly, the entire underground world was in an uproar. The latest news is that Explorer 001 has really returned. Damn, is this for real? It's absolutely true. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Everyone, let's hurry to the Alliance's headquarters. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. The news was like a prairie fire. It instantly ignited the emotions of all the refugees in the underground world. Countless refugees who were about to sleep did not even have time to put on their shoes. Scrambling out of the rooms barefoot. After decades, the underground world finally stepped onto the surface world again. Most importantly, the members of the exploration team even returned alive. No matter how stupid these refugees were, they knew what this information meant. Do we really have a chance to return to the surface world now? I don't know if we'll have a chance to return to the surface world, but at least our future development won't be limited to the underground world. In the past, there were so many things that our ancestors couldn't do, but the Alliance only took a few years to do it. What does this mean? It only means, all hail the Son of God. Star Moon Alliance headquarters. At this moment, the entire alliance was brightly lit. The crowd looked at the blood-stained youths in the fire. It was as if sizing up the new humans of the new century. When the exploration team went, there were a total of 28 members. At this moment, there were only 18 left. Wang Fei, who led the team, was slightly injured. He staggered and was carried back by Zhou Wuhei. Although there were some twists and turns in the process. However, the overall outcome still met Li Yueming's expectations. The exploration team successfully brought back what he wanted. He was secretly escorted to the deepest cell of the Alliance headquarters. Of course, these could be put aside for the time being. The most important thing now was to complete the welcoming ceremony for the exploration team. On the high platform, the surviving team members lined up. At their feet, thousands of refugees huddled together, all of them looking excited. Li Yueming's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the team members. He took a deep breath and said, "Tonight, all the humans here will remember you and the warriors who sacrificed for us. You are the heroes of all the humans in the underground world." Below the stage, the refugees' cheers sounded almost at the same time. "Welcome back, heroes." At this moment, everyone's shouts came from the bottom of their hearts. There was no falsehood or coercion. Chapter 22, The Place of the Captive. Hearing the cheers from below the stage, all the members of the exploration team felt their adrenaline pumping. Before setting off, teacher said that he would prepare a grand banquet for them. At that time, they did not pay much attention to it. However, they did not expect the banquet to be so big, using so much manpower and resources. Their blood was pumping fast. At this time, they couldn't help but feel touched. Fortunately, they did not fail, successfully bringing back what Li Yueming wanted at the cost of a few team members. After more than 20 days of exploration, the members of the exploration team, who were stepping onto the surface world for the first time, saw the charm of the surface world. It was simply like a dose of poison that made them unable to stop. The underground world without sunlight or breeze was nothing to be praised for except safety. It was precisely because of this. Only then did they completely understand why Li Yueming insisted on exploring the surface world. The banquet lasted the entire night. After that, the injured members of the team were sent to the medic room to recuperate. Meanwhile, Li Yueming came to the depths of the prison set up by the Star Moon Alliance alone. This place was originally used to hold felons. However, ever since the remaining sewer bosses were completely destroyed, it had been a long time since a new prisoner had been locked up. And now, this prison had become a special existence that imprisoned the surface world humans. Li Yueming continued forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a man wrapped in a thick green cloth. The man was in his 20s. Although he looked haggard, he still tried his best to maintain his composure. However, the green hat on his head looked comical no matter how one looked at it. Li Yueming was stunned and almost laughed out loud. This guy was the leader of the group of humans in strange clothes that he had deduced previously. After repeated deductions, Li Yueming decided to go all the way. He directly sent a team of explorers to capture him from the surface world. That was the only way. Only then would he truly know what had happened on the surface world. The man looked at Li Yueming and said nervously, "Where is this place? Why did you capture me?" His accent was slightly different from the language of the underground world. But the overall difference was not much. Li Yueming said truthfully, "This is the underground world. Have you heard of it?" When he heard the words underground world, the man's pupils constricted and he revealed an extremely terrified expression. After looking around, he said in disbelief, "What did you say?" "This is a place of captivity." As soon as the place where they were kept in captivity appeared, Li Yueming immediately understood. Apparently, his guess was right. It was not that the beasts had not discovered the underground world. Instead, they raised the underground world like animals. After a short and rapid breath, the man finally calmed down a little. After sizing up Li Yueming a few times, he suddenly changed the topic. "What's your purpose in capturing me? If my clansmen discover that I'm missing, they will definitely follow the traces I left behind to find me. At that time, it will definitely cause a war between the surface world and the underground world. Will you take responsibility for this outcome?" Li Yueming rubbed his chin. This guy was obviously lying. In the previous deduction, Li Yueming had held this guy hostage once. At that time, this fellow's so-called clansmen were even more stable, accurate, and ruthless after discovering that he was prepared to reveal his secrets. He killed this fellow with a single dagger. He did not believe that they would start a war with the underground world for him alone. Moreover, this guy's change of topic was too stiff, right? Li Yueming was expressionless. He took out an extremely sharp long saber from behind and placed it on the man's neck. He said calmly, "I'll give you another chance, choose your words carefully." He looked at the cold blade on his neck. The man's expression changed several times. A moment later, the man squeezed out a stiff smile and said, "Big brother, let's talk things out. No matter what, we were from the same race decades ago. There's no need to fight, right? Li Yueming also smiled. He revealed a few white teeth. However, the shiny blade in his hand trembled unconsciously. The man almost peed his pants. He hurriedly said, "Big brother, I was just joking. Feel free to ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know." Hearing him beg for mercy. Only then did Li Yueming retract his saber. He said with interest, "You just said that our underground world is a place of captivity." The man swallowed his saliva and asked, "Don't you know?" Li Yueming shook his head. The man looked puzzled. "In that case, how did you leave the underground world?" Li Yueming's expression did not change. He said coldly, "You don't seem to understand the situation." The man immediately shrank back. He looked at Li Yueming with fear in his eyes. One had to know that even when facing his temperamental father, the man had never been so afraid. But on Li Yueming, however, he really felt an aura that made him shudder. It was as if he was facing a ferocious tiger. Elegant and domineering. So much so that he did not even dare to retort. He said honestly, "That's right. The underground world is a breeding ground for mutated creatures." Before Li Yueming could continue asking, the man continued, "About 20 years ago, the mutated creatures on the surface world absorbed many strange substances and developed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. They gathered and elected 8 mutated beast kings, and the mutated beast kings led the other mutated creatures to attack human territory. After that, the human shelters scattered around the world were destroyed by them. The same goes for Fallout Shelter 0911. After completely destroying the living power of humans, the mutated creatures called themselves new humans and began to learn the social order of humans. Moreover, their appearance gradually evolved into humans. In order to learn better from humans, these mutated creatures will deliberately leave a group of humans behind as the spark of civilization for them to observe and imitate. And you are the spark of civilization left behind by these mutated creatures." "That's what I said. A place to be kept in captivity." He listened to the man's description. Li Yueming rubbed his chin. Obviously. Even if only a few words were revealed in these exchanges, it might cause a huge commotion in the entire underground world. The underground world that the refugees treasured so much was actually just a mutated creature's social laboratory. Such an unbelievable conclusion would definitely drive many people crazy. But to Li Yueming, this was not too surprising. After all, he had already sensed the abnormality from the beginning. Moreover, he had already guessed this. However, there was no evidence to prove it. Of course, a group of mutated animals seriously studied the social order of humans and called themselves the new humans of the century. It still sounded a little creepy. He thought about it. Li Yueming did not continue to discuss this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "What's your name and identity?" The man carefully observed the expression on Li Yueming's face. He tried to find expressions like shock and disbelief on his face. But no matter how he sized him up, he didn't see any emotion on Li Yueming's face. He could not help but say, "My name is Gu Tianyi. I'm the youngest son of the leader of the Survivor Alliance of Fallout Shelter 0911. Chapter 23, New Command, March to the Surface World." In the current surface world, humans were no longer the top predators in the food chain. The mutated creatures that could resist the strange corrosion and evolved intelligence were the true masters of this planet. After their homes were occupied, the remaining humans could only retreat again and again. In the end, they barely managed to survive. These people who had lost their homes and fled gathered together to form the Human Survivors Alliance. Gu Tianyi was the youngest son of the current leader of the Survivor Alliance. It was worth mentioning. He had never been loved by his father since he was young, so he was ostracized by his brothers. During this period of time, the leader of the Survivors Alliance fell seriously ill. He probably did not have many years left to live. Therefore, Gu Tianyi's brothers joined hands and found a lame excuse to send him away. They said that they wanted him to patrol the territory. But in actual fact, he was disinherited. But politics is tough when you have no backer. With no one to support him, no matter how unwilling Gu Tianyi was, he could only keep his head down and leave. It was precisely because of this. That was why he was captured by Li Yueming so easily. After all, the guards beside him were all his brother's trusted aides. They were not meant to protect him at all. After asking many questions, Li Yueming stroked his chin thoughtfully. He muttered to himself, humans have actually fallen to the point of having to differentiate animals by naming them real humans. How interesting! Now, he finally had a thorough understanding of this world. But the more he understood, the harder it was to change one's fate. If not for the talent of infinite deduction, it should be the limit for ordinary simulators to reach his current level. But for me, everything has just begun. Li Yueming's eyes were filled with excitement. Only when there was a challenge of difficulty would there be motivation. After asking all the questions, Li Yueming prepared to leave. Seeing him turn around, Gu Tianyi asked anxiously, "Big brother, how are you going to deal with me?" Li Yueming looked back at him. He thought for a moment and said, "I haven't thought it through yet." Gu Tianyi was a little anxious. After all, he had said everything just now. He was really afraid that the person in front of him would burn the bridge after crossing it and kill him. Was there any way to save his life? He opened his mouth. Gu Tianyi suddenly had an idea and quickly asked, "Boss, what's your name? How old are you? Anyway, I can't go back to the surface world. Can I join you?" Li Yueming turned around and sized him up. Seeing how cooperative this guy was, he did not put himself in a difficult position and said truthfully, "My name is Li Yueming. I'm 16 years old this year. Whether to join me or not, I'll consider it first." At first, Gu Tianyi was still smiling. However, when he heard Li Yueming say that he was 16 years old, for a moment, Gu Tianyi thought that he was hallucinating. He said in disbelief, "What did you just say? How old are you?" Li Yueming ignored him. He turned around and left. After returning, Li Yueming locked himself in his room. It was worth mentioning. According to the information he had now, the underground world was undoubtedly a place of captivity. But since it was a breeding ground, what about the keepers and regulators of the underground world? The keepers should be rats scattered all over the sewer exits. What about the regulators? The underground world had caused such a huge commotion. If mutated creatures were really as intelligent as humans, it was impossible for him to know nothing about this. But in reality, until now, Li Yueming had not noticed anything unusual. This was a mine buried in the underground world. However, Li Yueming did not have that much time to investigate this minefield for the time being. Never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. In any case, a scheme would always reveal its flaws. He could deduce indefinitely. All he had to do was deal with whatever came his way. Next, Li Yueming spent about 3 days deducing the path he would take next. 3 days later, only then did Li Yueming appear in the Star-Moon Alliance's meeting hall. At this moment, including the exploration team, every member of the Star-Moon Alliance was summoned. In the meeting, Li Yueming read out the new guidelines. From the day the order was given, all the men in the underground world began to practice martial arts. The majority of production and chores are performed by women. Announcement of this regulation. It undoubtedly caused another uproar in the underground world. Just by using their brains a little, everyone could guess that Li Yueming was preparing to enter the surface world. But this time, including women, 90% of the people in the underground world supported and obeyed this order. One had to know that in the past, when the refugees of the underground world were mentioned, Everyone thought of the words fierce, cunning, and mercenary. But now, they actually trusted an outsider so much. This was undoubtedly a very rare scene. No choice. In the past few days, the information about the surface world had spread to all the sewers. After knowing the beauty of the surface world, the inhabitants of the underground world showed great interest in this. Death might be terrifying, but compared to his own children, wives, and the children who had lived in this barren sewer for generations, everyone was more inclined to try their best. What if they really could return to the surface world? At that time, their children and wives would be able to enjoy the sunlight and air that normal humans should enjoy. They no longer had to be like him, tortured by all kinds of strange illnesses. Of course. Most importantly, as the current ruler of the underground world, Li Yueming really gave the residents of the underground world hope to pursue a better life. That was the only way. Only this group of vicious, cunning, and mercenary fellows could give him such a high level of trust. After the plan to make everyone a soldier was launched, the pressure on the food supply of the entire underground world increased. For this, Li Yueming pondered for a long time. In the end, it was decided to create a new military unit. It was called the Hunter Team. He also sent out another team of explorers. However, they had a different mission. This time, the mission of the exploration team was to lead the newly established Hunter Team to the surface world to hunt for food. Gu Tianyi was also released by Li Yueming. With a wave of his hand, he arranged for him to be the captain of the Hunter Team. After all, as a native of the surface world, only Gu Tianyi knew what mutated creatures could be provoked. He could not afford to provoke any mutated creatures. Gu Tianyi, who felt like he had just saved his life, was overjoyed. Although he was the son of a leader. However, in Fallout Shelter 0911, it was no different from being adopted. He did not expect to be able to get a small official position after being captured by Li Yueming. It was just that the refugees under him were more annoying. Every time they looked at him, it was as if he was looking at an alien. 3 years passed in a flash. Li Yueming was 19 years old. Under the efforts of the Star-Moon Alliance, the entire underground civilization had made a qualitative leap. In the process of rapid development, there were new changes in the underground world almost every day. The birth rate of infants and children was breaking the previous year's record every year. Now, the headquarters of the Alliance was no longer in the middle of the sewers. Instead, they moved to the entrance near the surface world. The energy of everyone in the underground world slowly shifted toward the migration to the surface world. Because of Gu Tianyi's participation, the hunting plan of the Hunter Team was progressing smoothly. Apart from flipping the car a few times when they first started hunting, they had already gained something from the subsequent hunts. In addition, in order to increase the combat power of the army as soon as possible, Li Yueming updated the breathing technique several times and made even more detailed changes according to the different physiques of different people. Furthermore, he also promoted various methods to strengthen the body. For a moment, the entire Star-Moon Alliance was energetic. After 3 years of perseverance, the National Martial Arts Training Plan was already slightly effective. Nowadays, any adult man in the underground world could reach the level of tearing apart ferocious beasts. Finally, on one fateful day, 3 years later, Li Yueming once again gathered all the members of the alliance. He looked at Gu Tianyi, who had already married and had children. Li Yueming patted his shoulder and said happily, "Do you want to be the leader?" Hearing this, Gu Tianyi froze on the spot. He almost knelt down. He trembled and said, "Be boss, even if you give me the guts of 10,000 men, I won't dare to rebel against you." Chapter 24, Kill anyone who stops me. On this day, Li Yueming once again gathered all the members of the Star-Moon Alliance for a meeting. He looked at Gu Tianyi, who had already gotten married and had children in the underground world not far away. He asked with interest, "Do you want to be the leader?" Hearing this, the smile on Gu Tianyi's face instantly changed. His face turned pale. Lying on the ground, he said in fear and trepidation, "Boss, are you joking with me? Even if you give me the guts of 10,000 men, I won't dare to rebel against you." He looked at Gu Tianyi, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Only then did Li Yueming realize that Gu Tianyi seemed to have misunderstood him. He quickly corrected. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I mean, I want you to be a leader somewhere else." The doubt on Gu Tianyi's face deepened. Apparently, he had yet to catch up with Li Yueming's train of thought. After chewing for a long time, Gu Tianyi looked uncertain as he probed, "You mean?" He felt the puzzled gazes of his cadres. Li Yueming said honestly, "I plan to let you return to the 0911 Survivors Alliance and become the leader of the Survivors Alliance as soon as possible." Hearing this, only then did the group understand the reason for Li Yueming's meeting. After 3 years of steady expansion, currently, the Star Moon Alliance has already established itself on the surface world. At that moment, after solving the internal alliance problems, Li Yueming began to carry out his expansion plan in an orderly manner. Gu Tianyi scratched his head. He said in embarrassment, "But boss, you should know that I've never been liked by my father since I was young." His tone was very tactful, but the meaning was clear. Not to mention whether his sickly father was dead or not. Even if his father was still alive, he was a bastard son who had been kicked out of the core circle of power by a group of brothers 3 years ago. Gu Tianyi did not have any cards that he could show off. Under such circumstances, not to mention becoming the leader, whether or not he could protect his own life was a problem. In response, Li Yueming was naturally prepared. He pointed at the hunter team behind Gu Tianyi and said, "You can bring a hunter team back. Is this enough?" Gu Tianyi heard this. He was stunned. He turned around and looked at the hunter team that had expanded to more than 300 people. His entire body trembled. Seeing that he did not agree immediately, Li Yueming waved his hand and said, "If it still doesn't work, I'll give you another exploration team." Hearing this, Gu Tianyi began to tremble uncontrollably. As a captive, there had always been a gap between Gu Tianyi and the orthodox members of the alliance. After all, no matter what, his initial identity was that of a captive. Moreover, he was not native of the underground world. Even though he had completely integrated into the underground world, no one showed any distance in front of him because of his identity. However, Gu Tianyi was well aware of this. Everything he had now was thanks to Li Yueming. A capable wife, a beautiful daughter, and a house of his own. In fact, his daughter could also enjoy free education in the underground world. Everything was so extravagant for him. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's unconventional decision to promote him, he wouldn't even know what kind of trash he would be. But now, Li Yueming waved his hand. He handed over the 2 most elite teams of the underground world to him. He was prepared to support him to become the new leader of the survivor base. For a moment, Gu Tianyi did not even know what to say to express his current feelings. There was no hesitation. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Enough, enough. I, Gu Tianyi, will not let you down." As the branch leader of the exploration team, no one knew better than him how terrifying the most elite forces of the underground world were. After practicing the breathing technique developed by Li Yueming, these team members all had strength that surpassed the limits of human physical fitness. Even ordinary mutated creatures, they could also easily kill with their unreasonably powerful bodies. With their support, Gu Tianyi estimated that even a pig could become the leader of the survivor base. And so, after a short period of preparation, the 2 elite teams of the underground world came out that night. Nearly 500 fully armed members of the team walked in an orderly manner, like a mighty wave of steel heading towards the survivor base. 10 days later, Gu Tianyi arrived at the edge of the fallout shelter base. As soon as he got close, he was discovered by the patrolling guards nearby. Looking at this group of murderous fellows, the patrolling guards did not even dare to fart. They fled in a flash, roaring as they fled. Half a day later, tens of thousands of men from the survivor base surrounded Gu Tianyi with all kinds of crude weapons. The leader, the sons of the three leaders, walked out of the crowd. He sized up the army that had appeared out of nowhere and said warily, "Put down your weapons and surrender. I can spare your lives." And yet, even though they were surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers, the hundreds of people in front of him still did not panic. Looking at them, there was even a faint feeling that they were being taunted. This puzzled the sons of the three leaders. But soon, something that caused their pupils to constrict appeared. 500 soldiers parted to the left and right. In the middle, a man who looked similar to them appeared in front of them. The three of them looked at each other. Among them, the boss who held the power of the base said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In the crowd, Gu Tianyi, who had initially thought that his appearance was impressive, suddenly revealed an awkward expression. He knew his brothers had long forgotten about him. Perhaps in their eyes, on that day 3 years ago, it was only an unimportant insect that died, right? But they probably wouldn't even dream of this day. Every dog has its day. One day, a lowly insect like him could also transform into a dragon one day. Thinking of this, Gu Tianyi took a deep breath. He suppressed all the emotions that shouldn't have appeared in his heart. Now, his life no longer belonged to him. What he had to do, it was to carry out Li Yueming's orders meticulously. He would do anything for it. At this point, Gu Tianyi's excited expression gradually turned cold. He immediately said coldly, "I, Gu Tianyi, am here on the orders of the Son of God of the Star-Moon Alliance to take over the position of the leader of the survivor base. Anyone who dares to stop me, will be killed without mercy." Chapter 25, Capturing the Survivor Base. Gu Tianyi with complex emotions. "I, Gu Tianyi, am here on the orders of the Son of God of the Star-Moon Alliance to take over the position of the leader of the survivor base. Anyone who dares to stop me, will be killed without mercy." In the crowd, Gu Tianyi's voice was filled with killing intent. And behind him, the members of the exploration team and the hunter team also silently gripped the weapons in their hands. But no matter how one looked at it, facing the survivor base's nearly 10,000 guards with 500 people was no different from an egg hitting a rock. Therefore, when hearing Gu Tianyi's words, the three brothers all thought that they were hallucinating. Still, after hearing the name Gu Tianyi, only then did the three brothers' expressions become slightly more solemn. The tall and thin second brother sized Gu Tianyi up. Only then did he realize something. "I thought that some amazing big shot had come to our 0911 survivor base. I didn't expect it to be you." Behind him, the gloomy third brother also smiled and said, "Why? You've grown up after not seeing us for 3 years? I think you're not very capable, but you're quite arrogant. You want to covet the position of leader with just a small army? You simply don't know what death looks like." Gu Tianyi looked at his three half-brothers. There was no extra expression on his face. There was only endless coldness. He clenched his fists with one hand. Behind him, the team members drew their weapons when they saw the order. Next, there were no words. The first collision between the surface world and the underground world produced intense sparks. The two sides collided. Instantly, the three brothers' mocking expressions immediately froze. Furthermore, as the war continued, the three brothers felt a chill run down their spines. Not far away, the 500 team members all looked like humanoid beasts. Tens of thousands of people from the surface world were like papier-mâché lambs in front of them. After a few rounds, the formation was easily torn apart. Just as the surface world guards' minds were still stiff and at a loss. In the team, Gu Tianyi single-handedly passed everyone and charged towards the three brothers in the center of the crowd. As the sub-captain of the hunter team, no doubt, Gu Tianyi also learned the breathing technique created by Li Yueming. Therefore, now, he was also a part of something powerful. His three brothers, who used to be insufferably arrogant, could not resist him at all. He easily got rid of the three brothers' personal guards. Gu Tianyi did not even bat an eyelid. He raised his hand and slashed down. With one swoop, he beheaded the eldest of the three brothers. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. Many of them were still emitting hot temperatures. Such a scene! The two brothers beside him instantly peed their pants. Trembling, he knelt on the ground and said without thinking, "Fourth brother, we're half-brothers." Gu Tianyi lifted the head of his eldest son and said coldly, "Oh? When you plotted to kill my mother, you never considered me your brother." Then, he ignored the two brothers who were kowtowing on the ground. In the distance, the members of the underground world team were still fighting the surface world guards. However, the current surface world guards had already been killed by the team members. Although there were only 500 of them. But each of them was like a grim reaper from hell, easily reaping their lives. Seeing this situation, Gu Tianyi knew that the time had come. He stood at a high point. He hung the eldest brother's head on the sword hilt and raised it high. "Everyone, listen up. Gu Tiantang is already dead. As long as all the guards put down their weapons, the Son of God can let bygones be bygones." Hearing this message, the guards who were still resisting turned around in shock. After seeing Gu Tiantang's head hanging on the sword hilt, everyone immediately panicked. The old leader of the survivor base was on his last breath. Gu Tiantang was the leader's eldest son. He was also the son with the highest chance of inheriting the position of leader. But now, even the new leader's head was hung on the hilt of his sword. When the remaining soldiers saw that the situation was not good, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting. They began to raise their hands in surrender. In response, the members of the underground world stopped killing. After all, they were all humans fighting for different factions. It was easy to have nightmares after killing too many. At this point, the 3-year-long struggle for the leadership of the survivor base came to an end. The fourth son of the leader, who had been pronounced dead 3 years ago, suddenly came to life. Moreover, he returned in a domineering manner that no one could imagine. In less than half a day, he had inherited the position of the new leader. All the members of the base raised their hands and feet in agreement. As for those who disagreed, sorry. Their hands and feet were chopped, minced, and fed to the dogs. After everything settled down, Gu Tianyi was brought to the old leader's tent. Looking at his familiar yet unfamiliar father, Gu Tianyi asked, "Do you have anything to say?" The old leader looked at the scarlet blood on his face. He sighed and shook his head. "Since you have nothing to say, it's my turn to ask." Gu Tianyi paused and said, "If I remember correctly, you used to be the city defense captain of Fallout Shelter 0911. The old leader nodded weakly. Gu Tianyi continued to ask, "Have you heard of a person called Zhou Zhenhai? He should be a squad leader." The old leader pondered for a long time and finally shook his head. "I knew all the captains of the city defense team at that time. There was no such person." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The surviving city defense team followed me to the survivor base. The rest died in that disaster." Looking at the suspicious expression on Gu Tianyi's face, the old leader smiled bleakly and said, "Child, if you don't want to believe me, there are documents of the city defense soldiers in that box. You'll know when you look through them." Gu Tianyi nodded. Actually, he was not very interested in this information. However, these questions were specially asked by Li Yueming before he left. He could now obtain a list of the City Defense Forces personnel. It could be considered a satisfactory explanation. When he was done, all the tasks assigned by Li Yueming had basically been completed. Gu Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the old leader lying on the bed. His expression was a little complicated. No doubt. As a leader, the old man was undoubtedly qualified. He led all the survivors of Shelter 0911 to safety and established this survival base. Shelter 0911 was preserved. But as a father, the old man was a failure. Gu Tianyi, who had never received his father's love since he was young, often felt that he should not have been born. After all, the human world was miserable. If he could not have a happy life, he might as well not be born. It had been a long time. He gritted his teeth in hatred for his biological father. But now, he looked at the dying old man lying on the hospital bed. No matter how much hatred he had in his heart, he could not continue to show it outwardly. The old man seemed to have sensed the struggle in his heart. A few drops of tears flowed from the corner of his muddy eyes. With a hoarse and trembling voice, he said, "Child, now is the moment of life and death for human civilization. The continuation of the hundreds of thousands of survivors of Fallout Shelter 0911 is in your hands." Chapter 26, Crisis Appears, Attack of Mutated Creatures. The survival of Fallout Shelter 0911. It was not that important to Gu Tianyi. After all, he had never felt warmth in this land, so where did he come from? In comparison, the Star Moon Alliance with his children and wife was his real home. He looked at the old man on the bed. Gu Tianyi did not say anything. He turned around and left. After capturing the survivor base, the Alliance's strength expanded further. Under Li Yueming's push, the underground world had begun their migration. They had completely left the sewers, headed to the survivor base and built a new home. There were some minor disturbances. However, they were all suppressed by Li Yueming's Iron Fist methods. Just like that, the civilizations of the surface world and the underground world collided. Both of them were extremely curious about the unfamiliar neighbor next door. Overall, everything was fine. Nothing happened. Of course, Li Yueming's focus was not on these trivial matters. According to Gu Tianyi's report, the survivor base stored numerous documents and information left behind by humans before the cataclysm. Moreover, the location of the base was a good place carefully selected by the old leader. It was adjacent to a pre-cataclysm mining site. As long as it could stabilize and eliminate the mutated creatures in the mining field, human civilization would usher in a period of rapid development. Towards these messy things, Li Yueming basically did not care. As long as the chaos didn't affect him, he would let the cadres of the Alliance do whatever they wanted. As for himself, he silently locked himself up. In the next 6 months, the seeds from the old civilization were continuously moved to Li Yueming's residence. Not only were there building blueprints and various secret documents, there were also more than 10 boxes of various firearms blueprints. These were all treasures. Now that he had the breathing technique, ordinary humans could also obtain strength that exceeded the limits through training. However, compared to those mutated creatures that were constantly evolving, the speed at which humans strengthened their bodies through training was still too slow. Now, if he could digest these blueprints, the overall combat power of the underground world would rise to another dimension. Hence, upon receipt of such information and documentation, Li Yueming did not show up at the Alliance headquarters for more than half a year. During this period, almost everything was handled by Wang Fei and Li Ziyu. That's right. Li Ziyu, who was only 8 years old, was also a genius. She had super intelligence and decisiveness that did not match her age. When she was 6 years old, Li Ziho passed the examination set by the teachers of the Alliance with full marks for all subjects. She was the student who graduated the earliest with the best exam results in the entire underground world since the establishment of education. Now, she had already entered the core circle. Although the identity as Li Yueming's sister had provided her with a lot of convenience. However, her own ability was obvious. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Li Yueming had locked himself into study. In addition, the development of the Alliance was already on the right track. Alliance members know their duties. The hunters hunt and the educators teach. There was basically no trouble. 2 years passed in a flash. Li Yueming was 21 years old. When he first entered seclusion to study, Li Yueming basically didn't see anyone. Until a year later, Li Ziho came over. Only then did Li Yueming give her the many military weapon designs he had deduced. However, he still did not leave the house. In response, Li Ziho was not very happy. However, she was no longer like the ignorant brat when she was young. Her brother was now shouldering the hope of the entire human civilization. It was no longer possible to touch her head and tell her those strange myths like when she was young. With Li Yueming's continuous supply of technology, not only had the Star-Moon Alliance's development speed not slowed down in the past few years. Instead, it was getting faster and faster. Just last year, Wang Fei organized a hunter team to clean up the mutated creatures on the mine. After a year of crazy cleaning, the hunter team finally wiped out all the mutated creatures on the surface of the mine a year later. At this point, the Alliance began to organize people to mine and smelt ores. Moreover, he had achieved some results half a year ago. Overall, everything in the Alliance seemed to be developing in a good direction. But everyone knew, all of this was just the serenity on the surface. The real danger has yet to arrive. On this day 2 years later, Li Yueming continued his deduction in his room as usual. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Yueming got up and opened the door. However, Wang Fei said with a tense expression, "Teacher, something big has happened." Hearing this, Li Yueming's expression immediately turned cold as he asked, "What's wrong?" Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Fei's face. After taking 2 deep breaths, he said, "It's a long story. I want to invite you to the conference room immediately to preside over the situation." Hearing this, Li Yueming did not say anything else. He turned around and returned to his room to change his clothes before saying, "Lead the way." Wang Fei nodded and quickly jogged ahead. The two quickly arrived at the central meeting room. The moment he pushed open the door, the originally noisy meeting room suddenly fell silent. The members looked at Li Yueming, whose expression was normal. There was an unprecedented sense of security in the air. No matter when, no matter how much they had grown, Li Yueming would always be the backbone of the Alliance. He was the soul of the Star-Moon Alliance. The moment he arrived, the soul of the entire Star-Moon Alliance returned. Li Yueming said nothing. An usher led the way through the surrounding subordinates. He took his seat in the conference room. After sitting down, Li Yueming's deep gaze slowly swept across everyone. Everyone felt his gaze on them. All the members in the meeting room could not help but raise their heads, straighten their backs, and stand up straight. It had been 2 years since they last met. Everyone hoped to show their best attitude in front of Li Yueming. Li Yueming looked around. In the end, it landed on Li Zihu, who had already grown into a little girl. He waved at the little girl. Li Zihu, who was already 10 years old, stuck out her mischievous tongue and trotted over behind Li Yueming with an obedient expression. When he was done, he looked at the silent central conference room. Li Yueming slowly said, "Tell me, what happened?" Below the stage. Only then did the group come back to their senses. Someone quickly came up with a simple summary of events. After summarizing the cause and effect of the matter, he said, "Teacher, several of our transport teams that were transporting minerals were attacked by unknown creatures. The other party took our goods and strung the corpses of the transport team members on trees. When the exploration team went to investigate, they found many humanoid footprints that were smaller than humans." Chapter 27, Retract and Hang Yourself for 100 Years. Hearing this, Li Yueming's expression slowly turned solemn. Everyone knew that almost all the humans around Fallout Shelter 0911 were under the command of the Star Moon Alliance. It was impossible for other survivors to be active in the wilderness. As such, the enemy who attacked the transport team was obvious. Most of them were mutated creatures from Fallout Shelter 0911. Judging from the footprints of the humanoid creature, the attacker was most likely a mid-level mutated creature with a very complete evolution level. In addition, it was worth mentioning, according to the 0911 Survivors Alliance, currently, the mutated creatures in the world are divided into 3 levels. The lowest level mutated creature showed that after absorbing the strange substance, its body had undergone various mutations that ordinary people could not understand. Other than being more irritable, their physique and strength had increased greatly. In the end, it still belonged to the category of wild beasts. Most of the mutated creatures that the Alliance had come into contact with after coming to the surface were these low-level mutated creatures. As for the mid-level mutated creatures that had evolved more perfectly, they had evolved intelligence on the basis of low-level mutated creatures. Among them, the smartest intermediate-level creatures could even display intelligence comparable to ordinary humans. Moreover, most of the mid-level mutated creatures had evolved with human characteristics. For example, after the giant snake evolved into a second-grade mutated creature, a considerable portion of it had a human head and a snake body. It could only be said that it was fortunate that there were no myths or legends about snakes in this world. Otherwise, there might really be people who were so mesmerized by the snake demon that they could not walk. As for high-level mutated creatures, such an existence had almost lost the characteristics of a beast. If the other party did not want to show it, even a normal human would not be able to tell. That was not the only terrifying thing about high-level mutated creatures. They were infected by the strangeness and had almost perfect physiques. Each individual could bury mountains and overturn seas. It had the strength to make ordinary humans tremble. Of course, it was extremely difficult for such a high-level life form to evolve. Even among the mutated creatures, such existences were extremely rare. In addition, there is a category above these 3 categories. That was the royal family. It was rumored that there were a total of 8 royal families. They were the first creatures to evolve after the violent explosion. Among them, each of the 8 royal clans had evolved into a unique innate ability. Their existence was a well-deserved nightmare for humans. And now, the transport team might have encountered mid-level mutated creatures. Moreover, it was an organized and premeditated ambush. This wave of attacks was very ruthless. Not only did it kill nearly 100 members of the transport team, it also directly caused the mining and smelting industry of the entire alliance to stop production. It was precisely because of this. That was why the upper echelons were so furious. He rubbed his chin. Li Yueming looked at Wang Fei and asked, "Has the exploration team checked?" Wang Fei nodded. Of course. However, other than a series of messy footprints, the enemy did not leave any additional traces. Li Yueming thought for a moment and didn't say anything else. Instead, he changed the topic. "How much steel have you gathered?" In the past 2 years, the Star Moon Alliance had collected steel on a large scale. In addition to the necessary tools and weapons, almost all the steel in the entire territory was forcefully confiscated. It was stored in an extremely hidden warehouse. Hearing Li Yueming's question, Wang Fei glanced at it, lowered his head, and reported a number. Hearing this, Li Yueming frowned. Apparently, This steel in storage was less than he had imagined. As such, it was not time to give up on the iron ore in the south. He made a decision. Li Yueming said, "Send the Scarlet Squad to patrol the mine. They will escort the ore back to the base." Hearing Li Yueming's order, all the members present looked surprised. The Scarlet Squad was a newly formed team formed by the Star Moon Alliance in the second half of last year. Its members were all the strongest experts carefully selected from the Hunter team and the Exploration team. There were less than 200 people in the entire team. It was the trump card in the entire Star Moon Alliance. Except for Li Yueming. No one could command the Scarlet Squad. And now, in order to enter the mountains to continue mining, Li Yueming did not hesitate to send out the Scarlet Squad. This was something that no one had expected. Below the stage, some of the higher UPS did not quite understand this. He opened his mouth. In the end, he mustered his courage and asked, "Teacher, although the mine is very important, isn't it a little too much to send out the Scarlet Squad for this?" The other members nodded in agreement. They all said, "That's right. Even if it's a mid-level mutated creature, we can send 2 exploration teams." Li Yueming glanced at them. He smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. You'll understand after watching it slowly. This game has just begun." At this point, Li Yueming paused. He did not give them any time to react. With a wave of his hand, he said again, "Pass down the order. From today onwards, other than the logistics team that guarantees daily expenses, all troops will urgently shrink and start building city walls and fortifications." Hearing this, almost 90% of the upper echelons in the Star Moon Alliance could not believe their ears. Only a small number of people were prepared for this. After everyone dispersed, Li Ziyu, who was standing behind Li Yueming, had a solemn expression. As the publicly acknowledged little genius of the Star Moon Alliance. After 2 years of training, Li Ziyu already knew everything about the alliance like the back of her hand. Therefore, there were many things that Li Yueming could hide from others. But he could not hide it from her. In fact, many of Li Yueming's arrangements were personally handled by her. The attack of the mid-level mutated creatures was like the first wave of a tsunami. Now, the waves had arrived. Could the real monstrous waves be far away? Seeing that the other members had all left, Li Ziyu sighed. She asked worriedly, "Brother, will the day still come?" Li Yueming rubbed the little girl's soft hair and said gently, "Those mutated creatures know our every move like the back of their hands. That's why I said that this day would come sooner or later. It's already beyond my expectations that we lasted out this long." As he spoke, Li Yueming teased, "Why? Are you afraid?" Li Ziyu waved her petite fist and said, "I'm the reincarnation of Emperor Vicious. How can I be afraid?" Li Yueming couldn't help but flick her head. "Then why?" Hearing this, the smile on the little girl's face suddenly disappeared slowly. There was a rare seriousness in her eyes. Their eyes met. Li Ziyu said word by word, "I just hate that I haven't grown up and can't help you much." Hearing this, Li Yueming also looked away. Actually, at this moment, he really wanted to pull his sensible sister into his arms. However, the remaining rationality in his heart reminded him that he could not do this. In this life, as the leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Li Yueming felt that he had a clear conscience. And yet, as his sister's brother, as the teacher of the students, as the son of his parents, he was undoubtedly a failure. However, at this moment, he was like an old leader. Therefore, he could only turn his head away. He smiled and said perfunctorily, "Your existence is my best cure for all my worries. When you grow up, I still have to rely on you to take care of me." Li Ziyu ignored his words. She was still staring at him. There was a long pause. The little girl suddenly hugged his arm and said uneasily, "Brother, you will win like before, right. This time, Li Yueming finally did not dodge. He patted her head gently and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will build a world with stars and the moon for you. At that time, no one will have to worry about tomorrow." The girl raised her head innocently. He stuck out his little finger and said, "Then you must do it. Pinky swear, hang yourself. You're not allowed to change for 100 years. Chapter 28, Meeting Zhou Wuhei again, how many points can you give for this punch? After Li Ziyu left, Li Yueming returned to his usual cold demeanor. At the same time, the entire Star-Moon Alliance began to tremble. Honestly, if not for Li Yueming's absolute faith in the alliance and all the residents, the few instructions he announced at the meeting were absolutely impossible to achieve. But now, with unprecedented cohesion, the alliance actually followed the command. First, they sent the Scarlet Squad to the mining area to escort and transport various ores. Compared to other orders, this one was the easiest to complete. Less than 2 hours after the meeting, the Scarlet Squad, armed to the teeth, set off. Almost at the same time, the mine also received instructions to continue mining. They will be responsible for collecting and transporting minerals for a long time to come. On the other side, the alliance began to gather the grassroots branches of the alliance in the various regions. Li Yueming's instructions were then relayed from door to door by members who had been stationed at the branch all year round. The next day, in the entire alliance, other than the necessary logisticians, almost everyone gathered outside the headquarters. Some of them were refugees who had followed Li Yueming since the underground world. Some of them were residents of Shelter 0911. Of course, now, they all had new identities. They went through the door-to-door statistics of the grassroots branch. Be it the refugees from the underground world or the survivors from the surface world, they were all registered. They also had the same identity card. They were collectively known as citizens of the Star-Moon Alliance and the Human Federation. And today, it was also the first time they had gathered together with this new identity. The man known as the Son of God on the high platform slowly stood still. All the citizens cheered. "Long live the Son of God!" Li Yueming took out a crudely made loudspeaker and coughed twice. "Everyone, I have bad news for you. The mutated creatures have discovered our existence." Hearing this, instantly, the 100,000 people below the stage instantly fell silent. The refugees in the underground world were fine. After all, they had lived in the underground world and had never seen the horror of mutated creatures with their own eyes. However, the survivors from Fallout Shelter 0911 were all terrified. No one knew better than them how terrifying mutated creatures were. Its strongest expert was even as tall as a city wall. Ordinary humans were like small bugs in front of them. It posed no threat at all. Originally, they thought that they could avoid the threat of mutated creatures under the protection of the Star-Moon Alliance. Unexpectedly, in the end, they were still targeted by the mutated creatures. The audience was in an uproar. Many citizens could not help but discuss. In response, Li Yueming was not surprised and continued, "I know what you're thinking. It's nothing more than how to escape and survive. But please think carefully. Behind you are your wives, children, and friends. If you take a step back now, it means that everything you have will no longer exist. Our homeland will be trampled on, our wives and daughters will be killed, and our friends and family will be separated. Therefore, please abandon the idea of escaping. Fight the enemy together with me and all the members of the Star-Moon Alliance. In this battle, we will fight the mutated creatures to the death." After saying all this, Li Yueming did not say anything else. Instead, it gave all the residents enough time to consider. No doubt, what followed was an incomparably tragic war. Even if Li Yueming had the heaven-defying talent of infinite deduction. However, in front of the absolute power of the mutated creatures, sacrifices were inevitable. Therefore, forced conscription is absolutely necessary. Instead of burying minds for future battles, Li Yueming was more inclined to explain the cause and effect from the beginning. Only these hundreds of thousands of people were sincerely acting for the people they wanted to protect. Only then could the Star-Moon Alliance have a chance of survival in a long battle. After a long silence, finally, the crowd began to bustle with angry roars. These voices were like a flag in the darkness. Soon, it caused a prairie fire. In the Star-Moon Alliance square, the shouts of the crowd gradually turned into one word. Fight! 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 This year, Li Yueming was 21 years old. Standing on the high platform, he looked like a real god. That night, everyone began to build various fortifications 24 hours a day. Li Yueming no longer hid anything. He brought out all the military building blueprints he had deduced in the past 2 years. In addition, even many of the members did not know about this. It turned out that there was actually a large number of steel bars and cement hidden in the warehouse of the Alliance. These were all secretly made by Li Yueming through Li Ziu. The level of confidentiality was very high. Even Wang Fei had only heard a little about it, but he did not know the exact situation. Now, all of this came in handy. So much work. The entire alliance started to spin like a top. And yet, in such a tense situation, as the leader, Li Yueming came to a house in casual clothes. He knocked on the door. The majestic Zhou Wuhei soon walked out of the house. He looked at Li Yueming in front of him. After a long silence, Zhou Wuhei asked, "When did you find out?" In response, Li Yueming thought seriously for a long time and said, I don't think I trusted you from the beginning, right?" Zhou Wuhei. Originally, he thought that he had hidden himself well. Unexpectedly, Li Yueming had never trusted him at all. But now, there seemed to be no point in talking about this anymore. He looked at the young man in front of him. Zhou Wuhei cracked a smile and said, "It's too boring to swallow a delicacy that has been nurtured for so long." Li Yueming also twisted his neck. "Looks like the lesson I taught you a few years ago wasn't enough." Hearing this, the smile on Zhou Wuhei's face froze. His gaze toward Li Yueming finally revealed a strong killing intent. "Hehe, do you think you're very strong? If it weren't for the sake of better observation, I would have crushed you to death at that time." In response, Li Yueming did not reply. He picked up a fist the size of a sandbag. One punch. Zhou Wuhei was sent flying. He fell to the ground like a meteor. The incomparably powerful force even smashed a huge hole in the ground. He looked at Zhou Wuhei's bulging body in the pit. Li Yueming blew the dust off his fist and said, "How is it? How many points can you give for this punch?" Chapter 29, Who's the Real Monster? After so many years, Li Yueming finally bared his fangs again. It was just one punch. In an instant, Zhou Wuhei was sent flying more than 10 meters away. It landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Wuhei lay on the ground and coughed twice. After a while, he slowly got up from the bottom of the pit. He looked at the calm Li Yueming not far away. Zhou Wuhei sighed and said, "I have to say, as a human, you are really special." Then, hair began to grow on Zhou Wuhei's body. His entire body swelled up. Its nearly 2-meter-tall body transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant rat in less than a few seconds. Seeing this, Li Yueming could not help but click his tongue in wonder. As a mutated creature, you're quite special yourself. Ever since he found out that the underground world was a prison, Li Yueming had doubts about Zhou Wuhei's identity. After all, the timing of Zhou Wuhei's appearance was too coincidental. In the subsequent investigation, Li Yueming could not find Zhou Wuhei's name in the 0911 shelter survivors' data. As such, Zhou Wuhei's identity was obvious. However, at that time, Zhou Wuhei did not show any substantial threat. Therefore, in order to gain more time to develop, Li Yueming did not expose the other party's identity. And now, it just so happened that Li Yueming needed a whetstone to test his actual combat strength. The battle between the mutated creatures and the Star Moon Alliance was about to begin. It was time to settle Zhou Wuhei's score. After transforming into a giant rat, Zhou Wuhei said proudly, "I'm one of the members of the royal family under the Rat King. Of course I'm special." In response, Li Yueming just smiled. He clenched his fist and said, "Actually, what I mean is that as a rat, you seem to be especially fat." Zhou Wuhei. He looked at the undisguised mockery on the young man's face not far away. Zhou Wuhei, who originally wanted to maintain his elegant posture as a high-level race, instantly flew into a rage. As a noble royal family, being demoted to such a god-forsaken place was enough to make him angry. And now, he was actually despised by a little bug? Zhou Wuhei could not take it anymore. The expansion of his body suddenly accelerated. Zhou Wuhei raised his sharp claws and clawed at Li Yueming. At this moment, he had already changed beyond recognition. He had turned into a mutated giant rat with red eyes. There were only a few places that still had kept the appearance of humans. It could switch forms between human and rat. This meant that Zhou Wuhei's genes had been modified perfectly. It was at least a high-level mutated creature. It was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Swish! The air-piercing sound was getting closer and closer to Li Yueming. Zhou Wuhei's giant claw descended like a small mountain. It could be imagined that if he was hit by this attack, Li Yueming would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. At the critical moment, Li Yueming stepped back with his right leg and barely dodged the attack of the giant claw. He circulated the breathing technique. Li Yueming's entire body began to emit scorching heat. After countless improvements, the current star breathing technique was vastly different from the original version. Not only could he squeeze out more power, it could also save more stamina. Furthermore, on the basis of the breathing technique, Li Yueming had also developed moves that were specifically used to kill and injure enemies. Each of these moves was extremely lethal and perfectly matched the breathing technique. The two complemented each other. As a result, Li Yueming's combat strength was no longer the same as before. After his body was adjusted to its optimal state, Li Yueming exerted a little force. The next moment, he shot toward Zhou Wuhei like a cannonball. Looking at Li Yueming's sudden terrifying speed, Zhou Wuhei's pupils constricted. He finally put away the contempt in his heart and began to become serious. The man and beast exchanged a few blows in the blink of an eye. Li Yueming found an opportunity to punch Zhou Wuhei in the back. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Wuhei took a deep breath. The originally thick fur actually grew a layer of scales that looked like a shield. The force of Li Yueming's fist was blocked by this layer of scale armor that suddenly grew out. But even so, the vibrations from the scales still made Zhou Wuhei feel pain. Was this a physique that humans could possess? He looked at Li Yueming, who was like a ghost not far away. Zhou Wuhei once again felt suspicious of his beast life. He forcefully suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Zhou Wuhei sneered, "Don't forget that I've also learned the breathing technique you developed." In fact, other than the fact that staying in the lifeless underground world made him a little bored, the most important reason why Zhou Wuhei had not taken any action was because he wanted to find out the secret Li Yueming was hiding. But to his surprise, in just a few years, this bug that was originally nothing to be afraid of had actually grown to such an extent. Zhou Wuhei nodded. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Li Yueming's face. He said with a faint smile, "It seems that the information about you mutated creatures is not completely accurate. Perhaps you have reached the same level of intelligence as humans. But when it comes to schemes and plots, you bunch of newly enlightened beasts are still too inexperienced." Before Zhou Wuhei could figure out what they meant, however, he realized that the originally thick scales on his body were rapidly turning red. A few seconds later, it even began to melt. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming revealed his white teeth and explained kindly, "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. This breathing technique of mine can only be used by humans. If other life forms rashly use it, their bodies might suffer varying degrees of damage." After saying that, while Zhou Wuhei's head was still buzzing, Li Yueming instantly rushed in front of him and punched out fiercely, "Today, let me tell you what a real humanoid monster is. The first form of the star-breathing technique, splitting mountains and parting seas." The next second, the muscles on Li Yueming's entire arm began to move rhythmically. He gathered all his strength and punched Zhou Wuhei's abdomen. There was a crisp crack and the sound of bones breaking. Zhou Wuhei's fur and muscles were trembling. This punch, Li Yueming had broken no less than 5 of his ribs. He felt intense pain. Zhou Wuhei raised his head and let out an ear-piercing screech. At the same time, his body, which had already lost its control, subconsciously counterattacked. In Li Yueming's opinion, an attack of this level was not a threat at all. After easily dodging, Li Yueming's sandbag-sized fist rained down again. Zhou Wuhei roared in anger. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the alliance. Many members who had heard the commotion rushed over. However, the first to approach the scene was a group of soldiers who had recently been recruited for training. They looked at the mutated giant rat not far away. The recruits immediately thought that they were hallucinating. One had to know that this was the headquarters of the Star Moon Alliance. How could there be high-level mutated creatures? It was not easy to come back to his senses. Only then did the group of rookies realize that what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. Not far away, Li Yueming, who had always appeared in front of them as an otaku, was now punching them hard. He was pressing the high-level mutated rat to the ground and beating it up. Holy shit! That person is the son of God. Can someone tell me if this is really happening? F***ck, why did you hit me? F***ck, it hurts. It's really not an illusion. It's over. I feel like my worldview has exploded. He looked at the brutal scene not far away. All the alliance members who came to check on the situation felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Damn it, who was the real monster? Chapter 30, the final reunion is about to begin. Under the joint witness of the Star Moon Alliance members, Li Yueming punched Zhou Wuhei's transformed giant rat into meat paste. After confirming that he had really died, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. Among the mutated creatures, the attack power of the giant rats was not strong. Its skill points were all used to quickly reproduce and live tenaciously. Therefore, even though Li Yueming was beating Zhou Wuhei up, it also took a lot of effort to completely kill it. Amidst the bloody mess, Li Yueming stood up. Not far away, Wang Fei, who had heard the news, had already prepared toiletries and new clothes for him. Li Yueming waved his hand and said, "Send this corpse to the research lab and keep it safe." Wang Fei nodded. He looked at Li Yueming with uncontrollable admiration. His teacher would always be a legend that no one could look up to. Just like the shining sun in the darkness. Just like that. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yueming was 22 years old. The conflict between the alliance and the mutated creatures became more and more intense. There were dozens of small-scale battles along the mine's transportation routes and hunting team routes. They both suffered losses. As the aura of war became stronger, the entire alliance became more and more compact. The workers who built the fortifications worked 24 hours a day. Many of them were too lazy to sleep. When they were tired, they would find a place to lie down for a while. After waking up and eating something, they would hurry back to the construction. These were all self-initiated organizations by the people. In addition to distributing food regularly and checking the progress, there were almost no supervisors. It wasn't that the alliance members didn't value fortifications. It was just that the alliance was too busy. Every member wished they could learn the clone technique and split themselves in half. There was really no extra manpower to manage. But even so, the defense project was still advancing at a relatively fast speed. Under the continuous work of tens of thousands of strong laborers, high walls rose from the ground. The people spontaneously organized themselves to maintain the stability of the construction site and checked if the construction quality was qualified. As long as they found any cutting corners, they would immediately order the construction to be rebuilt. Such a united scene would probably only appear at such a critical moment. For the sake of his wife and children and his own life, no one dared to act carelessly. As the leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Li Yueming was naturally not idle during this year. After killing Zhou Wuhei, Li Yueming began to study the cells of mutated life forms. Actually, he had tried this a long time ago. However, the conditions at that time were limited. As a result, no meaningful results have been achieved. But now, the battle was about to begin. The entire alliance had already done their best for this. But Li Yueming knew. Facing the tide of the mutated beasts, even if 100,000 players were wiped out, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. It was just a question of how long he could last. As for Li Yueming himself, he had to find a breakthrough before the alliance was broken through. Only humans had a chance to win. On this day, Li Yueming walked out of the research lab. He shook off all the guards. He ran to the bathroom alone to wash up. Then, he went to find Li Ziyu and prepared to bring her home. Of course, their real home had long been abandoned in the dark underground. Their parents had already moved to the surface world. Li Ziyu would make time to come back every 10 days to half a month. However, Li Yueming had not returned home for several years. When he arrived at his home on the surface world, the thin woman was drying earthworms in the small courtyard. The moment she saw the two of them, the earthworms in the woman's hands scattered all over the ground. She sized up Li Yueming in disbelief. After confirming that she did not recognize the wrong person, only then did tears fall. She held Li Yueming's hand and rubbed it repeatedly for a moment before saying with a trembling voice, "Child, you're back." Li Yueming rubbed his nose. Compared to the past, the woman had obviously aged a lot. Fortunately, she still looked healthy. This also made the guilt in Li Yueming's heart lessen a little. He turned his head. Li Yueming said unnaturally, "I specially took some time out today to have a meal with you guys." Hearing this, the woman took 2 steps back. She sized up Li Yueming again. After confirming that the person in front of her was really her son, only then did she smile through her tears. "All right, all right, all right. Wait at home for a while. I'll call the old man back now." Now, the entire alliance was filled with soldiers. However, as Li Yueming's parents, even if the 2 elders lay down every day and did not work, probably no one would dare to cause trouble. However, his father admitted that he could not help his son much. Therefore, they decided to go and build fortifications with their fellow villagers. The people at the side could not stop them. In the evening, Li Yueming and his family of 4 sat at the dining table. He looked at his handsome son in front of him. His father got up and went to the backyard to search. A moment later, he actually brought back a pot of wine from the courtyard. Ever since he moved to the surface world, the alliance already had the ability to brew small-scale wine. However, this thing was very strictly controlled. He wondered where his cheapskate father had gotten it from. He poured a glass of wine for Li Yueming. He refilled his glass. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip before sighing. "You've grown up." Li Yueming also raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. But he didn't say anything. His father was usually not very smart. However, for some reason, he was exceptionally alert today. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask or say anything. The father and son drank one glass after another. Finally, he drank until he was a little dizzy. The old man took Li Yueming's hand and said while reeking of alcohol, "Kid, you're almost 23 years old this year. When are you going to find a wife?" Beside him, the thin woman took advantage of the situation and said, "I know you're busy with work. When you get married and have a grandson, bring him for us." Hearing this, Li Yueming could not help but smile bitterly. In the entire Star-Moon Alliance, only these two people could mention this in front of him. The others probably wouldn't dare to say anything about this even if they had guts. Beside him, seeing her brother suffer, Li Ziho couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. The few of them drank and ate. The atmosphere was harmonious. It was as if they had temporarily returned to a peaceful society where humans could still dominate the world a long time ago. However, good times were always short. At night, Li Yueming and Li Ziho prepared to leave. After all, the entire Star-Moon Alliance was in a critical period. Li Yueming and Li Ziho were both the highest decision-makers with absolute authority. Things like disappearing from the face of the earth would definitely cause chaos as time passed. But at this moment, his father, who was already sound asleep, suddenly woke up. He stood up and stopped the two people who were about to leave. Although he was still drunk. However, he still tried his best to enunciate clearly, "Children, do whatever you want. No matter what, this is your home. Your mother and I are proud of the two of you." Then, the old man shuffled back to the table. After burping, he lay down and continued to sleep. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 31, the first round of the final battle, Endless Rats. After leaving the old man's house, everything seemed to be back on track. On the way, Li Yueming summarized his achievements in the past 2 years. During this period of time, other than dissecting the corpses of mutated creatures for research, Li Yueming had also been using infinite deductions to learn the various blueprints and information transported from Fallout Shelter 0911. It also produced all kinds of scientific research results. This allowed the technology of the Alliance to develop rapidly. Although it was still far from the peak of human civilization's technology. However, other than a few top-notch advanced technologies, most of the others had already reached the same level. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had forcefully raised the technological level of the entire human race after the cataclysm. At the same time, to meet the growing demand for food, the earthworm scale cultivation base had also expanded at least 50 times in the past 2 years. New vegetable and poultry farms were also built. He had basically achieved food self-sufficiency. And yet, for the impending danger, this preparation was still too little. It was far from enough to deal with this life or death crisis. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. Otherwise, in a few more years, the entire Star-Moon Alliance might be completely different. That night, at 3:30 a.m., everything was silent. Everyone ended their busy day. Suddenly, a deafening drumbeat came from outside the city wall. Hearing voices, everyone in the Alliance quickly woke up from their slumber. After a short daze, almost everyone's faces turned pale. The meaning of such rapid and violent drumbeats could not be clearer. 10 minutes later, all the troops had gathered. Because the situation was urgent. Therefore, the gathering venue was chosen to be in the square in the middle of the headquarters. At this moment, the blazing torch illuminated the entire night sky. Under the torch, all the soldiers dressed in special soft armor had their eyes dyed red. Wang Fei stood outside Li Yueming's wooden house and gently knocked on the door. Unexpectedly, the door was not locked. He hesitated for a moment. Wang Fei pushed open the door and walked in. However, Li Yueming did not seem to be sleeping at all. He was sitting on a chair by the windowsill in a daze, silently watching the gradually slanting moonlight in the room. Hearing the sound, Li Yueming stood up and said calmly, "Let's go." At this moment, only then did Wang Fei notice that he had already put on his armor. Half an hour later, Li Yueming and the others appeared on the wall of Star Moon Alliance's Defense Circle 001. The silver moon in the sky was hazy. However, at this moment, a black cloud blocked the moonlight. It cast a large shadow on the ground. Or rather, the ground was not entirely covered in shadows. Instead, it was a wave of countless mutated rats. After 2 years of tireless efforts, currently, 3 complete defensive circles and 12 special checkpoints have been built outside the alliance. It was enough to withstand the attacks of hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures. However, there were probably nearly 1 million rats in front of him, hiding in the shadows. Just a glance was enough to make everyone's scalp tingle. On this day, many survivors of Fallout Shelter 0911 recalled the fear of being dominated by an endless rat tide. Squeak squeak squeak. Among the rats, an exceptionally huge rat screamed. Instantly, the black mass of rats began to move. They quickly rushed towards the city wall. On the city wall, the soldiers forcefully suppressed the fear in their hearts. Trembling, they took out machine guns from the military supplies box under their feet. At this moment, although they were very afraid, no one chose to escape. Because behind them was the wife and children they wanted to protect. If they retreat, what awaited them was the end of their families. Among them, many survivors had already experienced the feeling of abandoning their families and children. Now that life had finally stabilized and they lived a happy life, nobody wanted to experience it a second time. After assembling the machine gun, just in time, the dark clouds that covered the moon dissipated at this moment. The moon poked its head out again, illuminating everything on the surface. The next second, the heavy machine gun that Li Yueming personally modified began to fire. 222. Continuous gunshots sounded. Soon, the air on the entire city wall was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder. The bullets fired from the barrel hit the mutated rat. Immediately, scarlet blood bloomed like flowers. The dead mutated rats were quickly stepped on by their companions. In an instant, it was turned into a pile of meat paste. Under the bright moonlight, it looked abnormally mournful. This batch of rats seemed to be very powerful. But in fact, they were all made up of low-level mutated rats. Other than being more terrifying than ordinary rats, there was not much difference. Ordinary heavy machine guns were enough to deal with it. Therefore, Li Yueming only circled around the city wall. He went back into the research institute. He continued to dissect the mutated life form's corpse. He carried out all kinds of research almost without sleep. He gave Wang Fei full authority to decide on all matters on the outermost battlefield. Unless they were attacked by mutated creatures outside the inner city, Li Yueming did not care about anything else. Time always flies in war. Half a month later, on the city wall's outer fortifications, the machine guns were brought up in batches, and in a few days, they were carried down in batches. Even if it was a machine gun designed by Li Yueming himself, all kinds of performances were extremely stable. However, it could not withstand being fired for 24 hours a day. Therefore, in order to achieve the highest killing efficiency, often, a soldier had to alternately fire 2 machine guns. After he finished blasting one, he switched to another machine gun. But even so, there were still countless damaged machine guns. On the city wall, the soldiers stationed there were already numb to this. They did not know how many rats they had killed or how many cartridges they had used up. He only knew that the rats outside the city wall were really like a tide in the sea, repelling wave after wave. Endless. It was not easy to endure until the defense changed. Many soldiers did not even need to get up. They usually fell asleep on the spot. Many of them fell asleep and would never wake up again. One could imagine how intense this battle was. And yet, what made everyone feel even more despair? Currently, the rats were only mobilizing low-level groups. The middle and high level had yet to attack. After discovering this, almost all the Star Moon Alliance's members were shrouded in a thick layer of gloom. Chapter 32, For a Beautiful Tomorrow. There seemed to be no end to the vast and boundless rat dynasty. Fortunately, the Star Moon Alliance's barrier was strong enough. Even the ground was poured with steel bars and soil foundations that were more than 10 meters deep. Therefore, they could still resist the attack of the rat tide for the time being. During this period of time, Wang Fei and Li Zihu almost never came out of the war room. They were on duty 24 hours a day. It was also because of their flawless cooperation. Only now did the entire alliance not have any trouble. Although the hearts of all the members were extremely heavy. But at least the entire alliance was still operating in an orderly manner. Just like that. 3 months passed in a flash. Finally, the Star Moon Alliance destroyed the last machine gun. The bullets were all cleared. Looking at the corpses all over the ground outside the city wall, everyone had complicated expressions on their faces. It could be said that this was the most intense battle since the Star Moon Alliance was established. Although no single mutated rat passed the defensive wall. However, there were no less than 100 exhausted soldiers. They had paid such a huge price. The rats were only pushed back a few meters. After a short reorganization, the rats continued to charge forward fearlessly. Standing on the city wall, Wang Fei could not help but sigh when he saw this situation. He waved his hand. All the soldiers stood up. He looked at the defense line under his feet with a complicated expression. Here, they fought with all their might. It had been guarded by nearly 10,000 machine guns for 3 months. Eventually, he still could not stop the fate of failure. 10 minutes later, all the soldiers in the outer circle retreated to the second defensive circle. As the gunpowder buried in the middle of the city wall exploded, a loud bang sounded. The originally sturdy outer city wall collapsed. The Star Moon Alliance's first line of defense was completely gone. On the second line of defense, the more elite members of the hunter team were ready to attack. They started a new round of battle with the rats. And yet, just as everyone thought that everything would settle down again, that night, a giant rat that was 7 to 8 meters tall suddenly attacked the northwest city wall. A huge hole was made in it. Fortunately, the members of the hunter team were all elites among elites. They discovered the commotion on the city wall in time. That was why the losses were kept to a minimum. This episode scared many people into breaking out in cold sweat. After 3 months of manpower tactics, many soldiers had even forgotten that there was an even more terrifying higher level among the rats. It was just a thought. The giant rat almost seized the opportunity to break through the second line of defense. At this point, the frightened soldiers increased their patrols at night. The rats tried several times. After realizing that they could not break through the defense line this way, they quickly lost their patience. Half a year after the first attack of the rat dynasty, finally, traces of mid-level mutated rats began to appear in the flesh. Mid-level mutated rats had stronger vitality. Ordinary attacks would at most injure him. Only the star rocket cannon designed by Li Yueming could destroy it in one strike. However, mid-level mutated rats had higher intelligence. After suffering a few losses, as long as it saw a rocket launcher aimed at it from the city wall, it immediately turned around and fled. This almost roguish harassment caused the soldiers extreme pain. They had to spare manpower at any time. It was to guard against the sudden appearance of mid-level mutated rats. But after a day, the gains were often few and far between. There were not many rocket launcher shells. Therefore, before he had absolute confidence in killing the giant rat. To save shells, the gunners could only watch helplessly. As time passed, the Star-Moon Alliance was also in an increasingly dangerous situation. A few times, the rats even climbed up the wall of the second line of defense. It was a group of 13 or 14-year-old children who poured down buckets of cooking oil to resolve the crisis. What is edible oil? It was rations for the humans guarding the rear. They were forced to spill oil to help out. It was enough to show that the alliance had been pushed to the corner by the mutated creatures. Finally, a year after the battle began, the Star-Moon Alliance once again gave up on the second defensive circle. They prepared to retreat to the core circle to make their final resistance. In addition, this retreat, the alliance had paid the price of blood. On the way back, Wang Fei lost an arm. The entire hunter team of several thousand elites was almost completely wiped out. As for the reason, it was simple. When Wang Fei gave the order to retreat, more than 10 different rats suddenly rushed out from the group of rats below the city wall. On the surface, they were no different from ordinary mutated rats. However, they were actually disguised by a few high-level rats. These rats were hidden among ordinary rats. After approaching the city wall, it suddenly attacked and opened a gap as quickly as possible. As a result, many members of the hunter team who had yet to retreat were caught off guard and died tragically. Even Wang Fei almost died. In the end, the members of the hunter team protected him with their lives. That night, the doctor had just bandaged Wang Fei's wound. Wang Fei stood up and gave himself 2 tight slaps. Then, he burst into tears. It was not easy for him to calm down. Wang Fei knelt on the ground and chased away everyone who tried to help him up. He knelt all the way to Li Yueming's wooden house. He looked at the closed door. Wang Fei kowtowed a few times and said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you again." There was no movement in the house for a long time. After a long time, Li Yueming opened the door. Looking at the empty sleeve in Wang Fei's left hand, he closed his eyes and said, "You've already done very well." Wang Ye could no longer control his emotions. He broke down and wailed. His voice was heart-wrenching. As he cried, he couldn't help but slap herself. Why didn't I prepare in advance? Why am I still alive? Why? When the surrounding alliance members saw this situation, they fell silent. Actually, everyone knew that this was not Wang Fei's fault. After all, no one could have predicted that those cunning rats would choose such an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Nobody had expected a high-level mutated life form to be so powerful. And yet, the losses this time were too heavy. Even Wang Fei's psychological defense was broken. He thought that it was because of his mistake in commanding that the hunter team suffered such heavy losses. Li Yueming sighed. At this moment, someone looked up at him. Only then did he realize that Li Yueming, who was still in high spirits last year, was now covered in pale white hair. Obviously, a year of non-stop deduction and research had cost him an unimaginable price. This scene shocked everyone. The alliance's members fell to their knees. He asked anxiously, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Li Yueming closed his eyes tiredly. After a long while, he said, "It's fine. I've already made progress in my research. Give me another half a year. In half a year, I'll return peace to the world." With that, Li Yueming no longer paid attention to the commotion outside. He closed the door. He hardened his heart and ignored the cries of the students outside. That night, many people had an unforgettable night. The loss of the hunter team was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Star Alliance. But no matter what, the war had to continue. The next day, the news that Li Yueming had his members hold on for half a year spread throughout the Star-Moon Alliance. After hearing that they only needed to fight for another half a year, they might be able to obtain hope of counterattacking. The entire alliance instantly erupted with a powerful cohesion. After all, Li Yueming represented an omniscient and omnipotent god. He said that the Star-Moon Alliance would be at peace in half a year. No matter how unbelievable this sounded, everyone firmly placed their trust in him. There was no need for any reason to distrust Li Yueming. The next day, the alliance held a short funeral for the dead in the hunter team. Then, he began to concentrate on the tense war again. With Li Yueming's promise that night. Now, even the cook auntie in the logistics department had become the most determined warrior. In order to have a home of their own. For future generations to have a tomorrow where they would not have to live in fear. Even if they died 10,000 times. They'd gladly fight for half a year for Li Yueming. Chapter 33, The Last 30 Days. The war continued. Moreover, as time passed, the situation on the battlefield became more and more precarious. Currently, the Star-Moon Alliance's territory was only one-third the size at its peak. But they needed to feed two-thirds of the population. There was still some food stored in the warehouse. However, one could imagine that as time passed, the situation would become more and more difficult. There was no choice. Now that Li Ziyu had taken over all the authorities in the alliance, she could only order the exploration team to work with the transporter team. When the giant rat's attack slowed down slightly, the corpses of the mutated creatures were transported back as food. Under normal circumstances, ordinary humans would definitely avoid the corpses of mutated creatures. This was because the strange energy contained in it would cause harm to the human body. However, it was still a question of whether they could survive. Who cared how troubled they would be tomorrow? Everyone went all out. Unfortunately, since they were found collecting corpses, every time the cunning rats were repelled, they would take away all the corpses of their dead companions. Therefore, the Star-Moon Alliance had only made some gains in the first month or two. In the future, they would not be able to eat mutated creatures even if they wanted to. As they fought back with all their might again and again. In the blink of an eye. 3 months passed. Looking around, the third direction was filled with the corpses of giant rats. The rotting corpse emitted a nauseating smell. After the blood fermented, it overflowed. It turned into red rivers on the ground. At the beginning of the attack, the rats were still arrogant. Millions of mutated rats formed a tide and rolled over. It really seemed endless. But now, there were fewer and fewer large rats. Apparently, the rat group among the 8 mutated creatures might really be endless. But at least there was a limit to the rats in this area around Fallout Shelter 0911. After fighting for so long, they had lost such a huge amount of vitality. It was also quite draining on the rats. The leader of the rats who was in charge of commanding this battle had already suspected it several times. When they attacked Fallout Shelter 0911, they had never encountered such intense resistance. Usually when the rats pounced over, the soldiers standing guard on the city wall were so frightened that their legs went weak. Many of the upper echelons of the shelter fled overnight. It looked like an incomparably sturdy fortress. It only took them less than a week to completely occupy it. But now, they were just a group of defeated soldiers. They actually used hundreds of thousands of soldiers to block them outside the defensive circle for a year? Such a strange battle. He was also puzzled. Still, everything ended here. The intense battle with the Star-Moon Alliance had already attracted the Rat King's attention. After understanding the specific situation, the Rat King had already ordered the rats around Fallout Shelter 0911 to gather here. He believed that it would not take long. These damned humans would completely become a thing of the past. And they would become humans of the new era. On the other side, the Star-Moon Alliance was in a terrible state. Half a month ago, the Alliance was already in a food crisis. All the rations meant for the front line had basically been eaten. The soldiers were starving every day. Although the willpower was still strong. However, combat strength still decreased at a visible speed. No choice. The will of steel could not be eaten. How could they continue fighting when their legs were weak from hunger? Fortunately, after receiving the news, in the back shelter, from 80-year-olds to 7 or 8-year-old children, they all began to conserve their rations, eating only a few simple grass and bark every day. They sent the grain they saved to the front line by cart. This barely alleviated the crisis at the front line. However, the alliance was at its wit's end. And yet, it had been half a year since Li Yueming requested. But there were still 3 months left. 3 months. 90 days. To the current Star-Moon alliance, this was no different from an unreachable glacier. The battle continued. A month later, the Star-Moon alliance's initial elite force. All the explorers died. The Scarlet Squad picked up the weapons left behind by the exploration team and charged forward. Another month passed. The Scarlet Squad was also wiped out. At this point, almost all the combat troops of the Star-Moon Alliance were destroyed. The walls of the third defense line were almost destroyed by such a high-intensity battle. It was full of potholes. Below the city wall, a new wave of rats had arrived. Turning around to take one last look at the tightly shut door not far away, Li Xiu, who had already stood tall, took a deep breath. Then, she closed her eyes and put on her armor. Now, looking at the alliance, the only ones still capable of fighting were the royal court's guards, who were responsible for protecting the upper echelons. They were Li Xiu's personal guards. More than 10 years ago, the royal court's guards were the first team to follow Li Yueming and fight with the sewer bosses. And now, their existence would be like the setting sun, adding the brightest red light to the Star-Moon Alliance. Everything seemed like a cycle. The initial starting point. In the end, it might become the final destination on this day. It was simply comical and ridiculous. At this moment, none of the guards showed any fear on their faces. There was only deep regret. There were only 30 days left. As long as they persisted for another 30 days, they would have fulfilled their promise of half a year. When the time comes, the man they regarded as a god would save everything. But now, as the entire Scarlet Squad died, everything seemed to have become a bubble in a dream, and disappeared. Under the tragic gazes of all the royal court guards, Li Xiu pulled out the thin sword at her waist. The thin sword was long and thin. It happened to be tightly pressed against Li Xiu's fair palm. This was a birthday gift that Li Yueming had tailor-made for her when she was 12 years old. The girl had kept it carefully for many years. Today, she would charge into the final battlefield with this sword. She turned around, looking at the guards in front of her. Li Xiu's expression was solemn. This time, she didn't do any war mobilization. Because the outcome of this trip was already decided. The guards who could still stay here and go up the city wall with her were clearly determined to die. At such a time, there was no need for the so-called war mobilization. Li Xiu's gaze swept across the young men. She could feel the fanaticism in their eyes. She suddenly raised the thin sword in her hand and shouted, "Guards, charge with me!" As soon as she finished speaking, the girl turned and walked away. A soldier and a sword walked towards the defensive line of the city wall without looking back. Behind her, thousands of guards saluted the young girl who was still underage not far away. Her emotions were indescribable. However, at this moment, it didn't seem that important anymore. Then, the guards also drew their swords. They quickly followed. Without any explanation, they surrounded Li Xiu in the middle. The meaning of this action was very simple. Even if it meant death, they had to be the first to die. All the members of the Star-Moon Alliance fought to the last soldier. They would never take a step back. Chapter 34, Retract and hang yourself for 100 years. Drawing their sword, The last of the Star Moon Alliance's capable defenders stepped onto the city wall. They began to prepare for the final battle. At this moment, all the guards of the royal court looked excited and determined. Even if it was just to buy an extra hour. Perhaps the Son of God could create a miracle in this hour. And yet, when all the members stepped onto the city wall and looked down, at the intersection of the two defensive circles, a black tide surged over. After a year and a half, the tide of rats had already decreased greatly. But now, the number of rats attacking this time was several times more than the first. Not only did mid-level mutated rats appear, there were also high-level mutated life forms that had never appeared on the main battlefield before. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Many people quickly reacted. Apparently, the only reason for this abnormality was that the rats in the other shelters had come. However, when they were at their wits' end, the enemy's strength had increased several times. To the Star Moon Alliance, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. At this moment, all the members of the alliance stood on the city wall. They looked down at the rats that were tightly packed together. It was suffocating pressure. It was enough to magnify the fear in people's hearts. Seeing this scene, all the members' faces turned pale. It was not that they were afraid of death. Instead, they were facing so many mutated rats. They might not even be able to stop them for a moment. Li Yu's face was also pale. This was her first time on the battlefield. There were all kinds of rotting corpses, white maggots, and murderous rats. It was extremely unfamiliar to her. But even so, she forced herself to calm down. She was Li Yueming's sister. Therefore, she had to do everything to the best of her ability. She raised her rapier. Li Yu said with a pale face, "Charge." Her voice was soft. But in the current environment, even if it was just a single word, it also took a lot of courage. Hearing her command, the royal court guards also calmed down from the chaos. Everyone raised their swords. The current Star Moon Alliance, except for the swords they carried with them, there were no longer any usable weapons. Therefore, in the endless rat tide, the 1,000 odd guards of the royal court were like insignificant stones. But it was such a small stone. Now, they had to face the huge waves alone. The rat tide was getting closer and closer. Under the lead of the high-level giant rat, they quickly climbed the city wall. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. Gradually, more and more mutated giant rats climbed up the wall. They looked at the terrifying monsters baring their teeth at them. The soldiers' angry roars sounded extremely majestic. Kill. Protect Princess Xiu. The guards surrounded Li Xiu in the center of the crowd. And themselves. They held their long swords and started fighting the mutated giant rats. After learning the breathing technique, the combat strength of these guards had long exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Therefore, as soon as they crossed weapons, many soldiers relied on their sharp blades and immense strength. One killed nearly 100 giant rats. But before many people could rejoice, their lives came to an abrupt end. More giant rats swarmed forward. Even a low-level mutated rat was the size of a basketball. Thousands of them pounced over. It instantly gnawed the outermost guards into bones. For a moment, screams could be heard everywhere. It was like the most hair-raising symphony in the world. Soon, row after row of guards fell. Seeing that the situation was bad, the remaining members began to retreat. As they retreated, someone shouted from the side, "Quickly send Princess Xiu to the beacon tower. We can die, but nothing must happen to the princess." Then, a group of people roughly lifted Li Xiu up high. Moreover, a human ladder was forcefully built in the ratted. The beacon tower they were talking about was something similar to a watchtower on the city wall. This was because every battle required him to observe the movements of the mutated creatures in advance. Therefore, the watchtower was set extremely high. It could effectively prevent rats from attacking. Apparently, this group of soldiers was prepared to exchange their lives for Li Ziyu's survival. The entire scene was very chaotic. The group was flustered. They wanted to hide Li Ziyu. Although Li Ziyu also cultivated the breathing technique. But she was still young. And she was a girl. Facing a group of fully armed royal court guards. She had no means of resisting. And yet, just as the group of guards set up the human ladder and were about to send Li Ziyu into the watchtower, suddenly, an exceptionally strong mutated giant rat tore open the outer defense of the royal court's guards. It suddenly bit towards Li Ziyu, who was in the center. Its sharp fangs were like a sword. Come to think of it, if this attack hits, Li Ziyu was likely to be killed on the spot. Around her, the members of the royal court's guards were all furious. They charged forward without a care for his life. Everyone wanted to stop this high-level mutated rat. And yet, the long swords in their hands slashed at the giant rat's body, but they could only scratch its fur. Not even blood splattered. The giant rat looked at them provocatively. His gaze revealed human-like contempt and resentment. He easily shook off all the guards around him and approached Li Ziyu at an unstoppable speed. Apparently, this fellow had long recognized that this girl in front of them was the one who caused them to suffer the greatest losses in this attack. Moreover, he could not wait to tear her into pieces. Looking at the terrifying monster that was getting closer and closer to her, a rare look of fear appeared on Li Ziyu's pale face. Although she was already prepared to die in battle before coming. But for some reason, when the monster really approached, only then did Li Ziyu smell fear in the increasingly dense aura of death. Am I going to die? She was going to die. But why did she suddenly feel a little indignant? She closed her eyes in despair. Somehow, in a daze, she recalled the scene when she made an agreement with Li Yueming a year ago. Pinky promise, never change for 100 years. In her mind, Li Yueming's lively face made her think that their agreement had happened yesterday. In the past. Whether it was a promise to tell her a story or a promise to spend her birthday with her. Or she could go to her parent-teacher conference before she promised. This child's hand-holding trick would eventually end with Li Yueming breaking his promise. Because Li Yueming was always like this. When he was busy, he would forget everything he had promised her. Sometimes, she would also feel a little unhappy, but she would not really be angry every time. After all, her parents had told her when she was young. Her brother was a genius. Geniuses were born to do great things. Therefore, she could not expect her brother to grow up with her like the brothers of other children. Later, she realized that this was indeed the case. Li Yueming was really too busy. Sometimes, even she would not see him for half a month. Once he started researching. He even locked himself in his room for 2 to 3 months without taking a step out. However, this did not stop her from playing such a childish game with Li Yueming. Although she knew that Li Yueming would eventually die. But she still enjoyed it. Two people closest to each other would always accommodate each other, right? Her brother could not grow up with her. Then wouldn't it be good to play childish games with her occasionally? Pinky swear. No change for 100 years. But this time, it seemed that it was finally her turn to break her promise. Chapter 35, Fulfilling the Promise, The Birth of a New Century. On the battlefield, everything was silent. The moment Li Ziyu closed her eyes, everything around her seemed to have been stopped. There was only a faint smoke. But at this moment, Li Ziyu suddenly smelled a familiar scent. The faint smell of soap mixed with the smell of sweat. It was a very pleasant smell when mixed together. Li Ziyu opened her eyes in a daze. She found herself in a warm embrace. She looked up. She looked at the white-haired figure in front of him. Compared to a year and a half ago. At this moment, it felt like a century had passed. But even so, Li Ziyu recognized this familiar yet unfamiliar figure immediately. She was stunned for a long time. Li Ziyu's voice trembled slightly as she said in disbelief, "Brother! Brother!" Li Yueming said nothing. He put her down. Li Ziyu looked around. Only then did she realize that the two of them had already arrived at the watchtower on the city wall. He looked at the densely packed rats under his feet, as well as the royal court guards who were still resisting with all their might. Li Yueming was silent for a long time. He finally said, "Do you still remember the initial promise I made to you?" Li Ziyu was stunned. They had not seen each other for a year and a half. She never expected that Li Yueming's first sentence would be to ask her a question. She thought about it. Li Ziyu quickly replied, "Brother will create a world with stars and the moon for me. At that time, no one will have to worry about tomorrow." Her voice was soft. He seemed to have fallen into a distant memory. Li Yueming nodded. His white hair looked abnormally ancient. But at this moment, he was like a sword that had been polished for 10 years. It was fine if it did not make a sound. Amazing! He looked at his sister, who was only half a head shorter than him. Li Yueming said seriously, "Watch carefully. I'll fulfill the promise I made to you back then today." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming drew the sword at his waist with a clang. "All members of the Star Moon Alliance, listen up. I've solved the mystery of the strange energy. From today onwards, the so-called mutated creatures will become inconspicuous as rocks in the waves of the new era. Victory will definitely belong to humanity." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yueming jumped down from the platform. In midair, the sword drew an arc that was dozens of meters long. He suddenly slashed down. Instantly, there was a boom. The entire city wall under his feet was split into two. The city walls and bricks were still collapsing. Not far away, Li Yueming slowly stood up from the dust. At this moment, the mutated giant rats screamed and kept retreating under his slash. And behind him, the hundreds of royal court guards could only see his back. But even so, everyone looked at him with shock and excitement. After a short moment of shock, all the members of the royal court's guards felt their blood boil. They shouted in unison, "Long live the Son of God! Victory will definitely belong to humans." Li Yueming turned around and glanced at the few hundred survivors behind him. He looked down at the corpses and broken bodies all over the ground. It was just a glance. The shocking scene on the battlefield was enough for him to know everything. He said and asked nothing. He looked at the endless tide of rats not far away. Li Yueming took a deep breath. At the same time, the newly developed breathing technique was activated at maximum power. After adjusting every bone and muscle in his body, under the unbelievable and shocked gazes of all the guards, Li Yueming was alone. He actually rushed towards the tide alone. On this day, blood dyed every inch of the Star Moon Alliance red. Many years later, the Star Moon Alliance stood at the peak of civilization. However, this land was still red. There was not even a blade of grass within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. After the special long saber in Li Yueming's hand cut it off, he tore it apart with his hands. After being strengthened, his body was already invulnerable. The giant rat's all-out attack could at most leave a white mark on his skin. In any case, as long as he felt tired, Li Yueming circulated his breathing technique and kept absorbing the strange energy emitted from the giant rat's corpse. The so-called strange energy was very violent. Too much contamination will affect the consciousness and body of living creatures. In serious cases, it might even mutate. However, Li Yueming discovered during the process of decomposing the corpse, after the strange energy absorbed by the living beings was filtered, it turned into a relatively gentle energy. It was far less violent than the ordinary energy dissipated in the air. In order to absorb this energy, Li Yueming racked his brains. He spent a year and a half without sleep. He did not even hesitate to use his lifespan to squeeze out his potential. Finally, he had solved the mystery of the strange energy before the final battle ended. A brand new breathing technique was created. It could extract gentle energy from dead life forms. With this, his combat strength increased by dozens of times. As long as there were corpses around. Desperately, Li Yueming could transform into a tireless human-shaped killing machine. Just like that. As Li Yueming slaughtered the rats, he plundered their strange bodies for his own use. He did not know how many days he had been fighting. He did not know how many rats he had killed. Finally, after he casually tore apart an exceptionally huge rat, the tide stopped. The large group of rats fled. It quickly disappeared. When the royal court guards found him, the sun was setting. Li Yueming stood on a pile of corpses that were more than 100 feet tall. The red sunset merged with the blood on the ground. It turned into a hellish world. After so many years, this day was called the birth of the new century by all humans on planet 3-024. And the creator of the new century, Li Yueming, whom later generations called the savior of human civilization. They were hurriedly carried to the hospital by a group of people. Pinky promise, never change for 100 years. Li Yueming fulfilled a promise. For this, he had broken all his other promises. Chapter 36, The Broken Ship of the New Era, 3K. This battle. Many people lost everything. Their homes were destroyed. The farmland that they had worked so hard to cultivate had also been destroyed by the attack. The child had lost his father. The woman had lost her husband. Parents lost their children. All this pain would become a wound in everyone's hearts that would never heal. Many years later, they would probably not forget this day. Still, however, the Star-Moon Alliance was still standing. Because, to them, as long as Li Yueming was still alive, he was still guiding them forward. So then, even if he was crushed to pieces, they were not afraid at all. But this time, however, the miracle did not appear again. That night, Li Yueming, who was covered in blood, was carried into the simple infirmary. All night, everyone in the alliance who had some medical knowledge was summoned to the infirmary. However, there was still no good news. The next day, Li Ziyu, who had cried all night, appeared in front of everyone with red eyes. Instantly, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Many people even started to sway on the spot. Li Ziyu pursed her lips. She tried her best to suppress the sadness on her face. There was a long silence. Finally, she gritted her teeth and choked, "My brother, he died." Hearing these few words, whoosh! The remaining 100,000 citizens of the Star-Moon Alliance were in an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, even though they were prepared. But when hearing this news, however, it still made countless people dizzy. Many people could not withstand the blow and fainted. They withstood the destruction of their homes and the separation of their families. And now, the news of Li Yueming's death was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless people wailed. The entire city was filled with cries that made people cry. The next day, as Li Yueming's sister, as Princess Ziyu of the Star-Moon Alliance, Li Ziyu took the position of leader of the alliance. Wang Fei, who had just completed the rehabilitation training for his broken arm, was appointed as the deputy leader. In response, the alliance did not cause any commotion. After all, in the past, Li Ziyu and Wang Fei already held leadership positions. Now, they have only changed from private to public. One day, 23 years ago, Li Yueming came quietly. 20 years later, Li Yueming left quietly again. When he was around, no one could hide his brilliance. His existence was like the sun in the sky. It made everyone pale in comparison. But after he left, only then did the crowd realize. In fact, it didn't seem to affect the daily operations. And so, only then did many people understand. Perhaps Li Yueming had anticipated this a long time ago. He had long prepared for his fated ending. The transfer of rights went smoothly. After Li Ziyu and Wang Fei went on stage, the first order they gave together was to promote the new breathing technique. Li Yueming had already sorted out all the information on the breathing technique and placed them in the safe in the laboratory. Even if he died, Li Ziyu could also open the safe and retrieve the documents. There were a total of 5 safes. Every time she opened one, it was filled with various blueprints and information. She looked at the stacks of handwritten manuscripts. Li Ziyu couldn't help but tear up again. Once upon a time, she never understood why Li Yueming would lock himself in that small and enclosed house. But now, looking at the stacks of manuscripts left behind, Li Ziyu finally understood. The brother who couldn't grow up with her. He just wanted her to live in an environment that ordinary humans should live in. For this reason, he worked day and night. He broke pencil after pencil under the dim yellow light. However, it was too late to understand everything now. What she could do was to inherit Li Yueming's will. It allowed all humans and her to return to the environment that should have been theirs. A world where there was no longer a tomorrow. The new leader gave the order. Naturally, everyone in the Star Alliance obeyed. However, it was obvious. It was impossible for them to learn the new breathing technique in a short period of time. This battle, the Alliance soldiers suffered heavy losses. Almost all the elite warriors died in the wave of rats. Only the royal court guards and hundreds of surviving veterans were left. Fortunately, this time, it really hurt the Rat Clan, one of the 8 mutant creatures. For the time being, the rats did not dare to organize another tidal wave of attack. This gave the Alliance a chance to catch its breath. Half a month later, under the efforts of Li Ziyu and Wang Fei, the Star Moon Alliance, which was in ruins, had gradually resumed production. Although everyone was still in extreme pain. But sorrow and pain could not be eaten. The dead were already dead. The living had to continue living. Only alive. Only then could they inherit the will of those who came before him. The survivors picked up the human bones and broken limbs left on the battlefield. A pit had been dug for them. And a grand funeral was held. Li Yueming's body was buried in the middle of the pile of broken limbs. This was also a unanimous decision after everyone's discussion. If hell existed in this world, with so many Star Moon Alliance members accompanying him, Li Yueming would not be lonely along the way. On the day of the burial, the entire Star Moon Alliance cried. Everyone felt as if something in their lives had been cut off. This kind of heart-wrenching pain from the soul was often more painful and incurable than physical injuries. After burying everything, the people's pain finally closed as the coffin closed. Time passed, day by day. The Alliance quickly cleaned up the traces left behind by the war, and built a new home on the ashes. At the same time, the new breathing technique left behind by Li Yueming was quickly promoted. After many people got used to cultivating, they realized that other than some minor changes, there was not much difference between the new breathing technique and the old breathing technique. After discovering this, the progress of the Alliance members in cultivating the breathing technique instantly increased by leaps and bounds. The Alliance's strength had unknowingly become stronger. Time flowed like water, never to return. The second year. With Li Ziyu's approval, the new hunter team and exploration team were officially established. They began to clean up the surrounding mutated creatures. They were also equipped with the new breathing technique. The soldiers were all extremely brave. Soon, the mutated creatures around the Alliance were wiped out. They went on to expand the territory. After resolving the problem of food supplies, The alliance's development speed had risen to another level. Li Zihu took out the blueprint left behind by Li Yueming. She began to collect minerals around the territory to develop technology. Year after year passed. Soon, 10 years passed. The alliance was developing more and more rapidly. On this day, under Li Zihu's plan, Exploration Team, Hunter Team, the newly formed Scarlet Squad appeared outside Fallout Shelter 0911. The mutated creatures also evolved very quickly. The current Fallout Shelter 0911 was under their construction. It was no different from a city ruled by humans. Of course, they had to remove animal characteristics like rat tails, rabbit ears, and cat claws. It was obvious. This group of mutated creatures had learned the operation of human society very successfully. However, the wild beasts had lost their wildness and chose to evolve into humans. Could they still be called wild beasts? No one knew this result. No one cared. At this moment, everyone in the Star Moon Alliance, who had a blood feud, was more like a beast than a beast. Soon, several teams attacked. They attacked the mutated creatures living in Fallout Shelter 0911 at lightning speed. Although this group of mutated creatures had good combat strength, they also knew that there was a human force growing not far from the shelter. However, the long years of living as a human had made them lose their original wildness. Therefore, under the absolute suppression of the Alliance's combat strength, the wild beasts quickly scattered in all directions. Eventually, it only took the Alliance half a day to reclaim Fallout Shelter 0911. The first shot of the counterattack was officially fired. Time continued to pass. 2 years after seizing Fallout Shelter 0911. This was the first time the Alliance had seen refugees other than them. This group of refugees had traveled a long way. From the moment of seeing them, they trembled. After interrogation, they found out that the 8 mutated beast kings were constantly sweeping through human forces. It seemed to be preparing to wipe out the other human forces. Then, they would gather their forces and destroy Fallout Shelter 0911 in one fell swoop. After receiving the news, Li Zihu was silent for a long time. 10 years of experience had made her a mature politician. Many times, she was already used to not showing her emotions on her face. But now, however, she also felt a rare trace of nervousness. One had to know that 10 years ago, the Star Moon Alliance led by Li Yueming only faced a few tribes under the Rat King. But now, what she had to face was the full attack of the 8 royal families. Even with the improved breathing technique, it was an extremely difficult battle for the entire Star Moon Alliance. In the dead of night, Li Zihu hugged the rapier that Li Yueming gave her and muttered, "Brother, please give me some strength." Then, she couldn't help but tear up as drops of tears fell. After a while, she wiped her tears. Li Zihu puffed up her cheeks and said, "This lousy ship of the new era is really not easy to sail at all." Chapter 37, The Finale of All Finale, 4K, End of Volume 1. Time flowed like water, never to return. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed quietly again. During this period of time, the mutated creatures finally launched an all-out attack on the Star Alliance. At the same time, the news of the Star Moon Alliance's counterattack and victory finally spread throughout the world. The human survivors who were struggling finally saw the light of victory against the mutated creatures. Then, all the surviving humans that were on the verge of extinction began to advance towards the Star Moon Alliance. Fallout Shelter 0911, where the Alliance was located, was collectively known as the Holy Land by all humans in the world. Entering the Holy Land to make a pilgrimage, it became the highest aspiration of survivors on all 3-024 planets. In 10 years, the population of the Alliance had expanded by dozens of times. There were millions of them. More and more survivors came to the pilgrimage. The number was still rising. The increasing population helped Li Ziyu share a lot of the pressure. It allowed her to withstand the attacks of the mutated creatures. Still, the increase in population poses more problems. There were also many flaws that had not been discovered before. There was no choice. Li Ziyu and Wang Fei still needed to continuously push for the internal innovation of the Star-Moon Alliance. All in all, this was the most difficult 10 years. Even though Li Ziyu had learned the breathing technique since she was young, her current physique was not ordinary. She almost couldn't withstand such high-intensity work. After 10 years, they finally turned a corner. They began to gain an advantage from the battle of the mutated creatures. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. The rise of the alliance was unstoppable. The battle with the mutated creatures was not over yet. But at this moment, all humans can already see a bright future. And yet, this year, Li Ziyu was almost 40 years old. Her body and appearance were still young. The vicissitudes in her eyes could not be concealed. Many members were worried about her condition. This was because they discovered that Li Ziyu often sat alone on a watchtower not far from the city wall. She looked at the stars in the sky barefooted. According to the news spread by the big shots of the royal court's guards, this seemed to be the first leader of the Star Alliance. It was also the place where Li Ziyu's brother died in battle. And so, many people guessed. Perhaps Li Ziyu had not recovered from the trauma of her brother's death. For a dead man, was it worth it? Under the publicity of Li Ziyu and Wang Fei, Li Yueming's image had already spread widely. However, many people were outsiders after all. They scoffed at those godly words. But no one dared to say it. This was because as long as the locals heard this, they would immediately be expelled from the city. 2 years later, Li Ziyu could no longer hold back the longing in her heart. Most of the time, she would feel that what she was experiencing now was a dream. Perhaps one day, after waking up from her sleep, her brother would suddenly appear at her bedside. He would greet her with a smile, but so many years had passed. No matter how unwilling Li Ziyu was to believe it, it was time for her to face reality. She returned to Li Yueming's former research lab. She opened the last safe that Li Yueming had left for her. The other 4 boxes had been opened a long time ago. It contained all kinds of technological information that Li Yueming had painstakingly researched. It was because he had these blueprints and information. She was able to build such a colossal country in just 30 years. Only this safe. Li Ziyu tried all the passwords but could not open it. She didn't know what was inside. But after a few moments of hesitation, in the end, she did not choose to open it forcefully. Let it be. She had one last thought. But now, she was almost out of ideas. Therefore, she had returned here after so many years and was prepared to open the box to see what was going on. The patterns on the surface of the box were frosted. It was simple and crude. Li Ziyu recognized it. This was the storage box that Li Yueming had personally chiseled out for her when she was very young. She exerted a little force. The storage box was easily opened. Li Ziyu held her breath and looked into the box. There was a letter in the box. Opening the envelope, there was a special breathing technique written on it. Li Ziyu's gaze swept across it. She did not stay for long, because she found a dried seed in the middle of the letter. After so many years of weathering, the outside of the seed was already very shriveled. She wondered if it could grow up smoothly with some fertilizer and water. Li Ziyu found a basin of soil. She planted the seed into the soil basin. Fertilizer and water. It was done in one go. After doing all this, she found herself a chair and began to carefully study Li Yueming's special breathing technique. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed in a flash. Under Li Ziyu's meticulous care, the originally shriveled seed miraculously grew branches and leaves. Unexpectedly, What grew out of this seed was actually a blood-red flower. Is this the spider lily that brother told me about that can allow people to meet in the next life? Li Ziyu's pupils constricted. She looked at the blood-red flower in front of her. Her expression was filled with excitement. When she was young, Li Yueming had told her the story of the spider lily. Chapter 38, The Final 4K, End of Volume 1_2. The legendary spider lily was as red as blood. Flowers bloom for 1,000 years, and wither for 1,000 years. It only grew on the other side of hell. It symbolized death and reincarnation. What was Li Yueming hinting at by leaving a flower seed that looked like a spider lily in the last box? Li Ziyu thought of many things. She believed that her brother would not do anything meaningless. Therefore, leaving these two things behind must mean something. The next day, Li Ziyu walked out of Li Yueming's research lab. She gathered all the members of the Star-Moon Alliance for a meeting. In the meeting, she ignored the looks of disbelief on everyone's faces. She officially announced that she would step down as the Supreme Commander of the Alliance, officially handing it over to Wang Fei. Such a huge piece of news undoubtedly caused a huge commotion. Everyone in the Alliance was shocked. As for the two people at the center of the vortex, Wang Fei and Li Ziyu did not say anything. They looked at each other. Wang Fei saw determination in Li Ziyu's eyes. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. Only then did he slowly nod and say, I hope I can live up to your expectations. After handing over all the work, just like Li Yueming 35 years ago, Li Ziyu locked herself in the Dark Research Institute. She began to study the strange energy in depth. She tried to find the clues that Li Yueming had left for her in the breathing technique. But for many years, she did not gain anything. Still, Li Ziyu could clearly feel that there was no mistake in her direction. However, her talent was too slow. There was no way to understand what Li Yueming was trying to express. Since then, the Star-Moon Alliance officially entered the era of Wang Fei. After taking over everything, Wang Fei worked hard and showed his exceptionally powerful political skills. Promoting domestic reform, he grabbed the progress on the battlefield with one hand. His rule were ruthless and hard. In just 2 years, they had recaptured 11 shelters. This was the final victory for the Star-Moon Alliance. At this point, the mutated creatures were just as Li Yueming had predicted. It became an inconspicuous wave under the mighty trend of the era. The mutated creatures could no longer make a comeback. 30 years later, the 8 royal families of the mutated creatures were severely injured. The remaining mutated creatures raised their flags and surrendered, hoping to coexist with humans. In response, Wang Fei thought for a long time. Eventually, he recalled decades ago, the first time he listened to Li Yueming's lecture with the other children in the sewer. What he talked about. He closed his eyes and sighed. He decided to suppress the hatred in his heart and choose to negotiate with the mutated creatures. Li Yueming's teachings and years of war had long made him understand. Hatred and war cannot solve everything. It could only make everything worse. There were many mutated creatures. Although they could not defeat them head-on, they could not be exterminated with the current strength of humans. Only appropriate compromise and tolerance can open a wider path. As soon as his decision was announced, it triggered a heated discussion among everyone. Apparently, many Star-Moon Alliance citizens who were blinded by hatred could not understand this decision. Too many of their relatives and friends had died at the hands of the mutated creatures. Therefore, they wished they could exterminate them altogether. Naturally, they were extremely unwilling to accept Wang Fei's decision. Not only did someone mention the hatred that Li Yueming had died at the hands of the mutated creatures, there were also people who told Wang Fei about how this will come back to bite them from behind. In response, Wang Fei did not even bat an eyelid. He said coldly, "A generation does what a generation does. I only care about making every decision I make now. As for the future, what does it have to do with me? Instantly, everyone was silent. After all, Wang Fei's qualifications and status were too stable and secure. Other than Li Ziyu, who had been locked up in the Star-Moon Alliance for a long time, no one could suppress him. This resolution was carried out under Wang Fei's unyielding attitude. Soon, the Alliance and the outsiders sent representatives to negotiate. It was also this year. The Star-Moon Alliance was officially re-established. It was known as the Star-Human Federal Empire and had officially begun to record the history of the Federal Empire. The history before the founding of the Star-Human Federal Empire was collectively known as the first year of the Cataclysm. The history of the founding of the state is commonly known as the first year of the Federal Empire. Star-Moon Empire Calendar Year 88. The first head of state, Wang Fei, was seriously ill. Although cultivating the breathing technique had extended his lifespan by dozens of years. However, he was still an old man who had survived the cataclysm. He was already on his last breath. He looked at the extremely nervous descendants beside the bed. Wang Fei's eyes were cloudy. He raised his trembling head and said, "Teacher, I've finally helped you build a world where no one has to worry about tomorrow. Did your spirit in heaven see it? I'm here to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, this old man, who had spent half his life fighting, took his last breath. That day, both empires lowered their flags by half. The whole city is draped in white silk. In the future, be it mutated creatures or humans, they held this old man's life in high regard. It could be said that he had really done his best in his life. They ended the war with iron fist methods. It also left behind a peaceful era where humans and mutated creatures coexisted. On the other side, Wang Fei's children came to the empire's ancestral land to find Li Ziyu. He wanted her to host Wang Fei's funeral. However, when they knocked on the door, they realized that it was empty. Li Ziyu left behind a letter. It said that she had descended to the ground before the cataclysm. It was a meteorite that had triggered a strange wave. The two of them were stunned. In the end, he could only return empty-handed. Year 238 of the Empire Calendar. After nearly 100 years of rapid development, humanity once again stood at the top of the planet's food chain. The entertainment industry began to develop. There were all kinds of novel things. At this moment, a group of beautifully dressed students from Imperial Capital University were conducting extracurricular teaching activities under the guidance of a teacher. Their destination was to inspect and visit the sewers of Fallout Shelter 0911. He was experiencing the difficult situation of humans more than 100 years ago. It is a way to educate students to remember hardships and think of the good times. Under the repeated repairs, the sewers had already changed beyond recognition. Not only were there lights installed above their heads, the dirty and smelly mud and various miscellaneous items were also cleaned up. It was to make it easier for others to come and admire it. The teacher led the way. After passing a few signs that showed the way, he stopped in the depths of the underground world. Stretching out his finger, he pointed at a house in the sewer that was piled up with wooden planks and stones. "Students, this is the place where the founder of our Star Empire, the father of the Human Federation, Lord Li Yueming, once lived." Hearing this, many students were curious. But they looked up and down. No matter how one looked at it, it was just a house made of broken stones. A chubby boy asked in confusion, "Teacher, can this house made of broken wooden planks and broken stones live in?" The teacher scratched his head and said, "Of course." The first batch of Star-Moon Alliance members were all underground residents. At that time, it was already not easy for us humans to survive. Speaking of this, a fashionable girl interrupted, "Stop, teacher, don't say any more. My ears are getting tired of hearing these words." Beside him, The other students also laughed. One of the boys laughed and said, "Teacher, can we progress faster? I even asked a cat-eared girl to watch a movie today." He looked at the young men and women in beautiful clothes in front of him. He looked at the broken stone house behind him. The teacher sighed and spread his hands helplessly. "In that case, let's move freely." The ships of the new era had already set sail, but they could no longer carry the souls of the old era. Chapter 39, I'm talented, next time I'll fill it very simple. Detected death of reincarnator. This simulation reincarnation has ended. Returning to the reincarnation space. Li Yueming felt his vision go dark. In just half a second. He felt as if his soul had suddenly lost connection with his body. Then, he seemed to float out of his body. After a long while. Only then did this strange feeling slowly disappear. Li Yueming opened his eyes. He stretched out his hands and stared at it for a long time. Only then did he realize that he had returned to a white reincarnation space. He briefly recalled his short 20 years on planet 3-024. It was as if it was really just a dream. The smart and sensible sister, Li Ziu. There were parents living in the rough. Student Wang Fei, who always felt that he was not outstanding enough. One vivid figure after another flashed through his mind like a slideshow. All in all, he had lived enough for the past 20 years. It was exciting enough and great enough. The only pity was that as a son, he had not been filial to his parents. As an elder brother, he did not accompany his sister Li Ziu's growing up years. As a teacher, he was always too strict with his students. Was there any regret? There were still some. After all, he had lived in that world for so long. It was impossible for him to not have any feelings. However, most of the time, ending it regretfully was the normal outcome. Forget about the dream of a reunion. As a reincarnator, from the moment he entered the reincarnation world, he was destined to die alone. To Li Yueming, the kindest thing he could do was endure loneliness alone. He could only hope that Li Ziu could survive. No wonder many people said that the stronger a reincarnator was, the stranger their temper would be. He shuttled through the endless reincarnation worlds. If he couldn't get rid of some memories in time, it would be strange if he wasn't mentally deranged. He calmed down a little. Li Yueming looked at the reincarnation mark. Apparently, this time, his score would definitely not be low. As for how high it could be, he needed the reincarnation mark to accurately calculate. Welcome back to the reincarnation space. The score is being calculated. You have successfully lived past 18 years old in this reincarnation and changed all your fate trajectories. Basic score increased from D to C. Reward, 2000 reincarnation points. In this reincarnation, you have changed the fate of the destined child, Li Ziu. Imprint score increased from C to B. Reward, 5000 reincarnation points. In this reincarnation, you changed the fate of all sewer residents and sent them to the surface world. Imprint score increased from B to A+. Reward, 10,000 reincarnation points. You have successfully created the strange breathing technique in the third-rank apocalyptic world and used it to change the fate of all humans. Imprint score increased from A and to S+. Reward, 50,000 reincarnation points. You have made an indelible contribution to Planet 3-024 in this reincarnation. Because of your existence, Planet 3-024's apocalyptic wasteland planet has successfully upgraded to Planet 4-0241. Imprint score increased from SN to SSS. Reward, 200,000 reincarnation points. This reincarnation score is SSS. Score exceeding C. Reincarnation mark has been permanently bound. Your serial number is 7001611. Reward settlement completed. You have obtained additional reincarnation authority 5 times, 267,000 reincarnation points, SSS grade reincarnation power return, 3000 reincarnator experience, and fixed number of talents *1. In addition, the will of Planet 4-0241 expresses its gratitude to you and hopes that you will come and play often when you are free. At the same time, it has given you a thank you gift. You can open the reincarnator's mailbox and sign for it. The reward has been settled and is being distributed. A series of information appeared on the reincarnation mark. Li Yueming felt his mouth go dry. Although he was already mentally prepared when he really saw such a rich reward. However, he still found it unbelievable. First was the 5 additional reincarnation rights. To put it bluntly, this thing was the lifeblood of all reincarnators. There was also a level difference between reincarnators. Level 1 reincarnators could only obtain the authority to reincarnate once a month. After using it, it was gone. He could only obtain new reincarnation authority from the reincarnation mark next month. Which meant most low-level reincarnators did not join any factions. If he did not have enough reincarnation points to buy, he could only reincarnate once a month. The most common way to obtain more reincarnation points was to increase the level of his reincarnation mark. The level 2 reincarnators could receive the authority to reincarnate twice a month. The level 3 reincarnators could obtain the authority to reincarnate 3 times a month. And so on. The higher the level of the reincarnator, the more reincarnations he received every month. Secondly, the reincarnation mark could also be obtained during the simulation. However, this condition was extremely harsh. Only when the score obtained in the reincarnation world reached A end would there be a chance to obtain additional reincarnations. There was another way to obtain it. That was to join the faction formed by the reincarnators and perform well. Perhaps one day, when the higher UPS were in a good mood, they might reward them with reincarnation rights. The last one. It was also the most common type. That was to use reincarnation points to buy the number of reincarnations. However, there were not many reincarnators who sold the number of reincarnations. Therefore, the number of reincarnations would be especially expensive. An additional reincarnation authority could easily be sold for 30,000 to 50,000 reincarnation points in the reincarnator market. But now, Li Yueming's simulation this time directly obtained 5 additional reincarnations. If other reincarnators knew about this, they would probably dissect him on the spot for a human experiment. However, Li Yueming's reward was far more than that. The second reward listed in the mark. A total of 270,000 reincarnation points. The reincarnation point was a hard currency used by reincarnators to exchange materials. It was equivalent to money among reincarnators. 270,000 reincarnation points. Even if he auctioned off the reincarnation authority, it was enough to auction off 5 or 6. One could imagine what kind of huge sum of money this was. It was enough for Li Yueming to lie down comfortably for the rest of his life. Then, there was an SSS level rebirth power return. This was a regular reward for the reincarnators. In short, it was to return a portion of the power obtained by the reincarnator in the reincarnation world. As for the exact amount of return, other than looking at the face, the biggest factor was the score. Normally speaking, the return of the reincarnation power of a third-rank apocalyptic world was about 20%. Reincarnators who performed quite well and scored above B rank could obtain about 30 to 50% of their strength. After all, the power level of a third-rank apocalyptic world was not very high. Therefore, the reincarnation mark was quite generous. But now, Li Yueming's score was SSS. He had studied in the reincarnator school for so long. Until now, he still did not know how terrifying the SSS grade reincarnation power was. He thought about it. Li Yueming did not choose to return it immediately. He would count his gains first. His gaze continued to sweep behind him. The experience of a reincarnator and a fixed opportunity for talent. There was nothing to say about these two. The experience of a reincarnator could increase the level of the reincarnation mark. 3000 EXP was enough for Li Yueming to go from LV1 to LV2. To put it simply, Li Yueming had a chance to fix the talent of the reincarnation world to his own talent. This thing was also a treasure that reincarnators could only dream of. The market price was dozens of times more expensive than the number of reincarnations. Moreover, there were almost no channels for sale. This was because the amount of this thing produced was too little. Usually, when reincarnators obtained a fixed number of times, they had to be treated as family heirlooms. When he encountered a good talent, he would use a fixed number of times to permanently fix the talent on himself. And now, this fixed number of rewards from the reincarnation mark was simply a pillow for Li Yueming when he was sleepy. After all, the invincible golden talent was so useful. How could Li Yueming miss it? At this moment, the mechanical voice of the reincarnation mark suddenly sounded again. Beep, all rewards have been settled. Reincarnator Li Yueming, please evaluate this reincarnation. P.S. The reincarnation mark will adjust the difficulty of reincarnation according to the evaluation of all invitees. Reincarnators, please fill in the selection carefully. Remark 1, it's too difficult to change one's fate in the reincarnation world. I want to go home and find my mother. Remark 2, changing fate in the reincarnation world is very challenging. I hope we can continue to challenge it next time. Remark 3, changing fate in the reincarnation world is too simple. I can clear it with my feet. He looked at the three options above. Li Yueming rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before revealing a strange smile. In any case, his talent could be increased by 100 times every time. Except for a few unlucky situations. There was no need to worry about not being able to change his fate. On the contrary, higher difficulty meant rarer material rewards to him. So, it was very simple. You're welcome. He was just a good young man passing by. Chapter 40, so you all feel it as very simple. Upon completing the questionnaire, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze returned to the SSS rank power return opportunity rewarded by the system. As a reincarnator, the reason why they could have strength that exceeded that of ordinary people. The biggest reason was that after the reincarnation ended, the reincarnator would have a chance to return their strength. He could synchronize his power in the reincarnation world into his body in the real world. He wondered how much of the SSS class power return could return to him from planet 3-024. He took a deep breath. Li Yueming did not hesitate. He began receiving the energy. The next second, he felt his body heat up. Countless sweat dripped out from his pores. At the same time, a sharp pain came at any moment. It was as if he was being struck by a huge hammer. As time passed, the muscles on his body were strengthened inch by inch. His physique was many times stronger than before. After a long time, the SSS class power return finally stopped. Li Yueming closed his eyes and sensed his current physical condition. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. Instantly, the entire reincarnation space exploded with a sonic boom from his fist wind. He carefully sensed it again. Li Yueming suddenly realized that his physical strength had returned to the peak state of tearing a giant rat apart. D*MN, the SSS grade power return effect is so powerful. It actually returned all my power on planet 3-024 to me. After confirming that he had not sensed wrongly, Li Yueming was shocked at the 100% return of strength or something. He had always thought that it was impossible. After all, the reincarnation mark was the middleman of the platform, it was normal for them to get some kickbacks. But now, he has really achieved a 100% return. Although it was only a low-level third-rank apocalyptic world, it could be considered a miracle. He felt the explosive strength in his body. Li Yueming was obviously in a very good mood. Use the talent to lock in the gold talent infinite deductions. Then, Li Yueming opened his exclusive reincarnation mark to check his personal status. Permanent Reincarnator, Li Yueming. Reincarnation number, 700-1611. Reincarnation mark level, LV2, 1000/5000. Reincarnation point balance, 267,000. Origin force, 100-fold talent enhancement. Fixed talent, infinite deduction, gold. Fixable talent, 1. Everything was normal on the interface. Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. He adjusted his mentality as he prepared to leave the reincarnation space and return to the real world. At this moment, outside Linjiang City's reincarnator examination hall, the teachers and students were already in an uproar. Have you heard? Mu Yu of Year 3 Class 2 has completed the reincarnation assessment and obtained an AN score. F***CK, is this for real? If it's really an AN rating, then our school will probably be on the headlines of the local newspapers in Linjiang tomorrow, right? It's absolutely true. When Mu Yu came out, the reincarnation gate emitted a red light. At that time, many examinees of the same batch saw it. I heard that the principal was so excited that he almost jumped down from the 5th floor after receiving the news. He's probably taking a photo with Mu Yu now. Boo-hoo. Damn it, I'm so envious. Do you know how miserable my reincarnation was this time? The talent I drew was that it was a blessing to be able to eat. F***CK, in the end, I transmigrated to a wasteland world. Can you imagine the misery of entering a wasteland world with the talent for eating? Moreover, I was a dog at the beginning and relied on picking up equipment. I didn't even live for a few days before I became a pile of dog sh*t. That's not the worst part. Mine was worse. I picked an Earth-type affinity talent, and I ended up in a mountain and sea world where my evolution depends on swallowing, and my initial race was a giant earthworm. After I was born, I was killed by a chicken before I had time to move my body. I got eaten and didn't live past 3 minutes. Brother, you're too miserable. Who's to say? Outside the examination hall, a group of students who had not passed the assessment gathered together. They discussed their strange experiences in the reincarnation world. His face was filled with anger. At this moment, a boy with a chubby face suddenly said, "By the way, have you filled in the final questionnaire?" Hearing this, the other students immediately revealed strange expressions. After a while, a girl stuck out her tongue and said, "Although I only lived for half an hour, I still filled it in as very easy." Hearing this, the other boys also gloated. "Ha ha ha, I thought I was the only one. I didn't expect everyone to be the same, okay? I also filled it in as very easy." The group of people looked at each other. Although the smile on his face was a little bitter, at least he could barely hold it in for now. In any case, for them, who had not activated the permanent reincarnation mark, this was the last reincarnation. If he didn't fill it in, it would be very easy for him to face those big shots who had passed the assessment. No permanent reincarnation mark was activated was undoubtedly a life sentence for them if nothing unexpected happened. From now on, the reincarnators who activated the permanent reincarnation mark would become high and mighty rulers and they could only cling to their territories and survive. At the thought of this, all the students who had not activated the mark felt their breathing stop. It was too painful. Not far away, the teacher in charge of recording the results glanced at them. He shook his head. A look of sympathy appeared on his face. The reincarnation world was so extreme and cruel. If he succeeded, he would soar into the sky. If he lost, it would be difficult for him to stand out again. He sighed. The teacher glanced at the time. It had been nearly an hour and a half since this batch of students entered the reincarnation world. Under normal circumstances, the examinees should have finished their assessment by now. And yet, when he stood up and was about to announce the end of this assessment, he suddenly realized that there was a blank page behind a student's name. There was no record of departure time or assessment results. There are only 2 reasons for this. The first was that he did not register after the student assessment. But he sat there the whole time. The reincarnation gate, which was used to test candidates' results, did not indicate that there was a program error. Logically speaking, it was impossible to miss someone. Therefore, it was only the second possibility. There was still an examinee who did not come out of the reincarnator's space. Could it be dead? Thinking of this, the teacher stood up abruptly. His expression gradually became serious. It was not unheard of for reincarnators to die in the reincarnation world. However, it was very rare for someone to die on their first reincarnation. Such an anomaly had occurred. He must submit a report to the Association of Reincarnators. And yet, just as the assessment teacher had yet to figure out what was going on, not far away, the reincarnation gate suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. The next second, a slender and muscular figure slowly appeared in the reincarnation gate. Li Yueming took a step forward. He happened to hear a group of students discussing the questionnaire outside. He could not help but scratch his head and ask in confusion, "Ah, what's going on? I thought that it would be very simple for me to fill in the questionnaire alone, but in the end, you all think it's very easy." Chapter 41, Cheat Players Need an Explanation, _1. He heard Li Yueming's voice. All the students stopped their discussion. F***ck. Listen. Was this something a human could say? The weather was 42 degrees. The students felt their blood rush up and their hands and feet turn cold. Originally, the group of people was about to retort at Li Yueming. However, when their gazes landed on the reincarnation gate that was still emitting golden light behind Li Yueming, the entire examination hall fell silent, including the invigilators. Everyone widened their eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. What did they see? The reincarnation gate was actually emitting golden light? He felt the shocked gazes of his classmates. "Why are you looking at me?" Li Yueming asked. However, at this moment, no one answered. Not far away, the invigilator, who had just stood up from his seat, was so frightened that he sat back down on the bench. One had to know. As an invigilator, no one knew better than him what the golden light behind Li Yueming meant. The reincarnation gate was a scoring machine manufactured by the Reincarnation Association. The moment every reincarnator stepped through the reincarnation gate for the first time, the reincarnation gate would light up with the corresponding color to indicate their results. Blue represented a C grade. Purple represents a grade of B. Red represented an A grade. And now, behind Li Yueming's back was a gold color that symbolized S class. If not for so many people watching, the invigilators would probably think that there was something wrong with their eyes. Linjiang No. 2 Middle School had been established for nearly 100 years. In the past 100 years, there were already very few examinees who could reach A class during their first reincarnation. As for the higher S grade score, he had never even heard of them. And now, this miracle had truly appeared in front of him. Thinking of this, the invigilator felt Li Yueming's gaze. He immediately shivered. He came back to his senses and hurriedly stood up. "Hello, Lord Eternal Reincarnator. Can I register your reincarnation world information?" The Association of Reincarnators was an organization jointly established by all the reincarnators. He just needed to register his personal information in the association. He could receive a lot of subsidies every month. And as a newcomer, if he wanted to know more information, he had to go through the association. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming naturally had no reason to refuse. After obtaining his consent, the invigilator picked up the pen and paper, and his hands and feet were trembling. He found the previously blank column. He finally calmed down and said, "May I ask Lord Li Yueming, what is your reincarnation rating?" Li Yueming turned around. He glanced at the golden reincarnation gate. "As you can see, it's S class. Trees stand out in the forest, and the wind will destroy them. An S grade was enough to attract attention. Revealing his SSS rating was undoubtedly an act that required him to recharge his IQ. After hearing this answer, the invigilator's hands began to tremble again. He had obtained an S grade in the first initial simulation. What kind of monster was this? She finally filled in her personal information in the rating column. The invigilator let out a sigh of relief. "All right, Sir Li Yueming, please wait a moment. I'll call the principal over to entertain you." According to the normal procedure, the invigilators would usually ask for more information. For example, after graduation, they would prepare to continue their studies, go directly to the fief to resist the darkness, or join an organization created by other reincarnators. However, these were all prepared for ordinary students. Facing the unprecedented S-grade reincarnator in Linjiang, asking these boring questions was a waste of time. No matter where the other party wanted to develop. In such a world where the simulator was supreme, there would be people who would do everything they could to satisfy him. He bowed respectfully to Li Yueming. The invigilator jogged all the way to the principal's office to pass on the news. Less than 10 minutes later, a loud boom was heard. A cloud of dust rose from the teaching building not far away. The principal had a bald head. Like a gust of wind, he rushed in front of Li Yueming. She grabbed Li Yueming's hand tightly. He smiled like a spring breeze and said, "Do you have any difficulties in life that the principal needs to help you solve?" If it was said that experts did not have hair, the headmaster was probably only a hair's breadth away from becoming an overgod. He thought about it. "Principal, please help me submit a territory application letter as soon as possible," Li Yueming said. "I'm going to head to the territory as soon as possible." Hearing this sentence, the principal's face was filled with disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, he kindly reminded her, "Student Li Yueming, if you choose to go to the territory, it will be equivalent to giving up the opportunity to continue your studies, and you will no longer be able to join the reincarnator forces in the big cities. You're an S-rank graduate. Have you really thought it through?" Regarding this, Li Yueming naturally knew that the so-called opportunity for further studies. It was similar to studying for a master's degree in his previous life. Enter the Reincarnator University to continue studying. The expenses during this period will be covered by the Reincarnator Association. Moreover, he would be rewarded with an additional number of reincarnations every month. Of course, it was not without a price for the Reincarnator Association to provide so many resources. After graduating and becoming an outstanding reincarnator, they had to stay in the territory of the Reincarnator Association for 20 years. As for the other big cities simulations, it was an organization created by one or even many powerful reincarnators. They would enter the same reincarnation world and work together to plunder resources. If new reincarnators joined, they could also obtain considerable benefits. Of course, the price they had to pay was also very different from the requirements of the Reincarnator Association. With Li Yueming's current condition, whether it was entering the Reincarnator Association or joining a reincarnator force, they were all hotcakes that would be snatched up crazily. That's why. Only then would the principal ask him if he had thought it through. This was because going directly to the territory meant that Li Yueming chose to give up everything and develop on his own. The biggest advantage of this choice was freedom. However, the biggest disadvantage was also freedom. It was very expensive for reincarnators to grow quickly. The resources required were astronomical. Li Yueming might have been lucky this time and obtained a good initial talent. In addition, his basic skills were solid enough to obtain a heaven-defying S-rank score. However, it was impossible for him to be so lucky every time. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, he was really a genius who had both luck and strength. However, just relying on the small amount of production in the territory was only enough for the reincarnators to eat and drink. It was impossible for him to achieve much development. They did not have enough financial support behind them. In the end, they would only be limited by resources. Therefore, he had no choice. In the bald principal's opinion, he would choose a decent force to join and accumulate enough wealth and experience. In the end, Li Yueming's best choice was to go solo when he had enough strength. In fact, it is true. Unfortunately, he did not know that Li Yueming was different from ordinary reincarnators. He was a cheat player. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 200,000 reincarnator points in his pocket were enough to buy 10 Linjiang second high schools. Therefore, he had no choice. Yes, Li Yueming nodded firmly. Principal, I've thought it through. Please help me with the procedures. Chapter 42, The 580,000-year-old baby of the game. 1. After confirming that he had made up his mind, the principal touched his bald head and sighed, young people are really fearless, but the principal thinks highly of you. As he spoke, he took out a card from his pocket and said earnestly, here, this is the outstanding graduate bursary that the principal gave you on behalf of the Linjiang people. Work hard in the future and contribute more to the human race. Looking at the card in the principal's hand, Li Yueming pondered for a moment but did not refuse. He took it and used the reincarnation mark to scan it. Huo! A total of 10,000 simulation points. The principal really went all out. He took the card. The principal lowered his head and said calmly, so, which area is student Li Yueming planning to go to? Hearing this question, Li Yueming touched his chin. He hadn't thought about this yet. Seeing that he was still hesitating, the principal quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, do you want to consider staying in Linjiang to develop? Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at the principal. She immediately understood what he meant. Linjiang was a remote city in Jiangnan province. After graduating, most of the outstanding reincarnators chose to develop in big cities with more resources. Therefore, he had no choice. The number of reincarnators in Linjiang had been declining over the years. This was because there was a lack of reincarnators to resist the darkness. Linjiang's resident population was decreasing year by year. If this continued, it probably won't take long. Linjiang was about to become a dead city that had fallen into the dark world. Therefore, after knowing that he was not prepared to go to the big city to develop, the principal was obviously trying to beat around the bush. She wanted to see if he had any intention of staying in Linjiang. Of course. Although he asked this question. However, the principal did not have much hope. After all, Linjiang had been in dire straits these years. There was really nothing that could make Li Yueming stay. But in the next second, Li Yueming's answer made the principal jump up again. However, Li Yueming only thought for a moment before nodding his head and saying, sure, Linjiang is not bad either, but I have a few requests. Hearing that he was willing to stay, the principal pulled out his remaining hair. He wondered if there was something wrong with his head today. He finally came back to his senses. The principal looked excited. If you have any requests, you can ask for them. As long as it's within your means, there's no problem. It was not easy to recruit a permanent reincarnator. And recruiting a permanent reincarnator with an initial score of S was even more impossible. It could be said that as long as Li Yueming was willing to settle down in Linjiang, Linjiang could satisfy any of his requests. First, I personally don't like crowds, so I'll give the territory to a more remote area. Li Yueming pointed out. Second, help me select a group of young citizens. Third, help me recruit a professional secretary. I want a very capable one. After saying that, what do you think? Li Yueming looked at him and said, these requests aren't too much, right? The principal was stunned for a long time before shaking his head. Not too much at all. It wasn't just not too much. It was as if he had no other requirements. For a moment, the principal wondered if he had forgotten to bring his brain when he went out today. Of course, Li Yueming knew that his request was not too much, so he said in a more serious tone, "Since it's not too much, then there must be no exaggeration." She could feel the coldness in his eyes. The principal patted his chest. "I'll handle these matters personally. I won't give any discounts. In addition, I will apply to the Linjiang Reincarnator Association to give you a subsidy of 50,000 reincarnation points per month. The number of reincarnators in Linjiang is relatively small, and our financial expenditure is limited. This is already the biggest bargaining chip I can offer." Obviously, the principal was also an honest person. He didn't deny Li Yueming the treatment he deserved just because he didn't say anything. After handing over everything, the principal immediately went to handle the procedures. It was not easy for a super rookie to be willing to stay in Linjiang. If they didn't act quickly, Li Yueming would be intercepted by other forces. He probably had nowhere to cry. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't continue worrying. He was prepared to go home and sort out his gains from this reincarnation. However, just as he was about to leave, he found a beautiful and sweet girl beside the stairs looking at him curiously. Li Yueming recognized him at a glance. She was the daughter of the current head of the Mu family, the top student and campus belle of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, Mu Yu. She was the dream girl of countless boys in the school. However, there wasn't much interaction between Li Yueming and her. After all, before this, he was just an ordinary student with better grades. He felt Li Yueming's gaze on him. Mu Yu wrinkled her nose. He revealed a fierce expression. Regarding this, Li Yueming felt a little baffled. Thinking that he still had important matters to attend to, he ignored the young girl. He left without looking back. Looking at Li Yueming's back, Mu Yu opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something. But in the end, he could not say anything. After returning home, Li Yueming closed the door. After pulling down all the curtains, he opened his permanent reincarnator mark. Previously, 3-024 No, the will of planet 4-0241 had sent him a thank you gift. Because of the limited time, Li Yueming didn't have time to sign for it in the reincarnation space. She finally got out of the car. Li Yueming wanted to see what kind of local social the planets will had sent him. Imprint, retrieve the item from the mailbox. In the next second, the reincarnation mark emitted a burst of white light. After the light dissipated, a small fragment appeared in Li Yueming's hand. He sized her up for a long time. Even Li Yueming didn't know what it was. However, just as he was about to log into the Reincarnator forum to see if there was any relevant information, a weak will came from the small fragment. "Hello, are you a reincarnator?" Li Yueming was shocked. He almost threw the fragment on the ground. He seemed to have sensed his intentions. The fragment's weak consciousness became much more nervous. It hurriedly said, "Be careful, don't fall. He's only a baby that's more than 580,000 years old." Li Yueming, concealment. Damn it. 4-0241 What did the planets will give him? A 580,000-year-old baby? Why don't you go to heaven? It was as if she had once again felt the ridicule in his heart. "I'm only a few months old," the weak consciousness explained. Li Yueming didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the fragment. He placed it under the light and took a good look. Under the illumination of the incandescent lamp, the shard emitted a colorful luster, like a pure crystal. But he stared at it for a long time. The fragment seemed to have turned into a super huge black hole. A light that could devour everything. This undoubtedly shocked Li Yueming. F***ck. Could this thing be a newly born world fragment? World fragments, as the name implied, were fragments that fell from a large world with complete rules. After leaving the mother, the small fragments absorbed the initial energy of the universe. If everything went smoothly, after countless years of evolution, a new world would be born. This thing was a treasure that the legendary top-notch reincarnators dreamed of. Not only could he create an exclusive small world suitable for cultivation according to the direction of his development, they could also grow all kinds of food and medicine that could not be grown in the main world. When it grew to a certain extent, it could even temporarily interfere with the rules of the reincarnation world. It was a priceless treasure. He felt Li Yueming's shock. The weak consciousness seemed very pleased and asked again, "That's Rick, I'm a newly born world fragment. So are your thighs thick enough? This Bayo doesn't want to work hard, I just want to find a thigh to lie flat on." He could feel the weak will coming from the fragment. Li Yueming touched his chin. He revealed a crazed smile on his face. Chapter 43, Children are easy to raise. He looked at the shards of the world that shone with an alluring luster under the light. Li Yueming's face revealed an infatuated smile. Obviously, he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to trick this 580-million-year-old baby into his hands. Thinking of this, the smile on Li Yueming's face quickly disappeared. He put on a serious look and said, "Cough cough, you've found the right person. I'm the legendary chosen one." The blurry consciousness asked in confusion, "What is a chosen one? Are they the puppets that my mother plays with when she's bored?" Hearing this, Li Yueming's expression instantly stiffened. Good heavens! He was an existence that had gathered all the luck in the world. In front of the world's will, it was like a puppet. He felt that this guy was not easy to fool at all. Just as Li Yueming's mind was spinning, the blurry consciousness spoke, "Elle seemed to be a little hungry, do you have anything delicious to eat?" Hearing this sentence, Li Yueming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said calmly, "What do you want to eat?" The consciousness pondered for a moment and said, "Is there no world source? I like the world origin the most." Hearing the words world origin, Li Yueming's face twitched. The so-called source of the world was the mass of original matter left behind after the world died. It contained the mysteries of the origin of all things and the rotation of heaven and earth. It was a divine treasure that only existed in legends. Not to mention that Li Yueming was only a small level 2 reincarnator. Even level 12 players were not qualified to touch such a treasure. Forget it. He still didn't want to raise it. Whoever wants this prodigal can take it. With such a big appetite, who would be able to feed him? However, just as Li Yueming was about to throw the world fragment into the trash can, the blurry consciousness immediately became anxious. "It doesn't matter if you don't have the source of the world," she quickly corrected herself. "You can feed it some random things. It's easy to raise a child." Li Yueming, concealment. Looking at this shameless world fragment, Li Yueming suddenly felt as if he had jumped into a sinkhole. In the afternoon, the principal had already arranged everything. It could be seen that the principal had spent a lot of effort to choose a good place for Li Yueming. His territory was divided to the south of Linjiang City. Not far away from the territory was a local reincarnator family in Linjiang. Therefore, the corrosion of the dark power was not too serious. It allowed him to slack off without any scruples. Regarding this, Li Yueming was very satisfied. He immediately took his few pieces of clothing and rushed back to the territory. To ordinary people, after becoming a permanent reincarnator, you will be able to continue to live forever. One of the few things that he could decide on was choosing the lord he liked. This was a two-way choice. The reincarnators would choose the commoners they needed to help them manage the land and assets in their territory. Ordinary people would choose those who were strong enough to provide protection. Moreover, the taxes were relatively less strict in the reincarnator's territory. Marry a wife, have children, settle down and start a family. However, there were too many ordinary people. The distance between the major cities was too far. Therefore, there were not many territories for ordinary people to choose from. And now, according to Li Yueming's request, a considerable number of students from several schools in Linjiang City were assigned to Li Yueming's territory. In the following period of time, this group of people would arrive at the territory one after another. Of course, he didn't need to worry too much about the basic operations of the territory. There was a special team responsible for daily chores. Other than resisting the darkness, the reincarnators only needed to control the general direction of the territory's development. When Li Yueming came to the city lord's mansion with his bag, below the city wall, more than 20 beautiful women with graceful figures were standing at the door waiting for his arrival. After seeing Li Yueming, the group of women bowed to him. The leading woman said with a slightly nervous expression, "Respected Lord Reincarnator, this subordinate's name is Zhao Xia. We are all here to apply for the position of secretary." Li Yueming's gaze slowly swept across the group of women. Good heavens! The principal was really efficient. In less than half a day, how did he find so many secretaries? Moreover, weren't they all too good looking? Are you sure it's not a flower vase? Forget it. I want a capable secretary, Li Yueming asked simply. A very capable one. So, which one of you thinks he's more capable? Hearing his fierce words, many applicants blushed. Only the girl named Zhao Xia took 2 deep breaths. Lord Reincarnator, I'm from the Zhao family. I've been nurtured in this area since I was young, and I'm very capable. Li Yueming glanced at her from head to toe. It was still pleasing to the eye. Hence, he nodded. In that case, it's you. The others can go back to where they came from. I don't care about food here. As he spoke, Li Yueming used the reincarnation imprint to give Zhao Xia a manager's employment letter. From now on, she was Li Yueming's personal secretary. Not only did they need to be responsible for his food and daily life, but they also needed to help him manage the territory. As for whether it was suitable or not, Li Yueming didn't think too much about it. Anyway, to him, if the secretary was not comfortable with it, he could just change it. There was no need to waste unnecessary time choosing here. Zhao Xia looked at the letter of appointment in her hand. He then looked at Li Yueming, who was walking away. My entire person is a little confused. The legendary S-rank reincarnator, his nerves seemed to be thicker. They entered the city. The first thing Li Yueming saw was a dilapidated place. He walked a little further in. One could see patches of black energy. A city without reincarnators guarding it was a paradise for dark energy. Behind him, Zhao Xia was extremely nervous. The dark energy would erode the vitality of all living things. Even if it was just a trace of infection. It was also an unbearable price for ordinary people. Only reincarnators had the ability to dispel these annoying things. Therefore, he had no choice. Zhao Xia could only follow closely behind Li Yueming, not daring to fall behind. He also prayed that he would be better and not be too unlucky. The two of them walked towards the center of the city. At this moment, a pitch-black shadow suddenly darted out from the ruins of a dilapidated house. He charged at Zhao Xia, who was behind Li Yueming. The black shadow was very fast. Almost in an instant, he rushed into the shadow behind Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia herself did not know. Li Yueming felt the aura of the dark energy. He circulated his breathing technique. His fist slammed into the soil under his feet. Boom! A loud rumble came from the dilapidated territory. In the next second, a crack spurted out from the shadow behind Zhao Xia. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black figure turned into an extremely strange human face. It twisted unwillingly for a while. However, in the end, it still turned into a wisp of black smoke under Li Yueming's overbearing fist wind. At this moment, only then did Zhao Xia turn around. When he saw the strange human face under his feet, he was shocked. His soul was almost scared out of his body. As a disciple of a reincarnator family, although Zhao Xia did not become a permanent reincarnator, she was still a reincarnator. However, regardless of knowledge or ability, the place of origin is in the world of the world. They were not something ordinary people could compare to. Therefore, she instantly recognized the name of the creature that attacked her. This thing was called the Dark Beast. It was a pure dark energy product. Any life that was contaminated by it would be assimilated into a part of the darkness for a very short period of time. And the one who attacked her just now, it should be a level 1 dark beast. In other words, if Li Yueming didn't make a move now, she was already dead. Zhao Xia, who had survived the disaster, did not have time to rejoice. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. If it weren't for you." Speaking of this, Zhao Xia's eyes suddenly widened. That's right. What had attacked her earlier was a level 1 dark beast. It should be very difficult for ordinary new reincarnators to deal with them. As for Li Yueming, who was also a new reincarnator, however, he only used one punch. It was destroyed in the physical sense. Such terrifying strength! Was this the unprecedented S-rank rookie king of Linjiang City? Thinking of this, the excitement and shock in Zhao Xia's heart even surpassed the fear of being attacked just now. To be able to follow a powerful lord as a secretary, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for her. Li Yueming put away his fist and patted the dirt off his body. "All right, get up. Just work hard for me in the future." At this moment, the two of them had already arrived outside the mansion. Compared to the other places where the dark energy raged, the city lord's mansion was relatively clean. Zhao Xia began to clean the room. Meanwhile, Li Yueming strolled around the city lord's mansion. He cleaned up the dark energy. After confirming that there was no dark energy in the city lord's mansion, he was shocked. Li Yueming returned to his room and said to Zhao Xia, "This city has probably not been cleaned up for a long time, but I don't have time to clean it up yet. Don't leave the city lord's estate for the next 2 days. We'll talk after I enter the reincarnation world again." After he finished explaining everything, Li Yueming ignored Zhao Xia's shocked expression. After closing the door, he entered the reincarnation space again. Chapter 44, Reincarnator Forum, Novice Lightning Protection Guide. 1. After he finished explaining everything, Li Yueming closed the door. He opened the reincarnation mark. He took out the transaction card that the principal had left for him. There were a total of 10,000 reincarnation points inside. To most ordinary reincarnators, this was already a considerable amount. Li Yueming rubbed the card with his fingers. He looked at the world fragment and asked, "Can you eat the reincarnation points?" Hearing this, the hazy consciousness in the world fragment was about to drool. "Of course. I can eat all the energy bodies that have substance. Please feed me." He heard an affirmative answer. Li Yueming held the transaction card that stored the reincarnation points in his hand and spun it a few times. The world fragment began to tremble. "It's not that I can't give it to you, but you can't eat it for free, right?" The blurry will seemed to be in a dilemma. After struggling for a moment, she said shyly, I can turn into your shape when I grow up." Li Yueming, concealment. Good heavens! Was this thing really the world will? Wasn't he too low class? At this moment, 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. He took 2 deep breaths. Forget it. He would try feeding 10,000 reincarnation points first. After all, this was a world fragment that was known as a priceless treasure. He couldn't really throw it away like trash, right? He placed the transaction card next to the world fragment. In the next second, Li Yueming instantly felt a terrifying suction force. He calmed down and took a look. The transaction card that was still by the table had disappeared. This guy even swallowed the transaction card that stored the reincarnation points. After the wind swept away the clouds, his blurry consciousness burped. Although the taste isn't very good, the energy is still very pure. As expected, Mom was right. How can working hard to evolve be more fragrant than hugging someone's thigh? Hearing this guy's nagging, Li Yueming was speechless. He placed it under the light again and looked at it for a long time. I don't know, it's not an illusion. After absorbing the energy, the size of the world fragment seemed to have increased by a little. Feeling his gaze, the world fragment spread out a consciousness and enveloped Li Yueming. At the same time, Li Yueming suddenly felt a space no larger than 10 cubic meters appear in his mind. The blurry world consciousness opened its mouth and said, "From now on, you will be my breeder. This space is a built-in space that I evolved. You can also understand it as the prototype of a new world. As long as there is enough feed, the new world will continue to expand. As a breeder, you have the right to use this space. You can adjust the world's parameters at will, such as temperature, climate, terrain, and so on. You can figure out more ways to use it. This Bayo is a little sleepy, so I'm going to lie down and sleep." He heard the message from the world fragment's consciousness. Li Yueming was constantly stunned. 10 cubic meters for 10,000 reincarnation points. Wasn't this house price too high? However, he thought of the heaven-defying function of this world fragment after it grew. The little unhappiness in Li Yueming's heart instantly disappeared. As far as he knew, after the world fragment grew to a certain level, it could even temporarily tear apart the spatial barrier of the reincarnation world. It could allow the reincarnators to take out some uncivilized big guys from the reincarnation world. For example, he could take out an immortal sword from the city's special ability world, or a Gatling gun from a low-level martial world. That scene, it was simply too interesting. Of course, these were still far away from him. With the current evolution level of this world fragment, it was impossible for it to tear space and compete with the world wills of other reincarnation worlds. He was still miles away. At present, the only function of the world fragment was probably to plant some flowers and plants. He would temporarily solve the problem of the world fragment. Li Yueming took a deep breath. Soon, all the attention was drawn back. Now, he had officially become a permanent reincarnator, and he had accumulated nearly 280,000 reincarnation points. Therefore, he had no choice. He was prepared to spend some money first. He wanted to buy some spiritual rice and spiritual rice seeds that contained spiritual chi and energy. He would plant it in the world fragment first. Generally speaking, powerful permanent simulations would not eat ordinary food, because ordinary food was not enough for them. Instead, they would choose to eat all kinds of high-grade spiritual rice produced in the spiritual fields of large factions. After eating the spiritual rice, it could provide the reincarnators with 10 times or 100 times more energy than ordinary food. It was a high-end food that was a necessity at home. Of course, this was because it was difficult to grow and produce. The price of spiritual rice was also relatively high. Ordinary simulations couldn't afford it. He probably only ate 2 or 3 meals a month. Only a super rookie like Li Yueming, who didn't lack money, would start buying spiritual rice right after the first round of reincarnation. He opened the reincarnator forum. Li Yueming wanted to see if there were any lightning protection posts. He was indeed rich, but he wasn't an innocent child. It was necessary to understand the market price before buying something. His consciousness had just sunk into the reincarnator forum. Li Yueming's worldview was instantly refreshed by the contents. "Brothers, I met a fairy in the Xiangxia world yesterday. At that time, I thought I had found true love, but in the end, I found out that she was a sea king, exposing a detestable drinker and inviting me to a restaurant for a meal. In the end, he cheated me of more than 10,000 reincarnation points. When he left, he even took off his F***ing pants. Ha ha ha, although it's a little unkind, I took a photo of Big Brother's naked butt upstairs yesterday. Those who want to see it will pay me 80. The front row is selling melon seeds, drinks, and mineral water. The melon seeds are grown in my family's spiritual fields. They're fragrant and sweet. The mineral water comes from the Xiangxia world. Every sip is filled with the taste of fairies. I even added more than 10 purebred wild wolfberries to the drinks. Wang Defa, you were the one who cheated on me last time, right? I'm already outside your territory. If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. I'll definitely give you a discount today. He swept his gaze over. There were countless gossips. There were also many merchants selling all kinds of strange items. Li Yueming was dazzled. All along, the impression that reincarnators left on ordinary people was more serious. However, he did not expect the difference between the two to be so great in the forum. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Yueming was also relieved. After all, reincarnators were also humans. Just because they maintained their coldness in front of ordinary people did not mean that they would maintain their coldness in front of other reincarnators. In the end, it was just a different circle. He searched through the messy posts for a long time. Finally, Li Yueming finally saw a post that was useful to him. A guide to avoiding traps for newcomers and reincarnators. The name of the post was a reincarnator who claimed to be a newcomer's mentor. If you want to see this guide, you need to pay 500 reincarnation points. Li Yueming casually flipped through the comments below the post. Basically, all of them had good reviews. Therefore, Li Yueming spent 500 reincarnation points to buy one. He opened the guide. It recorded many things that new reincarnators needed to pay attention to. For example, many of the people who sold all kinds of items in the reincarnator forum were scammers. The lower the price, the easier it was to be cheated. If rookies wanted to buy things, it was best to go to the reincarnator shop. Although the things inside were about 10% more expensive than the ones outside, and they needed to pay 5% of the reincarnation mark's commission. However, they would not be deceived. The other was the preparations that needed to be made before entering the reincarnation world. For example, he could spend reincarnation points to buy a golden spoon. With a golden spoon in his mouth, he had a higher chance of reincarnating into a rich family. He could also spend reincarnation points to buy more detailed information about the reincarnation world. Of course, the guide to avoiding traps didn't really recommend ordinary newbies to buy these things. Born in a poor family, the difficulty of the simulation mark would be reduced accordingly. After all, it was even more difficult for the commoners to counterattack. He was born into a rich family. The difficulty of increasing the score with the simulated imprint would be relatively higher. After all, the children of wealthy families had a higher chance of making a name for themselves. In summary, the two cancelled each other out. It was useless to spend hundreds or thousands of reincarnation points to buy a rich birth. As for the details of the reincarnation world, the guide producers did not recommend ordinary reincarnators to buy it. This thing could indeed allow reincarnators to understand more of the basic rules of the reincarnation world in advance. However, the price-performance ratio was too low. Most of the information he bought was rubbish. The reincarnators could figure it out after living in the reincarnation world for a few years. In addition, after becoming a permanent reincarnator, reincarnators will lose the opportunity to choose their initial talent and will be replaced by the reincarnation mark. He could only choose whichever talent he drew. Of course, if there were really too many reincarnation points to spend, reincarnators could also choose to buy dice that could be used to reassign talents. However, that thing was so expensive that it was almost equivalent to the total amount of resources needed to complete a C-class world's reincarnation evaluation. Very few people would spend money to make themselves unhappy, That was why the permanent talent was so precious. In the end, the Lightning Protection Manual listed out a detailed list of prices. According to the records on the price list, newbie reincarnators would have a general understanding of the pricing of various resources. It seemed that the 500 reincarnation points were well spent. After figuring out the price of the spiritual rice and the spiritual rice seeds, Li Yueming opened the reincarnator shop and spent 6,000 reincarnation points to buy 500 caddies of spiritual rice and 10 caddies of spiritual rice seeds. The spiritual rice could replenish energy and fill one's stomach. After all, he hadn't had the time to eat after staying up all day. As for the remaining seeds, naturally, they were all planted in the fragment's small world. That damn world fragment had swallowed 10,000 reincarnation points today. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if he didn't quickly think of ways to squeeze it back? Chapter 45, The Second Life, Supreme Martial Artist. A new volume, 1. After paying the money, the seller's delivery efficiency was very high. It only took him 2 minutes to send the spiritual rice and spiritual rice seeds to Li Yueming's email. Li Yueming burped in satisfaction. This way, he could finally start his next reincarnation without worry. Although he had successfully become a permanent reincarnator, Li Yueming still did not dare to relax at all. After all, no matter when or where, only when one's fist was big enough was the eternal truth. Thinking of this, Li Yueming said without hesitation, "Mark, start a new round of reincarnation." After he finished speaking, after a few seconds, the reincarnation mark on Li Yueming's wrist began to glow. A string of words was projected. Detected reincarnator name, Li Yueming, serial number 700-1611. Remaining reincarnation authority, 5. Mark of reincarnation level, LV2, 1000/5000. Reincarnation points balance, 267,000. Origin power, 100 times talent enhancement. Fixed talent, infinite deduction, gold. Fixed talent, 1. Do you want to purchase additional services? If he didn't need to click on the option, he could activate the reincarnation directly. It was indeed different from the last reincarnation. After obtaining the permanent reincarnation mark, Li Yueming could choose to purchase some additional special services. According to the author's train of thought of A Guide for Newcomers to Avoiding, Li Yueming definitely wouldn't buy any extra services. However, as a cheating player, Li Yueming's way of thinking was a little different. It didn't matter to Li Yueming which family he was born in, as long as he could grow up smoothly. With unlimited deduction, he could definitely make a name for himself. Therefore, he had no choice. He planned to buy information about the reincarnation world that was not worth mentioning in the eyes of ordinary reincarnators. This thing was undoubtedly a good thing in the hands of Li Yueming, who had unlimited deduction talent. It was enough for him to predict his future for a long time in advance. Do you want to spend 5,000 reincarnation points to buy information? He did not hesitate. Li Yueming immediately clicked on confirm. Suddenly, a huge amount of information entered Li Yueming's mind. Although he hadn't officially started reincarnation yet. But at this moment, he already had a rough understanding of the world he was about to go to. After all the information was entered, before he could finish digesting it, in the next second, Li Yueming felt that he had gradually lost all his senses. A familiar soul came out of his body again. World loaded. World loaded successfully. Planet serial number 5-07312. The reincarnator is currently in the midst of a mystery in the womb. After the initial introduction, you can enter the reincarnation world. Introduction to the background of the reincarnation world. This is an extremely chaotic world. The world is divided into 3 continents, the Free Continent, Western Europe, and China's Central Continent. The races, cultures, and beliefs of the 3 continents are different, and their power systems are also different. 500 years ago, Long Tiankui, a martial arts genius from the central plains of Huaxia, was invincible in the world. He established a prosperous Great Xia dynasty on the land of Huaxia with absolute strength. From then on, China began to respect martial arts. 300 years later, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty declined day by day. Coincidentally, there was a great drought. Years of disasters caused the people of the dynasty to live in poverty. With the rise of the great clans, the various reclusive clans and martial arts sects also appeared one after another. This is a sign that troubled times are about to arise. Reincarnation World Background Introduction completed. Randomly drawing talent. Congratulations on obtaining talent, Natural Warrior, Green. Natural Warrior, Green. You have a good talent in martial arts. You are born with your own unique understanding of martial arts techniques and moves. Starting from the 100-fold increase in origin energy talent, the effects of all your talents will be increased by 100 times. Your talent, Natural Fighter, has been enhanced by 100 times by the origin energy and has been transformed into a purple talent, Martial Deo Supreme. Supreme Martial Artist, Purple. You are a natural supreme martial artist. The speed at which you cultivate martial arts techniques and moves far exceeds that of ordinary people. The rules of this reincarnation world are level 2. Reincarnators can bring 2 talents into the reincarnation world. Will you bind talents, Martial Deo Supreme, Purple, Infinite Deduction, Gold? A series of information flashed across Li Yueming's retina. A natural-born warrior. Such a talent could be said to be tailor-made for martial arts. Unfortunately, the starting level was relatively low. There was only green. Even after the 100-fold increase in origin energy, he only obtained a purple talent. Fortunately, Li Yueming still had infinite deductions. The 2 talents complemented each other. The effect should be quite good when used. After fixing the talent, Li Yueming closed his eyes again. He packed up the information he had just bought. Then, he began to use his talent to deduce. In addition, what was worth mentioning was, when the deduction talent was activated, Li Yueming couldn't predict the future. Otherwise, there would be no end to the bug. Oh, years old, you were born in a border town near the northern coastal port of the Great Xia dynasty. Your grandfather is a small official in the coastal port, and your father is a well-known wealthy businessman in the town. However, you, who was born from a maidservant, were not very favored by father. 1 year old, you learned to walk and talk, but no one at home except your mother cares about you. You're the youngest young master in the family, and at the same time, you're also the young master with the least say. Other than giving you a few pitiful taels of silver every month, the residence doesn't care about you at all. 4 years old, you have shown an extraordinary martial arts foundation. You often practice boxing and martial arts alone in the courtyard. Years old, your father noticed your talent. He didn't care about you at first, but he hired a martial arts teacher for you. Years old, you easily defeated a martial artist teacher in a spar. Your extraordinary talent has finally attracted the attention of the whole family. When your grandfather heard the news, he even rushed home from the port. Years old, you are getting stronger and stronger after practicing martial arts all year round. Your existence makes your other brothers feel a huge threat. Years old, you casually took a few pastries to taste when you attended the party of the mayor. When you got home that night, you started to vomit blood. Before the doctor came, you were already on your last breath. Years old, your meridians are broken inch by inch, your martial arts talent is crippled, and you are once again recognized as a cripple in your family. Years old, I heard that there are Gokyudo pugilists from the Free State and Holy Fire missionaries from Western Europe who have landed at the port. It seems that they have clashed with the local martial arts gangs in the Central Plains. You don't know the exact situation, but since then, the family's business seems to have deteriorated a lot. years old, you are unwilling to live your life like a coward. You want to put on a show of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, so you began to practice martial arts with all your might. Years old, you're dead. He looked at the 3 blood-red words in the deduction. Li Yueming was speechless. He didn't expect that even though he had changed to a different world, he still hadn't lived past the threshold of 14 years old. He changed the data slightly. Li Yueming continued to try to deduce it a few times. The results were similar. As long as he showed the slightest threat, someone in the family would think of ways to get rid of him. There were few times that he could live to adulthood. Forget it. They were just a bunch of punks. As long as Li Yueming wanted to. There were 10,000 ways to kill them with just a flick of his finger. As for the specific plan, it was better to wait until he officially entered the world. He had been reincarnated into such a strange mid-level martial world. It seemed quite interesting. Chapter 46, A Maiden Who Had Just Become a Mother. On this day, a baby boy was born in a border town called Gyulu in the Great Xia dynasty. The boy was the 5th son of Li Fuxian, the head of the Li family in Gyulu town. Logically speaking, it was a joyous occasion to have a new member. The Li family should be making a big fuss. In fact, the surrounding neighbors were already looking forward to it. The recent years had been getting more and more difficult. Many poor people did not even get to see a single meat dish in 10 days and half a month. Hence, the 2 of them were in a daze. Everyone wanted to take this opportunity to go to the Li family's house to eat a table full of fish and meat. However, Old Master Li did not seem to care much about his youngest son. Old Master Li only took time out of his busy schedule to take a look at the child when he was just born. Then, she forgot about this child. Not to mention the wedding banquet. As for the reason, outsiders might not know, but everyone in the Li residence, including the servants, knew about it. One night, the old master was drunk and indulged in sex. In his thirst, he pushed down a servant girl in the residence. After he was done, he patted his butt and left. However, he never expected that things would be so coincidental. Not long after, the servant girl was found to be pregnant. He had no choice. Li Fuxian could only reluctantly take the servant girl as his concubine. That was how the 5th young master was born. Under such circumstances, how could Li Fuxian love this son that he picked up for free? It was already very good that he didn't ignore it. At the same time, Li Yueming slowly opened his eyes. A few days after he was born, the mystery in his womb had ended. He slowly stretched his body. His gaze landed on his cheap mother in this life. It was also a pale-faced, emaciated woman. Moreover, he was no older than 18 years old. Good heavens! This cheap mother was too young to be able to play the role of a son at all. Just as Li Yueming was thinking about how to drink milk to make him look like a gentleman, the girl dragged her weak body and sat up on the bed. She looked at Li Yueming, who was neither crying nor making a fuss on the bed, with a complicated expression. There was a long silence. In the end, the girl suddenly hugged Li Yueming in her arms. She started to cry. A year ago, she was just a maid in the residence whose parents had died. At that time, she was still looking forward to a beautiful love. She hoped that it would be like the storytelling of the storyteller, where a handsome man would appear one day to save her from danger. The 2 of them eloped to the ends of the earth and fell in love together. But imagination was beautiful. Reality was cruel. She had become the mistress of the master overnight. She even gave birth to an unfavored son for him. Not only did he not feel a trace of warmth from the entire process, but he also did not feel a trace of warmth. On the contrary, he received countless looks of disdain. He thought of his future miserable fate. The girl even wanted to jump into the well and commit suicide. However, every time she saw the child in her arms, in the end, he still softened his heart. He hugged Li Yueming. The young girl, who had just become a mother, said with a gentle expression, Mom's life has been ruined, but you haven't. Don't worry, I'll definitely raise you and do my best to give you a beautiful life. As he spoke, the expression on the girl's face gradually became firm. However, none of Li Fuxian's wives were easy to deal with. First, Madame's maiden family was from Qingda City. His parents and brothers were all officials. Even Li Fuxian had to take note of her expression. The second mistress's family was the daughter of the county head. Her family was powerful. Third mistress was also the daughter of a wealthy family. Only the fourth mistress was born slightly worse. However, it was also a slightly famous family in Gulo town. It could be said that no matter which room, they were not people that Li Yueming, who was born as a servant girl, could afford to offend. After Li Yueming was born, although the wives of several families were not too excessive, but in private, he had embarrassed his cheap mother a lot. When she was in confinement, she didn't even have anyone to take care of her. In the middle of winter, she had to go to the yard to fetch water to wash Li Yueming's diapers. However, even so, his mother remained silent. Since no one was taking care of Li Yueming, she had to take care of him herself. No one sent her food, so she planted some vegetables in the yard to fill her stomach. He really couldn't live anymore. He ran to the front gate of the Li residence and cursed. Those ladies who cherished their feathers did not want to make a fool of themselves. He could only pinch his nose and give something. As time passed, everyone in the imperial residence was amazed by her strength. However, only Li Yueming, who had been with her day and night, knew how many times his cheap mother had hidden under the blanket and cried secretly. Time flew by. Under the careful care of his cheap mother, Li Yueming had successfully passed his first year in this world. What was worth mentioning was, on his first birthday, this was the first time Li Yueming met his deadbeat father in this world. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 30s. She had a big belly. Her face was full of bumps. It was no wonder that his cheap mother would always look at him with hatred. It was fine if an old cow ate young grass. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he threw it aside and did not care. His conscience was really eaten by a dog. Facing the scumbag, Li Yueming felt that he was quite skilled. Unfortunately, he was too young to put it into action. In the second year, Li Yueming was 1 year old. He had already learned how to walk. However, because his body had not fully developed, he didn't even dare to exercise. After all, the bones of a child's body were too soft. If she exercised at this time, it might affect her growth. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had no choice but to suppress his itching heart. They lay low and waited for an opportunity. Judging from the current situation, both mother and son were living quite miserably. Every month, he would occasionally receive some rations and monthly payment, plus some vegetables grown by his mother. He could barely ensure that he would not starve to death. It was funny. There was no place for them in the huge Li residence. Even the servants were living better lives than them. Time flew by. When he was 2 years old, Li Yueming started to run. As Li Fuxian's biological son, he was not favored. His identity was still slightly tougher than his cheap mother. The servants in the residence probably wouldn't even pay attention to his cheap mother if they saw her. However, when she saw Li Yueming, no matter what he thought, on the surface, he still had to respectfully address him as fifth young master. With this layer of identity to rely on, Li Yueming began to move around the Li residence. Of course, the range of activity was very limited. The school, the ancestral hall, and his cheapskate father's study, as well as Li Yueming, who was in the room of many concubines, they were all banned. However, Li Yueming was obviously not interested in those places. His target was the Li residence's library. He was still too young. There was a limit to what he could do. The one with the highest benefits was naturally studying. As long as he came into contact with the books in the library pavilion. By infinitely deducing the power of this golden talent, he could quickly learn a huge amount of knowledge. Chapter 47, 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West, don't bully the young poor. 1. The Li residence's library was located on the west side of the wing. It was quite a distance away from the courtyard where Li Yueming and his cheap mother lived. Therefore, he had no choice. It wasn't easy for Li Yueming, who had a sensitive identity, to pass through several courtyards to read books in the library. Fortunately, Li Yueming was very patient. Every day, after helping his cheap mother with some work, he would run to the yard to play. In the beginning, there would be servants reporting the situation to the first and second branches of the family. After getting used to it, no one paid attention to it. After all, the identity of a child was naturally confusing. Darren might be wary of Darren. But to a little kid who was only 1 or 2 years old, it was probably just for fun. Of course, no one would realize that Li Yueming was doing this on purpose. After half a year of exploration. Finally, when he was 1.5 years old, Li Yueming successfully expanded his range of activity to the mud pond outside the library pavilion. One day, after playing with the mud alone, Li Yueming dragged his dirty body towards the library. The manager of the library looked at Li Yueming with a somewhat unconcealable disdain. There were a total of 5 young masters in the Li residence. Currently, only 3 were still in the residence. The other 2 had already left for school. The eldest young master of the Li residence was already 12 years old this year. Not to mention the handsome Wen Wenner, he was also an exceptional talent who cultivated both civil and martial arts. His strength had already reached the mid-stage martial apprentice. Even among the younger generation of the entire Clear Spring County, he was very famous. Second young master liked to read. At such a young age, she was chosen by a famous teacher in Kingdo Port. In the future, he would definitely become a high-ranking official. The other 2 young masters were slightly inferior. However, they were all good-looking talents and would not tarnish the reputation of the Li residence. Only the youngest 5th young master in front of him. He wandered around like a mud monkey every day. He didn't look like a young master at all. It could only be said that he was indeed born by this servant. He didn't inherit any of old master's wise and mighty bloodline. Of course. Although he thought so in his heart. However, the steward's attitude on the surface was still very friendly. No matter how much Li Yueming was disliked at home. But they are also the blood of the old master. As a servant. As long as the steward's brain was not damaged, he would not make a face. It is a great taboo for a servant to deceive his master. Of course, the manager would not make such a low-level mistake. He bowed politely. The steward lowered his eyebrows and said, "Greetings, 5th young master. May I ask what is the matter?" Li Yueming's eyes were innocent. His tender finger pointed at the bookshelf behind the steward and said, "I want to play inside." The steward pondered for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, "This is the library, 5th young master, you're still young. Come and play again when you have the chance in the future." After all, the matriarch had already instructed him. Li Yueming was not allowed to come into contact with anything related to the family. Therefore, he had no choice. Of course, the manager would not let Li Yueming enter the library pavilion. Li Yueming was not surprised at all. If he could enter the library so easily, he would not have to plan for so long. After hearing the manager's rejection, Li Yueming, who was already prepared, immediately began to make a scene. He rolled around. She was crying and wailing. The mud on his clothes was flying everywhere. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but many of them were thrown at the manager's face. The steward retched for a long time. The entire library pavilion was in chaos, and the surroundings were filled with splashing mud. Such a farce naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many servants heard the news and ran over to watch the show. When he saw Li Yueming lying on the ground like a scoundrel, they could not help but discuss in low voices. The manager's face darkened. If he could, he would have picked Li Yueming up and beaten him up. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't do anything to Li Yueming. The crying attracted the attention of a youth in the library pavilion. The young man's name was Li Ziu. He was the third young master of the Li residence who was only 9 years old. After hearing the commotion, Li Ziu walked out of the room with a book in her hand like a little adult. He glanced at his little brother who was throwing a tantrum and rolling around on the ground, then glanced at the servants and maidservants who were whispering to each other. "What are you doing?" Li Ziu said angrily. Although the two of them rarely interacted with each other, however, they were still living under the same roof. Li Ziu had naturally heard of this half-brother. A few bastards that his mother often mentioned. Although Li Ziu was young, however, under the subtle influence of the power struggle in the Li residence, in some aspects, he was obviously more mature than the children of ordinary families. Therefore, he had no choice. When he saw Li Yueming throwing a tantrum, his first reaction was to berate him. After all, he was still his brother in name. He was treated like a monkey by so many servants. As his brother, he was also flustered. After all, he wasn't the only one who lost face because of Li Yueming, and the face of all the Li family members. She heard his voice. Li Yueming raised his head and glanced at him. "Sob, sob, sob, I want to go inside and play." Li Ziu turned to the steward behind her and said, "If he wants to go in and play, can't we just let him in?" The steward's expression was a little stiff. To be honest, he really didn't expect things to turn out like this. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Third young master, how could this old servant dare to stop young master? This order was given by First Madam, so I dare not disobey it." When he heard the name First Madam, Li Ziu's face also revealed an awkward expression. However, at this moment, so many pairs of eyes were on him. Of course, Li Ziu couldn't back down. She could only bite the bullet and say, "Get someone to give him a bath and change his clothes. I'll talk to the auntie." The steward heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, sir. I'll get it done immediately." The manager raised his head. He called over a few men who were still watching the show. 3 or 4 people gathered around. He carried Li Yueming, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, down. After showering, Li Yueming finally got the right to enter the library pavilion to play. But as opposed to the other, the opposite of the other, 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 the. He had also paid a small price. There were a few bruises on a few less obvious parts of her body. Obviously. Although he had achieved his goal through unreasonable pestering. However, he was also warned and retaliated by several madams in the residence. Regarding this, Li Yueming's mouth twitched. He endured it. Who asked him to be a 3-year-old child now? What was the saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully young people poor. In Li Yueming's case, 30 years was too long, 3 years was more like it. At that time, this group of T fellows would all pay the price for their actions today. After obtaining the authority to enter the library pavilion, Li Yueming didn't act rashly for the time being. After all, his actions this time had already attracted the attention of many people. According to the information in the deduction, if he was willing to be a useless person for the rest of his life, then the Li family might not be able to tolerate him. However, once he showed any signs of threat, the madam of the family wanted her descendants to have one less competitor to inherit the family property in the future. They would definitely get rid of him without hesitation. Just like that. Until half a year later, Li Yueming was 3 years old. After confirming that there were no eyes watching him in the dark, he began to enter the library pavilion intermittently to play. Every time, he would play in the library pavilion for a while. When he was tired of playing, he would casually find a few books to read. In the manager's eyes, Li Yueming hadn't gone to school yet. He probably didn't even know how to read or write. It was impossible to learn anything. But in reality, Li Yueming had unknowingly learned a lot of knowledge. Chapter 48, at the age of 6, his martial arts physique had just been formed. 1. According to the records in the Li residence's library, Li Yueming learned more detailed information about this world. The Great Xia dynasty was respected for its martial arts. After so many years of inheritance, the culture of martial arts had already seeped into the minds and blood of all the Xia people. Although practicing literature could also get an official position. However, in terms of status, he was only able to carry the shoes of powerful martial artists. Under such circumstances, martial artists were divided into 6 levels: martial apprentice, martial master, martial king, martial grand master, martial emperor, and martial saint. Martial arts apprentices train their bodies. He trained every inch of his muscles with his tenacious will. Once trained to a certain level, one could possess unimaginable strength. In the end, a martial apprentice could split mountains and rocks with a single punch. According to the knowledge of the outside world, after reaching the realm of splitting mountains with one punch, a martial apprentice could be promoted to a higher level of martial master. A martial master focused on training a stream of inner qi. He learned a cultivation method to control inner qi and control the aura in his body to condense it. Through internal energy techniques, he guided it to circulate in his body. This way, not only could he widen his meridians, it could also continuously temper the martial artist's body. He had cultivated it to the great success realm. His inner qi was released more than 5 meters away from his body, and he could easily pierce through steel with his aura. Only then could it be considered as the final success. Then, he could advance to a higher level of martial king and start the next step of cultivation. A martial king needed to temper his bones and skin. Every inch of skin and every bone on his body was tempered to the extreme. It was tempered into an ultimate physique that could not be broken by iron or slashed by knives. They could transcend the scope of ordinary humans and possess an inhuman power that could uproot mountains. A martial king realm expert alone was an army. 1 against 100, 1 against 1,000 was nothing. As for the higher level martial arts grandmasters and martial arts saints, there were only a few martial artists of this level in the entire Great Xia Empire. Martial arts grandmasters might be fine. Usually, a second-rate sect would have at least 1 or 2 grandmasters. Martial emperors and martial saints were rare. It was truly a rare occurrence. Naturally, the Li family would not be able to come into contact with or understand it. After understanding all this, Li Yueming also had an idea. In his previous life, when he died, he was probably at most equivalent to this world's martial master realm. Indeed, the origin source laws evolved from different world sequences were also different. In the wasteland, even if Li Yueming tried his best to cultivate the breathing technique, when polished to the extreme, it was equivalent to the level of an ordinary passerby in the martial arts world. However, this didn't make Li Yueming feel defeated. Instead, it made him even more motivated. After all, the higher the level of the world's power, in the end, the energy that was returned to him would be stronger. Just this little benefit was enough to make him excited. 3 years later, Li Yueming began to train his body. There was no fixed training method for a martial apprentice. As long as one could break a mountain rock with one punch, they could become an official martial artist. Of course, most sects had their own training methods. It could help the sect disciples reach the martial warrior realm faster. However, Li Yueming obviously didn't have such conditions. Fortunately, in his previous life, Li Yueming had created his own breathing technique. Coupled with the breathing technique, as well as the 2 high-level talents of infinite deduction and martial Dao Supreme, 1 gold and 1 purple, Li Yueming had opened up his conception and governor meridians. Many things were self-taught. He didn't need anyone to teach him anything. The only pity was that his current body was too young. He was afraid of hurting his own origin. Therefore, many times, Li Yu did not dare to squeeze too much. Ever since he started training, Li Yueming stopped walking around. He stayed in his own small courtyard and did not step out of it. In the beginning, his mother was very worried. After all, the child was still young. He should be at a lively and active age. How could he suddenly lock himself in his room? One day, his mother found a booklet. On it were portraits of children playing with each other. There were even some words beside it. It was similar to a child's introductory storybook. His mother pointed at the portrait and said, "You, look, these children all have friends. Although your identity is special, you can't keep yourself locked in the courtyard, right?" Li Yueming took a glance. "Mom, do you know what this book is about?" His mother had been an orphan since she was young. If he really couldn't survive, he would sell himself to the Li residents to make a living. He only knew a few simple words. Naturally, he knew nothing about the words in the picture album. "What's the content?" he asked with a puzzled expression. Li Yueming hands behind his back as he said, "Bald Jiang and Big Bear are good friends." One day, Bald Jiang went out to cut trees and asked Big Bear to help him look after the house. After cutting the tree, Bald Jiang found that Big Bear had stolen everything in his house, even the underwear that Grandma sewed. So the content of the booklet is to educate children not to trust anyone. His cheap mother was speechless. She looked down at the picture book. He then looked up at Li Yueming. After a long silence, he asked in bewilderment, "Really? Of course it's true." Li Yueming laughed. Hearing his answer, his mother was even more confused. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, "How can you read?" Hearing this question, "Who knows?" Li Yueming scratched his head. "Maybe it's because I'm more talented." Of course, his mother didn't believe him. She picked up the booklet. He looked around the words on it. Finally, he pointed at a word and said, "Then tell me, how do you pronounce this word?" "Mom." Li Yueming glanced at her and said. His cheap mother was speechless. "The word you're referring to means mother," Li Yueming added. His mother was stunned. After a long silence, he muttered softly, "So this is the word ready." At this moment, she finally believed that Li Yueming could read. He didn't know where Li Yueming learned it from. However, this was a great thing after all, so his mother naturally wouldn't ask about it. Just like that, Li Yueming started to keep a low profile in his own courtyard. As a reincarnator, the most difficult period for him was the infant period. At this moment, his body had yet to fully develop. Even if Li Yueming was the reincarnation of an immortal, he would still be able to survive. There was no way to build a castle on such a young body. Of course, basic training was still necessary. However, he had to be careful not to overdo it all at once. Since his mother found out that Li Yueming could read, she didn't stop him anymore. His son had a secret. As a mother who was close to her, she naturally knew. Unfortunately, she could only take care of Li Yueming's basic diet and daily life. She could only keep it a secret for him. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming was 6 years old. In these 3 years, Li Yueming made a training plan based on his infinite deduction talent. Basically, the intensity of his daily exercise was at the edge of the limit that his body could withstand. Coupled with the talent of the martial Dao Supreme. Step by step, Li Yueming easily polished his body to an extremely exaggerated level. An ordinary martial apprentice would be able to brag about breaking a 200-kilogram boulder with a single punch. However, Li Yueming was only 6 years old. A punch could easily shatter a boulder weighing more than 500 kilograms. According to the system's original deduction, the system was executed. This year, his father would notice the martial arts talent he had shown. In fact, that was indeed the case. One day, when Li Yueming was practicing his squats in the yard, the big-bellied cheapskate dad happened to witness everything. Although he was just an ordinary person and did not understand the twists and turns of martial arts. However, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. There were a few guards around him who were martial apprentices. Thus, he still had the ability to see through him. When he saw the dense layer of sweat on Li Yueming's forehead, he was shocked. Li Fuxian was already a little surprised. After all, Li Yueming was just a child in his eyes. He had never received any systematic education since he was young. However, it was under such circumstances. Li Yueming actually knew how to polish his body. And he's working so hard. It was enough to prove that it was different from the others. He looked at Doll in the courtyard. Li Fuxian muttered to himself, "Have I underestimated number 5 all these years? Should he hire a teacher to teach him martial arts?" Chapter 49, Li Fuxian was furious. 1. He looked at Li Yueming, who had a determined expression on his face. Li Fuxian muttered to himself, "Should we find a teacher for No?" He had quite a few children. He didn't really care about one more or one less. Therefore, he had no choice. That was why he was indifferent to Li Yueming and his mother. However, at this moment, he saw Li Yueming training alone in the side courtyard. After 6 years, Li Fuxian finally noticed that he had a son. That night, Li Fuxian decided to recruit a teacher for Li Yueming. After hearing this news, the other concubines at home naturally wouldn't do it. However, Li Fuxian was still the head of the Li family. Therefore, he had no choice. After scolding the concubines, Li Fuxian found a martial apprentice at the peak of martial apprentice realm to teach Li Yueming martial arts. He also arranged for Li Yueming to go to the school in town to study and write after school started at the end of autumn. Regarding this, Li Yueming replied perfunctorily. Reading and writing were just a waste of his time. As a reincarnator, he didn't need to learn these messy things at all. As for learning martial arts, if the master he invited was a martial master, he might be interested. What the hell was with inviting a martial apprentice? Teach him how to exercise? Therefore, he had no choice. When Li Fuxian held his hand and expressed his father's teachings, he wanted him to study hard with his master and strive to assist his brothers in the future and make more contributions to the Li family. At first, Li Yueming was a little patient. After that, she replied coldly that she didn't need it. Then, he turned around and left. Li Fuxian was left on the spot with an awkward expression. Although Li Yueming had directly rejected the idea of going to school. However, it was obvious that Li Fuxian's decision wouldn't be easily changed. He had to learn even if he wanted to. Don't want to learn? You have to learn it even if you press it. As the head of the family, Li Fuxian's words were like an imperial edict at home. Not to mention that Li Yueming was just a good-for-nothing son of his. Half a month later, the high-level martial apprentice teacher that Li Fuxian had hired for Li Yueming had officially arrived to teach. However, Li Yueming was too lazy to even leave the courtyard. A group of servants took turns to fight. In the end, he couldn't even open the door of Li Yueming's courtyard. Not to mention seeing Li Yueming in person. The high-level apprentice waited in the living room for 2 hours. In the end, he was so angry that he didn't even give face to the Li residents. The teacup shattered. He cursed in front of Li Fuxian. "L agreed to take in a disciple because I have some ties with your Li family. For this reason, I even specially came to visit you personally. In the end, you actually let a little kid fool me." TM's martial apprentice was a lecturer at TNE Umgaharda Martial Arts Hall. He had a good background and strength. Li Fuxian was scolded until his face was covered in dust. However, he did not even dare to fart. The Great Xia dynasty was no joke. The status of a martial artist was higher than that of an ordinary person, not to mention that the Li residence was the one who had been unkind from the beginning to the end. In the end, Li Fuxian was scolded for half an hour. When the other party left, in order not to offend the other party, Li Fuxian even took nearly 1,000 taels of silver before he managed to settle the matter. After the martial apprentice left, including Li Fuxian, the faces of everyone in the Li residence were extremely gloomy. Lady Wang was afraid that things weren't serious enough, so she added fuel to the fire. "Old master, look, I told you that fifth brother is a piece of mud that can't be helped, right? You won't believe it, but now it's great. I've offended Lord Wang of the Martial Arts Hall." The second mistress also said with a smile that was not a smile, "Yo, big sister, don't say that. Old master has high hopes for fifth brother." Third madam saw that Li Fuxian did not look too good. He opened his mouth. In the end, he did not dare to continue stimulating her. At this moment, Li Fuxian's face was as black as a pot lid. Just now, he apologized again and again. In the end, he secretly stuffed nearly 1,000 taels of silver. In the end, he was still sprayed with saliva by the martial apprentice. The most important thing was, not only did he lose face from being scolded, he had even offended a martial artist who was on good terms with the Li family. This deal was a total loss. And the person who caused all of this to happen never showed his face at all. Li Fuxian wiped the spit off his face. Finally, he exploded. He grabbed the stool by his feet and said, "This little bastard is really a bastard. If I, Li Fuxian, don't punish him today, won't this bastard be lawless in the future?" As he spoke, Li Fuxian carried a stool. He rushed towards the side courtyard aggressively. He knew that Li Yueming would definitely have a problem with him as his father. However, he didn't expect Li Yueming to make him lose face in front of so many people. If he didn't vent his anger today, Li Fuxian estimated that his life would be shortened by 10 years. After watching Li Fuxian leave, the few madams in the courtyard all had gloating expressions. When he heard that Li Fuxian was going to hire a teacher for Li Yueming, they were really worried that Li Yueming would threaten their son's position if he grew up. However, he never expected this kid to be so ungrateful. Even martial artists dared to refuse to accept disciples. Was there a fool who didn't know what was good for him? Lady Wang tried her best to control her expression. "Do you want to come with me to take a look? Old master is so angry that his health is not good." Hearing this, the other 3 madams also stood up. Usually, they were very bored staying in the residence. It was rare to see a good show. Of course, they wouldn't miss it. When the 4 madams came to Li Yueming's courtyard to watch the show, Li Fuxian had already gathered all the servants in the Li residence. The servants held wooden sticks, stones, iron knives, and other items in their hands as weapons. They waited for Li Fuxian's order. They were ready to rush forward and knock down this small wooden door. He looked at the side courtyard that still had no movement. Li Fuxian gritted his teeth. "Little brat, if you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." However, no matter how much he threatened and tempted her, there was no reply from the side courtyard. Li Fuxian instantly felt his heart trembling with anger. He looked at the tightly shut door. He finally lost his last bit of patience. He waved his hand angrily. Go! Tear down this broken door. I want to see where this bastard can run to today. The servants, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward when they heard this. He waved all kinds of weapons in an attempt to push open the wooden door in one go. However, just as the servants were about to rush to the door of the side room, which was originally tightly shut, suddenly opened without any warning. He looked at the crowd of servants outside the door. What do you want? Li Yueming asked coldly. He heard Li Yueming's voice. He saw that the door to the side room was already open. The servants stopped. After all, the order they received was to open the door to the side room. At this moment, Li Yueming opened the door himself. The group of servants heaved a sigh of relief. Not far away. He looked at the indifferent Li Yueming. Li Fuxian was so furious that he had lost his mind. Taking 2 deep breaths, Li Fuxian said in exasperation, "What are you waiting for? Tie this dog up and send him to the ancestral hall. I, Li Fuxian, am going to cripple this unfilial son in front of my ancestor today." Chapter 50, Sweeping through the Li residence. Li Fuxian waved his hand. The servants immediately rushed towards Li Yueming like wolves and tigers. Regarding this, Li Yueming sneered. He had lived in this family for a few years. Li Yueming had been completely disappointed with this family that only cared about benefits and had no friendship. Previously, when Li Fuxian introduced him to the teachers, he thought that his cheap father suddenly had a conscience and wanted to compensate him. In the end, his words implied that he wanted Li Yueming to be a stepping stone for his eldest and second son. She had not considered him at all. That's why Li Yueming rejected him directly. However, he never expected that. On the basis that he had clearly rejected Li Fuxian, this old thing, actually dared to invite the so-called martial apprentice master into the courtyard. He planned to force Li Yueming to learn. Don't blame Li Yueming for being merciless. However, at this moment, a thin figure suddenly rushed out from behind Li Yueming. His cheap mother stood in front of him to protect him, holding a rusty kitchen knife tightly in her hand. He waved it a few times. He glared at her with bloodshot eyes and said fiercely, "Who dares to touch my son?" He saw a shiny kitchen knife. Many of the servants slowed down. After all, they were not stupid. They were just a group of workers who received a salary. Although women definitely couldn't stop them, if they were accidentally stabbed, that would not be worth it. Hence, the 2 of them were in a daze. The servants were really frightened by their cheap mother's fearless aura. She froze on the spot, hesitating and not daring to come any closer. Seizing this opportunity, his mother looked at Li Fuxian, who was standing outside the crowd, and said hysterically, "Li Fuxian, it's fine if you don't treat me as a human, but now you won't even let go of your own son? Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Are you even worse than a beast? If you touch my son, I swear I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." He looked at the hysterical woman with black hair. Li Fuxian didn't say anything. Lady Wang suddenly laughed and said disdainfully, "Where did this crazy woman come from? You're just a servant girl. When you were starving to the point of death, the Li residence was kind enough to bring you back. In the end, you're eating and using the residence's food now, and you're even starting to devour your master." His mother bit her lip. His face was a little pale. However, he wisely ignored Lady Wang's mockery. His eyes were still fixed on Li Fuxian. No matter what, the men still had the final say in the Li residence. Therefore, he had no choice. In her opinion, all the decisions were in Li Fuxian's hands. He felt her gaze. Li Fuxian frowned but ignored her. Instead, he whispered to one of the guards, "Throw her corpse to the back of the mountain later." Remember to find a monk to release her. Obviously, Li Fuxian didn't have any extra feelings for Li Yueming and his cheap mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the mother and son for 5 to 6 years. The guard nodded slightly to show that he understood. After giving his instructions, Li Fuxian's expression was cold as he said, "Hurry up and charge. The first to charge at the front will be rewarded with 50 taels of silver." He heard that there was a reward. The servants finally had enough enthusiasm. They rushed towards the door. His cheap mother was trembling. It wasn't cowardice. It was not fear. Instead, it was hatred, deep hatred. The world was bleak. He was also desolate. In a situation where there was no power or influence, most of the time, a person's life seemed to be worse than a dog's. The so-called kinship was just a piece of paper thinner than paper. Attracted by the huge reward of 50 taels of silver, the servants did not care that they were just 2 orphans and widows who had no one to rely on. Anyway, he could just tie them up and sell them for money. Regarding this, Li Yueming naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled. He easily pulled his thin and helpless mother behind him. Li Yueming gestured at her fist, which wasn't very big, and grinned, "All right, stop crying. Watch how your son beats them up." As he spoke, Li Yueming took a few steps forward and crossed the threshold. Then, he suddenly jumped up and rushed into the servants. Before anyone could come back to their senses, Li Yueming had already clenched his fists and punched out a few times. Bang bang bang! A muffled sound was heard. The 7 or 8 servants seemed to have suddenly bumped into a mud truck. He was sent flying a few meters away by his punch. He fell to the ground and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Watching Li Yueming approach to the office, only then did the other servants wake up from their dreams. Someone subconsciously smashed his long stick at Li Yueming's back. Bang! There was another loud bang. The servant's entire arm was numb from the shock. The rod fell to the ground. However, this strike of his, Li Yueming was still unharmed. In the next second, however, he saw a leg kicking at him. At the critical moment, the servant subconsciously raised his hand to defend himself. However, before he could raise his arm, his chest had already caved in from the force of Li Yueming's kick. Suffering such a heavy blow, the servant instantly lay on the ground as dead as a doornail. Li Yueming didn't even look at him. He stood up and walked towards Li Fuxian. All the servants on both sides would be killed by him in one blow. In just a few minutes, in the blink of an eye, more than half of the 40 to 50 servants in the Li residence were taken care of by Li Yueming. The remaining 7 or 8 fish that had escaped the net were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. In the surroundings, whether it was Li Yueming's cheap mother or Li Fuxian himself, or some of the concubines who came here to watch the show, all of them were so shocked that their eyeballs popped out. God! What did they see? A 6-year-old child actually beat up 40 to 50 adults? Was this world crazy or were they crazy? But no matter what they think, Li Yueming's face was still expressionless. He patted the dust off his hands and walked through the pile of corpses. Li Yueming walked straight to Li Fuxian and said, "So what exactly do you want?" He could still smell the blood on the young man's body. Li Fuxian's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Li Yueming didn't just kill a few dozen chickens. There were 40 to 50 people. How could a child who was not even 7 years old have such terrifying strength? He swallowed his saliva. Li Fuxian turned around and glanced at the 2 strong guards behind him. He noticed that there was no other abnormal expression on the guard's face other than a little surprise. Only then did he feel a little more confident. These 2 were martial artists that the Li family had spent a lot of money to recruit from the Kingdom-port Martial Arts School. After all, the world was not peaceful these days. No matter whether it was traveling or traveling. Without the protection of an expert, he was just a two-legged sheep in the eyes of the bandits and bandits. Therefore, he had no choice. As long as a family had some power, they would go to the dojo to hire a few martial artists as guards. The guards who could follow Li Fuxian all year round. Naturally, they were all good martial apprentices, and they could smash a few 100 kilograms of rocks with a single punch. They had combat strength that ordinary people could not match. With the two of them as trump cards, Li Fuxian barely managed to maintain his composure on the surface. He said sternly, "Father, L didn't mean anything else. I just went through a lot of trouble to find you a master to teach you martial arts. Why are you not coming out?" It sounded like he was still questioning her. However, it was obvious. At this moment, Li Fuxian was already afraid. He looked at Li Yueming as if he was looking at a monster. Li Yueming didn't say anything. A pair of eyes stared straight at him. She was being stared at by those eyes that were as calm as water. It was rare. Li Fuxian actually felt a sense of heaviness from Li Yueming's body. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a 6-year-old youth. Instead, it was an incomparably heavy behemoth. After being stared at for a long time, Li Fuxian was scared silly. Her emotions were on the verge of collapse. Just as Li Fuxian was about to give in to the pressure and was about to cry and beg for mercy. Finally, the two martial apprentices behind Li Fuxian stood up. One of the muscular men sized up Li Yueming and said, "One didn't expect that a 6-year-old could develop such a strong body." As expected, heroes come from young people. Hearing this, Li Yueming's gaze also withdrew from Li Fuxian. In fact, Li Yueming didn't care about anyone in the Li residence at all. Whether they were dead or alive, they were just ant-like passers-by to him. As long as she didn't provoke him. The reason why she was holding on to Li Fuxian was because she wanted to get justice for her mother. After all, this scumbag wouldn't recognize anyone once he pulled up his pants. If he didn't teach him a deep lesson, wouldn't his cheap mother's grievances be in vain? In reality, Li Yueming was more interested in the two martial artists beside Li Fuxian. After all, his main mission in this world was to obtain power and influence. Therefore, he had no choice. For a long time in the future, those martial artists who were at the peak were the opponents that Li Yueming really needed to understand. He casually crushed Li Fuxian's legs. He threw it on the ground like a dead dog. Li Yueming looked at the two martial artists and said, "Oh? May I know what the two of you need?" The muscular man looked at Li Fuxian, who was paralyzed. His expression immediately darkened. "Not really," he said with a smile. "I just want you to know that it's best to hide your sharpness before your fists are hard enough." As he spoke, the muscular man suddenly exerted strength from his waist. He kicked. This kick was made in anger, and it was very sharp and powerful. It could shatter a 250-kilogram boulder. After all, Li Yueming was still so ruthless to Li Fuxian even when the two of them had already stood up. To them, this was an extreme provocation. The strong man naturally wouldn't hold back. Just as the muscular man thought that Li Yueming was about to pay the price for his arrogance. What happened next shocked him. However, Li Yueming arrived first. His hands were like two iron pliers that grabbed his right leg. He directly relied on his bull-like body to forcefully receive his kick.